Hello everyone, this is the Theodore Shubat Friday live stream. I will begin in about 10 minutes or so. I'm just going to refresh myself up a little bit. And that's it. I'll be back in a little bit here. I'll play the music for you guys, and we'll have a good stream. And we'll talk about some very disturbing things like we always do. And of course, the stream will end with alcohol, as it always does, as per the protocol. Anyway, I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Hello, Mr. SMY, not Yahoo. Yes, not Trump had to save Israel. We'll talk more about that. So, I'll see you guys in a little bit, and we'll have a good stream. All right, everyone. So let's begin the Friday live stream. We're going to have a good stream like always. And we will be, of course, concluding this stream with alcohol and music. Like always, being in accordance to protocol. And we're going to talk about Iran. We're going to talk about Iran versus Israel. We're going to talk about, of course, the rise of Turkey, Germany rising like always. And of course, not of course, but we're going to be going back to a subject that has been kind of pushed into the back burner area of media attention, and that is Gaza. The details that are coming out of Gaza and that are coming out of Israel are really further elucidating how horrific Gaza is. It's a lot worse than a lot of people would like to think. And surprise, surprise, it has been confirmed that the entity that has been killing people as they visit food distribution centers to get food because they're starving and their children are starving, is in fact Israel. Israel has been killing the people trying to get food at food distribution centers. This has been confirmed by a very recent article published by Haaretz, in which they interview IDF soldiers who have actually been working as guards, or who has worked as guards, or who have worked as guards at the food distribution centers. And these eyewitness accounts confirm that Israel has been the one killing Palestinians as they tried to get food. Israel was saying, oh, it's Hamas, it's Hamas, it's Hamas, Hamas. And then Haaretz interviews a whole bunch of Israeli soldiers who have worked at these, or who have worked as guards outside of these food distribution centers. And these IDF soldiers tell Haaretz, actually, no, we were ordered to fire into crowds of starving people. We were ordered to fire at people, to shoot live ammunition at people as they were trying to get food for themselves and for their kids. And telling people that it was Hamas this whole time was lying. And all of the hospitalists who have been saying, oh, no, Israel would never shoot people as they're trying to get food, those hospitalists were either lying or they were believing and disseminating lies. The question is, are the hospitalists, are all of the propagandists for Israel going to come out and say, oh, we were wrong. Oh, shit, we were wrong. Israel was killing these people this whole time. Israel has been killing these people this whole time. Damn, this is wrong. The country that I have been freaking defending this whole time is evil and has been murdering people. And the IDF has been murdering people as they try to get food for their starving children. Man, this is indefensible. We can't defend this. The finest hospitalists of Israel cannot defend what Israel has been doing in Gaza. They can't. And when they try, they lose. But I don't expect the hospitalists, I don't expect the Israeli propagandists to come out and say, oh my God, we were wrong. Sorry. The country that we've been defending all these years is actually evil. They're not going to do that. They're just not going to talk about it. That's it. They're just not going to talk about it. And all the sycophants for Israel are just going to pretend that this isn't happening. Hello, Mr. Selorm Loomer. Happy Friday. Hello, Josh. I can't tell if NATO or Russia is worse at this point. Bogged down in Ukraine with no end in sight. It lost Mali. It lost Syria. It lost ties with Armenia. Has fake alliances in North Korea and China. Didn't help Iran when they were being bombed. Ran from every very small force in Syria. Nobody is wild to be their partners, willing to be. Okay. Frustrating when evangelicals are always winning because they make up 70% of my family. Okay. Let's see. Finally able to catch a live. Hope all of y'all are doing well. Been a while since I've been in a live stream. Good to have you on, Mr. Justin Kuhn. Let's see. Happy Friday. Hello. Happy Friday, Sweet Body Fit. Happy you all had a wonderful and productive week. It is time to hear some Theologic. That's right. We're going to have a good stream. Hoorah for the Friday night live stream. Absolutely. Time to make dinner. All right. Enjoy it. Daniel Barry, Sports Highlights. Hi, everyone. Hello, Mr. Daniel Barry, Sports Highlights. Happy Friday to you as well. Theo, do you recommend the Vonese gaming chair? I have no idea, dude. Do I recommend this chair? Oh, yeah, I recommend it. Yeah, this chair's pretty good. I mean, it's not super expensive. It's not super, what's the word? Lavish or anything like that. It's not super fancy. It does recline, and it does have a little rest for your feet when you recline, but the rest is not the most sturdy. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, I would say it's pretty good. June has been a month of Zio cuckery. Okay. Let's see. Netanyahu wants to meet Trump at White House after Iran war success. Yeah. Well, the United States saved Israel. Let's be real here. Israel was losing this war. It was not winning. Israel was getting bombarded. Its Iron Dome was being drained out and exhausted. At the same time, do you know how much money it costs for Israel to fire just one Arrow missile to intercept one of Iran's ballistic missiles? It cost Israel $3.5 million. $3.5 million to fire one missile to intercept one of Iran's ballistic missiles. And what Israel does to guarantee that it intercepts one Iranian ballistic missile is it fires two missiles to guarantee destroying one Iranian ballistic missile. So it actually ends up costing $7 million for Israel to destroy one Iranian ballistic missile. So $7 million. So for every Iranian ballistic missile destroyed, it's $7 million lost. $7 million, $7 million, $7 million, $7 million, $7 million. Israel's arsenal of Arrow missiles are extremely limited, while Iran's arsenal of ballistic missiles is quite large. So Iran can outgun Israel. Iran can exhaust Israel's interception system. Iran can exhaust Israel's Iron Dome. And I said this months and months ago. I did a video. I talked about it on this stream. Israel's Iron Dome is outdated. And it's overrated. It doesn't really work in the long run. It can be defeated. And Iran demonstrated this. And so if the war were to continue, if the war actually continued on, and America never intervened, Iran would have just kept firing ballistic missiles. Israel's Iron Dome would have been completely drained out, and Israel would have been left defenseless for Iran's ballistic missiles. America saved Israel's ass. And Donald Trump said this. He said, "We saved Netanyahu. We saved Israel." So if it were not for the United States, Israel would be screwed. Bottom line. Let's see here. Netanyahu wants to meet, etc., etc. Hello, Theo. How are you, all of you guys? Hello, Mr. Goose Hunter. It's time for Theology. That's correct. The live stream by Theodore Schubot about geopolitics, history, religion, food, movies, everyday life. Absolutely. Appreciate that, Mr. Goose Hunter. You describe the show better than I can. Let's see here. Let's see here. Don't forget to like. Yes, I hate to say this every stream, but it definitely does help the live stream to like the live stream. Let's see here. I talked to an Azerbaijan woman. She wanted to destroy Armenia. Well, that's not very surprising. Let's see here. Sweet Body Fit. How are you, mate? Hello. Okay, you guys are just talking to each other. Hello, Zen Master. Haven't seen you in a little bit. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Hello, Proverbs 3:16. The church is finally waking up to the blasphemous heresy of Christian Zionism. Yes, this is actually happening. There has been an awakening. The question is what direction are people going to take from here? Are they going to say, okay, Christian Zionism is a heresy, let's pursue true Christianity and not go for Nazism? Or are people going to pursue Nazism? That's the problem, you see, because one thing that I've noticed over the years is that people tend to go down extreme routes, and they will learn something new and they get really excited about learning that new something, and then they go down an extreme route and they don't stop. There's no breaks. They just keep going. So they say, okay, Christian Zionism is a heresy. That means Israel is evil. If Israel is evil, well, let's go back to Israel's origins. Israel's origins go back to the Holocaust. They go back to World War II. The world supported the creation of Israel because they said, okay, the Jews need a homeland. And one of the reasons why Israel was so supported was because they said, okay, they suffered the Holocaust. They need a homeland to be safe in. So they got a homeland. And then people will say, okay, well, if Israel is evil, that means its origins must be evil. That means the Holocaust must have been made up. That means Hitler must have been the good guy. And then people just go down the opposite extreme. And that's my concern about this whole thing. It's good that people are recognizing that the whole Hagiite Christianity is really a bunch of nonsense. But at the same time, as I've said, people tend to go down to extreme paths. They tend to tread upon extreme paths. So if they were super pro-Israel at one point, and this is what I've noticed about a lot of Christians in the Western world, especially in North America, is that they go down extremes no matter what position they take. So if they're pro-Israel, they're hardcore pro-Israel. Jews can't be criticized. Israel is exempt from criticism. Israel can do no wrong. If Israel does do wrong, then it has a right to do wrong. We should not criticize Israel because they're God's chosen, and the nation goes back to Abraham. And then they realize, okay, this is insanity, and then they go down the opposite extreme, and they say, okay, Israel's origins go back to people saying that the Jews need a homeland because of the Holocaust, because they need a place where they can be safe because of the Holocaust. So they'll say, okay, the Holocaust must have been made up in order to create Israel. It was a Zionist fraud, and then they deny the Holocaust. They say Hitler is a good guy, and they just go down the extreme path. And that's what worries me about this whole thing. But anyway, Ayatollah and Netanyahu slapping each other, LOL, while Trump and Vance are livid over the obstinance. Yeah, I don't know about that, guys. I think it's more so Trump and Ayatollah want to negotiate a peace deal, or they want to negotiate some sort of nuclear deal. Israel does not want the United States to have any sort of dialogue with Iran. It just doesn't. And the Israeli hospitalists are always quick to say, well, if the Iranians want peace, if they want to negotiate, we'll be happy to do so. And every single time the United States has had negotiations with Iran, Israel has been absolutely enraged as a result of it. And so Israel does not want any sort of dialogue between the Iranians and the Americans. And the reason for this is because Israel wants to maintain this image of Iran as this unreasonable, lunatic, irrational society. And if the Iranians come out willing to negotiate, then that dispels this narrative, and it shows that the Iranians actually are willing to negotiate, that the Iranians are actually willing to come to some sort of agreement, to come to some sort of deal, and that dispels this whole image that the Israelis have been trying to project of this irrational, obstinate, insane Iran. And so they don't like it. They did the same thing with Saddam Hussein. When Saddam Hussein was willing to actually negotiate with the Americans, when Saddam Hussein was willing to work with the United Nations, when George Bush Jr. Said that he wanted to first consult with the United Nations before going to war in Iraq, the Israelis were just pissed off about all of those situations. When Saddam Hussein obliterated his nuclear program, when Saddam Hussein allowed for United Nations inspections on his chemical weapons arsenal, the Israelis hated all of this, because they wanted to project they wanted to project this image and maintain this propaganda narrative that their enemy, in this case Saddam Hussein, was completely unreasonable. You cannot reason with him. And if Saddam wants to reason with us, we'll be happy to have dialogue. And that was all just a bunch of nonsense. And so the Israelis, if I had to make an estimation as to what happened, the Israelis said, okay, let's just undermine everything that the United States is trying to do, and let's just bomb the Iranians and spark a conflict, and hopefully that'll force the Americans to enter a conflict with us against Iran. So far that hasn't happened. The Americans didn't go into a major war with the Iranians, at least not yet, and the Americans hit the 3 major nuclear sites in Iran, Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz. Has it actually made a serious difference in Iran's nuclear project? No, it hasn't, and everyone knows that. And there are already reports coming out saying that the Iranians just moved a whole bunch of enriched uranium to some other location that we don't know about. At least the public doesn't know about it. So it hasn't really done much of anything for Iran's nuclear program. The Iranians are still going to pursue nuclear armament. And the war between the Israelis and the Iranians is just going to resume. This ceasefire will be broken. Rest assured, it'll happen. It'll be broken because this is the Middle East we're talking about here. It's not exactly a place known for respecting and maintaining ceasefires. And the Iranians will continue to pursue having a nuclear weapon. Does that mean that they're automatically going to drop a nuke on Tel Aviv? No, it doesn't. But what that does mean is that if Iran does get a nuclear weapon, it'll put itself on par with Israel. And that would mean Israel not being able to just do what it wants against Iran. And the Israelis are now more worried about the ballistic missiles that Iran has than it is about Iran's nuclear project. and the ballistic missiles prove that Israel is nowhere near as secure as a lot of Israelis thought it was, and the Iranians can easily bomb Israel, destroy a lot of infrastructure, and the Iranians actually have the capacity to cripple Israel's economy. Because if Iran just kept blowing up Israel, if Iran just kept bombarding Israel, you would have had more homeless people, more destroyed businesses, more destroyed infrastructure that needs repair and that requires a lot of money. It would have just crippled Israel's economy. America, make no mistake about it, America saved Israel here. And it really proved that in a serious war, Israel would lose. Especially with an Iranian, with an Iran armed with nuclear weapons. I mean, there's no way that Israel could win a war against Iran, especially with a nuclear-armed Iran. Let's see here. I wonder when the Turks are going to make their move. Yeah, I know. Let's see here. When Funny Mustache Man is allied with the small hat people. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Happy Friday. Hello. Hello, Jacob Glowsticks. I set my notifications to alert me knowing you were going to stream live tonight. I really appreciate that, sir. I'm glad that people actually look forward to seeing these streams. It means a lot to me. I really do work hard on doing these streams. Let's see here. Mr. Cyrillic Letters. Astia Polemotova is on the stream. Absolutely. Appreciate it, sir. Privet. Soy TBN video Israeli channel. And the fear of Turkey is real. You could hear it in their voice. Is this video on YouTube by any chance? Turkey reminds them of the Roman Empire. Roman Empire, the Seleucid Empire, the Third Reich. Yeah, it's definitely there. The threat and the danger is definitely there. It's been crazy to see. It has been absolutely surreal to see Israel getting bombed because we're so used to Israel bombing other countries. And now we're seeing Israel getting bombed. I mean, it is absolutely surreal. Especially the last strike that Iran did on Israel in Beersheba. Iran struck Beersheba with a massive bomb. And that was the last bomb that Iran hit Israel with. And it was basically sending a message to the Israelis that the next time is going to be a lot worse. The next time is going to be a lot vicious. And here is our last gift to you, Israel, to let you know that. And that was a vicious, nasty bomb that hit Beersheba. It was like something that the Israelis would hit Gaza with. It was pretty horrendous. And I think 9 people were killed in that blast, which is pretty big for Israel's standards, given the fact that they have bomb shelters. But in a serious war, Israel would lose. Seriously, Israel would lose. Iran has a much bigger military. Now you could say, well, size doesn't matter. Okay, fine, but you also have to include Iran's ballistic missile arsenal, the fact that Iran can exhaust Israel's Iron Dome, the fact that the Iron Dome can be easily manipulated and distracted, the fact that Iran can send drones to distract the Iron Dome and then hit Israel with a very fast ballistic missile, multiple ballistic missiles at once, the fact that Iran hit Israel with cluster bombs. These are missiles that when they hit the target, they actually fire multiple missiles out at the same time, and they just hit multiple targets at once, or they hit multiple targets almost simultaneously. It's pretty scary for Israel. And Israel knew that it would lose. And that's why Israel told Trump, hey, Trump, we are ready to have a dialogue. We are ready to end this. Because people weren't going to work. People weren't going to school. Businesses were getting closed down. Businesses were being destroyed. It is pretty horrendous for the Israelis. And Israel is a very small country. So any sort of significant damage done to Israel affects the whole country. Or at least affects a substantial amount of the country. So it's just... Israel has proven itself to be a paper tiger. It's just bottom line. Bottom line. Hold on one second. Kitty. Hold on a second. I don't know if you guys heard that, but 2 cats started fighting, and I had to break up the fight. 46 people watching, not bad. Alright. I'll read your guys' comments. Let's see here. parts of Tel Aviv look like Gaza. Yup, it's beginning to look a lot like Gaza. Yup. And you have Israelis saying they're hitting civilian infrastructure. They hit a hospital. They hit apartment buildings. Oh my gosh. And you have to ask them the question, what the hell has your country been doing this whole time in Gaza? Hitting civilian infrastructure, blowing it up, slaughtering tens of thousands of people. And now you guys want to complain about civilian infrastructure being struck? This is why I made this conclusion. Right now, you see, 15, 20 years ago, it was a lot easier to defend Israel. Even 10 years ago, even 8 years ago, it was a lot easier to defend Israel. And now, not even Israel's top hospitalists, not even Israel's top propagandist can defend Israel. Israel cannot be defended. It's a losing argument. It is indefensible. For example, you have Israel's top hospitalist, right? Konstantin Kisin. Konstantin Kisin is by far Israel's top apologist. He's very famous. He's got a big podcast, big show, the whole thing. He goes on Piers Morgan recently, and he debates with Dave Smith. And Dave Smith is a pretty good debater. Dave Smith is very knowledgeable on the subject of Palestine and Israel and Iran, etc., Iraq war stuff. And I watched the debate after I did the stream last week. And I watched as Konstantin Kisin got destroyed. And it was a massacre. Debating against Dave Smith. And of course, he was defending Israel. And you just look at the whole situation, and you have to come to the conclusion that the whole Hosperus position is a losing war. It is a losing war. It's an indefensible position. You can't really defend Israel anymore, especially now. You see, before it was easy for Israel just to lie about stuff. There was a massacre of Palestinians trying to get food. Israel just came out and said, oh, Hamas did it. That was Hamas. Guess what? No one believed Israel. Why? Because of what the hell Israel has been doing in Gaza for the past 20 plus months. And now, recently, Haaretz publishes an article. Haaretz, the major Israeli publication, publishes an article recently in which they show the testimonies, they present the testimonies of various Israeli soldiers who have served as guards outside of these food distribution centers. And these Israeli soldiers tell Haaretz, yeah, we watched as the IDF fired on civilians. We were ordered to fire on civilians. So now Israel can't lie. That's it. It's indefensible. Are you going to defend Israel? Because the Hosperus, they love to defend Israel over anything. Israel could do no wrong. Well, they shot people as they were trying to get food at food distribution centers. No, that's a lie. They can't say that. And if they can't say that without looking either dishonest or very naive or very uninformed. In which case, it's pretty much the same as naivete. It's a losing war. The whole pro-Israel thing, the whole pro-Israel propaganda machine is a losing propaganda military. It's not going to win. You can have your army of your top-notch Hosperus all you want. You could have your finest Hosperus. Netanyahu could rally up his men, rally up the heads of his propaganda machine and tell them, gather your finest Hosperus, like when Longshanks in Braveheart told his guys, gather together your finest assassins to kill William Wallace. Netanyahu can do that. He could say, gather your finest Hosperus, and they could get an army of top-notch Hosperus. They won't win. They won't. Because we have seen Israel's top Hosperus on Piers Morgan. And they lose. They don't win. All of the old arguments, they just keep regurgitating the same old arguments. The same old arguments. Oh, well, we don't really try to target civilians. And no, that doesn't happen. Civilians, when civilians die, it's always tragic. And when children die, it's always tragic. And of course, this is not what Israel wants. We're out here trying to fight terrorism. And then Israel does a precision strike in Iran. And they killed some nuclear scientist. And the guy was in this apartment room. He was in his apartment, and the Israelis didn't blow up the entire building. The Israelis just fired a precision strike at this guy's apartment room, and it was so precise that you can see the hole on the building. The entire building is intact. But you just see this big fat hole where the precision strike hit the building, and the guy was dead. Wait, are you meaning to tell me that you guys can hit buildings without killing everyone inside? Yeah. So why the hell haven't you guys been doing that in Gaza? Oh, because the motivation is not to just kill the terrorists. If that's what Israel was doing, I wouldn't have an issue. If all Israel was doing was targeting the terrorists who were involved in October the 7th, I would not have an issue with it. Even if some innocents were killed in the whole process, right? But it was very, very limited, and it was not something that was the intention of Israel. I would say, okay, Israel has a right to do that. Israel has a right to do precise strikes on terrorist murderers. But that's not what's happening. They've been killing tens of thousands. And when you read stories of Israeli soldiers opening fire on people who are no threat to them, and they're just trying to get food because they're starving, this is explicit proof that Israel's intentions in Gaza go way, way beyond just fighting terrorism. Let's see here. Israeli companies scattered around the world, such as Levi's Jeans, Marks, and Spencer's and SodaStream, send a monthly financial contribution to the Israeli budget in the amount of about $500. I didn't know that. Thankfully, I don't really shop for clothes that much. Let's see. I know I have been seeing myself coming out from also. I was warned when I was 13 by a family friend who was a World War II vet that I would fight Nazis again. Well, that's a very astute observation that your friend made. The Gaza ceasefire lasted 1 month. I reckon this ceasefire will last at least 2 months for Israel to prepare for an attritional war. Oh yeah, this is not going to last. They're going to... I don't know when it's going to be broken. It could be a month from now. It could be a week from now. It could be a year from now. It could be years from now. But it is very obvious that inevitably the ceasefire will be broken because these two countries are enemies. They're enemies, bottom line. See, I'm thinking I'll bust out again in July, but that's my one. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Israel was also defended by NATO in general. A French individual said that French supplied... Yeah, there were other countries that were involved in defending Israel. It wasn't just the United States. I know that Jordan was involved, Saudi Arabia, and of course the United States. So Israel is being protected by multiple countries. This is not just Israel defending itself on its own. Israel is not a lone country doing this thing just by itself. Israel is protecting itself with the help of other countries. So Israel does need the United States. It does need other countries. And without that outside help, Israel is screwed. Did you see the New York Times leak of Mossad threatening the women and children of Iranian officials? I did not know. I looked at New York Times today. I didn't see anything. Yeah, the Beersheba bomb was nasty, and I know that rattled IDF. Oh, yeah, that was huge. That was pretty strong. Iran is very strong. It was Iran versus Israel. Yeah, this was a big freaking loss for Israel, because Israel is supposed to be this super powerful country. Israel is technically the most powerful country in the entire Middle East. And for years, we've been hearing about how Iran's economy has been free-falling. Its economy is garbage. Its military is weak. It's a weak country. Remember what Ted Cruz told Tucker Carlson? Oh, Iran's a weak country. It's a weak country. It's a weak country. That was a reflection of how a lot of Americans perceived Iran. Weak country, weak country, weak country. And the Israelis were very confident. They said, no, we can hit them. No big deal. Now, countries make this sort of miscalculation. For example, when the Germans invaded the Soviet Union, they really thought that the Soviet Union was going to be a pushover. And then you had German soldiers in the middle of Russia walking through the Russian wilderness, and they realized, wait a second, we've been walking for miles and we haven't seen a damn thing out here. What kind of a place is this? It's like that scene in SpongeBob when SpongeBob and Patrick are in the rock bottom area of the ocean, and Patrick says, what kind of a place is this? That's how the Germans felt when they were in the middle of Russia, and they would march for days without seeing a damn thing. And they realized Russia is a lot bigger than we really perceived when our bosses were planning this invasion. And the Germans did a huge miscalculation, which led to their demise. So countries do make this sort of miscalculation when they do wars. The Americans did this with Iraq. I think they did the same thing with Afghanistan. The Americans did the same thing when they went into Mogadishu. They did the same thing when they went into Vietnam. There was a lot of countries a lot of times will overestimate themselves, and they will underestimate their enemy, and that's always a mistake. What's a rule that you always hear when you train in martial arts? Never underestimate anyone. Doesn't matter how old the person is, doesn't matter how small or how big the person is. Never underestimate your opponent. That person could have a trick up their sleeve that could lead you getting killed. So overestimation of one's own abilities and the underestimation of one's enemies will lead to one's demise. And so the Americans thought, oh, Iran's weak. The Israelis thought, oh, Iran's weak. We can do this. And Israel ended up getting bombed. And now you have a bunch of homeless Israelis. You have a whole bunch of property destruction, a whole bunch of destroyed property. This is a big problem for Israel. And Israel, like I said, is a very small country. It would not be that difficult to destroy Israel. It's a very small country. So it's like this. If you hit California, right? If you were to drop a whole bunch of ballistic missiles into California, California is so big that, yeah, it would be bad for California, but California would be able to recover much quicker. Now, if you were to bomb Delaware with a whole barrage of ballistic missiles, it would be much different for Delaware because Delaware is such a small little state. I mean, I've been to Delaware. I mean, you drive into Delaware and the first thing you see is a sign that says, "Welcome to Delaware." And then a few minutes later, it's like, "Hey, see you later." And you're gone. I mean, it's such a small ass little place. I always wondered, I remember driving through Delaware thinking to myself, what the hell is the purpose of this state? I mean, there's nobody here. You're out of here in about 30 minutes. You're gone. That's it. It's such a small little place. But if you were to bomb Delaware, it would be much different than bombing California. It's just given the size difference. So ballistic missiling Israel with these ballistic missiles that are very fast and very destructive, not very good for Israel. So America had to go in there and show strength and show force, serious force on Iran. And the Iranians needed to save face. And so they said, okay, we're just going to hit this American air base in Qatar. They hit the Ubaid air base in Qatar. Of course, they gave them a heads up. They said, hey, just giving you guys a heads up. And Trump said, thanks, Iran, for giving us a heads up. And nobody died. No one was even injured. And that was just a way for Iran to make an escape. It was a way for Iran to pave an escape route by which to save face and exit the conflict. Momentarily, at least. Iran wouldn't have much of an issue fighting Israel, but against the United States, Iran would be destroyed. So Iran doesn't want to just get into a war with the United States, obviously not. So that's why America entering that conflict and bombing Iran really saved Israel's ass. What Beersheba bomb? Just look it up on Twitter, you'll see the video. I don't understand why Iran stopped. Because of America. That's the reason why Iran stopped. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. What are the odds of Russia intervening in the Israeli-Iranian conflict? Not too high right now because Russia is still extremely bogged down in this war in Ukraine, obviously. It's like when Turkey went to war against Armenia in Nagorno-Karabakh. Russia did not really get involved in that conflict. Why? Because Russia cannot afford getting bogged down into another serious war on another serious front with NATO. It just can't afford it. Super high casualties on the Russian side, much higher on the Ukrainian side, but still very high casualties on the Russian side. We're talking at least 100,000 dead Russians, maybe even more. It's pretty horrendous. It's been very difficult for the Russians, and the Russians, it's been just very difficult for them. And but the Ukrainians are not winning. I mean, to say that Ukraine is winning is just also bullshit. But it hasn't been very easy for the Russians. I think over 200,000 Ukrainians have been killed so far in the war. Let's see here. Let's see. Crazy seeing Israel becoming a pariah. Yep. Absolutely. And the more war crimes that Israel commits, and the more of this genocidal language that comes out of Israel, the more isolated Israel will become. Israel is, yes, it is screwing itself over by just blatantly murdering people and acting like it's not a big deal. And more and more people are hating on Israel. It's just a fact. More and more people are hating on Israel. And Israel, the thing is that a lot of Israelis don't give a shit. Because in their minds, America's always going to be on our side. We don't give a damn. America's always going to be with us. We always have America guarding our backs. And if America decides to abandon Israel, that's the end of Israel. But you see, the Israelis are they're so stuck, they're so entrenched in their own arrogance and their own pride that they think we're going to be good. We are going to be good. And they don't realize that America has a reputation of screwing over its allies. And Israel is not exempt from this legacy, this very negative legacy of the United States. And, yeah. If Israel eventually becomes a serious burden for the United States, the U.S. will drop Israel. And then the Israelis will learn, oh shit, what the hell are we going to do? But the thing is that the Israelis, they continue to do whatever they want because in their minds, America will never abandon them. So they just do war crimes, they kill civilians as they're trying to get food, and Israel continues to push itself into this pariah state position. Let's see here, all this death and destruction just to keep Netanyahu from being arrested. I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think that this is about America's foreign policy and geopolitical interest. If it was politically and geopolitically advantageous for Netanyahu to be put in prison, America would make sure that that guy was put behind bars. And America would play the game. America would say, oh, well, this man is wanted for war crimes. Because right now, Trump is saying, well, we have to defend Netanyahu because Israel's a big ally. But believe me, if America wants to just abandon Israel, if America decided to just throw Israel under the bus, we would be treating Netanyahu like Saddam Hussein. We'd be saying, well, he slaughtered all these civilians and he's a Jewish Bashar al-Assad. He's the Jewish Putin. He's the Jewish Assad. He's the Jewish Saddam Hussein. And that guy would be in trial for crimes against humanity and for war crimes. So I don't think it has anything. I don't think America and Netanyahu has anything to do with just, keeping him from being arrested. I think that this is about geopolitical interest. Let's see here. Ted, have you heard the news that some crazy Zionist crucified a pastor here in America? What? I have not heard this. Crucified a pastor? Can you give me a link? Christian priest crucified in U.S.? What the hell? This is real. Pastor was crucified and had a crown of thorns. Hold on a second. The murderer was holy moly guacamole. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go, guys. So it looks like we have a crazy Zionist who murdered this pastor. Just look at the murderer's neck tattoo. Neck tattoos are always a red flag. I don't care who you are or the reason why you got the neck tattoos. Neck tattoos are always a red flag, and they are always an indication that you should run away from the person who has the neck tattoo. Neck tattoo just screams, run away from me, because I will destroy your life or kill you. Yeah, always a red flag. So this guy has Hebrew on his neck. So not only is neck tattoos a red flag, imagine Hebrew neck tattoos. It's an even bigger red flag. It's an even bigger red flag, guys. Here we go. So what does it say here? Pastor crucified by religious fanatic. A pastor was crucified and had a crown of thorns placed on his head by a religious fanatic. The blood-soaked body of William Bill Schoenman, 76, was found on his bed with his hands nailed to the wall in a house in New River, Arizona on April 28th. Adam Schiff, 51, confessed to the killing in a jail cell interview in which he revealed he was attempting to recreate the crucifixion scene as part of what he dubbed Operation First Commandment. This sounds like an Israeli operation. Operation Rising Lion. He claimed to have found the crown of thorns in the desert. Schiff planned to execute 14 clergymen whom he believed were leading their flock astray because they weren't pro-Israel enough or what? With Hebrew lettering tattooed on his neck and wearing dark blue prison fatigue, Schiff said he had a hit list starting in Arizona where he was born. He added from there it was Las Vegas, Nevada, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington, Billings, Montana, Detroit, Michigan, New York, blah, 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 okay, the whole freaking U.S. Where it starts is where it will end, like the Garden of Eden, he told. So this is obviously this is a fanatic, religious fanatic, demonic person. I'm guessing this guy spent a whole bunch of time reading the Bible, and he thought that he found the true teachings of God, and he was the holder of the true teachings of the Lord. And so that gave him a right to murder all these people. You see, this is what I was trying to tell you guys in a past video. I did a video not too long ago, speaking of basically the curse of the Bible, that just because you're reading the Bible doesn't mean you're doing a good thing. There are people who think, well, I'm reading the Bible, therefore I am doing a good thing because I know that God's got my back because I'm reading the Bible. The reality is that if you're reading the Bible with bad and or twisted intentions, if you're reading the Bible and trying to force the Bible to conform to your interpretation, you can read the Bible all you want. Guess what's going to happen? There's a curse. You're going to be evil. Because you're going to be using the Bible for your own purposes. You're going to be using the Bible for evil. And so there's a curse. People think, oh, he's reading the Bible, he's going to get a blessing. No. You can read the Bible and get a curse. The Bible can be a curse or a blessing. If you misread the Bible, it's a curse. If you just read the Bible for what it says and not force the Bible to conform to your personal beliefs, then there's a blessing. But just because someone is reading the Bible doesn't mean they're doing something good. Not everyone should read the Bible. There are people who should not read the Bible. People with neck tattoos should not be reading the Bible. People with neck tattoos and they think that they're God's chosen or that they think that they're some sort of an agent for the divine, they should not be reading the Bible. I think most people should not be, I'm going to say it, I think most people should not be reading the Bible. I don't. I think most people would be better off not reading the Bible. And if you say, oh, that's so unchristian of you, no, that's bullshit. Because Jesus tells the Pharisees that you guys will make a convert, and that convert will be 8 times bigger of a son of hell than you are. This is what Jesus tells them. He says, you guys will have a convert. You'll convert someone to your religion, and that convert will be 8 times or 10 times the son of hell that you guys are. In other words, your converts are worse than you. Your converts were better off not converting. This is what Jesus is effectively saying. And then you have St. Peter speaking of people who were drunkards, and then they found Jesus, and then he says they become worse, and they were better off just being drunkards. So most people should not be reading the Bible. Most people have a basic idea of Christianity, and they believe in God, and they have an idea of the 10 Commandments and doing the right thing, and that's it. They start reading the Bible, and they start getting all hocus pocus on Christianity, and they start thinking that God's talking to them. Or they end up watching some bullshit artist pastor on YouTube and believing some bullshit heresy, like we need to build a 3rd freaking temple, and we got to sacrifice red heifers. And they watch some bullshit YouTube videos, some guy talking about how, oh, we bred these perfectly unblotted, unblemished red heifers from Texas, and some cattle breeder lunatic from bum-ass Texas somewhere bred these red heifers, and now the red heifers are in Israel. We're going to build the 3rd temple, and Trump's going to help us. And after we build the 3rd temple, we're going to slaughter the red heifers, the Texas Longhorns, and then their blood will be spilt on an altar, and the Levites will be back. And then you read the words of Christ, and Christ is saying, you see this temple that you guys revere so much? Guess what? It's all going down. This temple is all going down. What? What do you mean the temple's going down, Jesus? It's going down. There's only one direction that this temple is going, and that's down. And he said, tear the temple down, and in 3 days, it'll be raised back up. And they said, this guy, they said, this guy's a terrorist. They said, Jesus is a terrorist. He wants to destroy our holy place. He wants to destroy our temple. When Jesus was trying to get them to realize that the temple was him. And this is what Jesus was saying when he told the Pharisees and the scribes that something greater than the temple is already here. He said, something greater than the temple is already here. And that was him. But they didn't want to realize this. And Jesus said, this temple is going down because I'm the temple. This temple, this physical structure that you guys love so much, was simply a physical precursor to me. I am the fulfillment of this temple. That's it. The temple is going to be fulfilled. I'm the fulfillment of the temple. And you guys want to revere the foreshadower of the temple as opposed to the fulfillment of the temple. And so they're talking about a third temple. And then you have St. Paul saying, hey, Jesus was not of the priesthood of Levi. Jesus was of the priesthood of Melchizedek. He was of the order of Melchizedek, which was the priesthood that Abraham followed. Abraham did not follow the priesthood of Levi. He followed the priesthood of Melchizedek. And that is supposed to be the ultimate priesthood. And Christ was of the member, or is of the member of, Christ is of the order of Melchizedek, not of the order of Levi. So you got all these evangelical whack jobs talking about a third temple, and I saw this video yesterday. Some African guy talking about, we're going to have the Levitical priests in Israel. They are being trained right now as we speak. What Levitical priesthood? There's no Levitical priesthood. It's done. Jacob was dying on his deathbed. And he tells Levi, your generation will be scattered. Why was Levi given this curse? Because Levi was a mass murderer who murdered the Canaanites of Shechem after those Canaanites had agreed to convert to the religion of Levi. And those Canaanites even went so far as to get circumcised to show their dedication to the religion of the God of Abraham. And Levi murdered those people. And so Jacob said, because you committed mass murder, your generation will be scattered. So are we saying that Jacob's prophecy never happened? Is that what we're saying here? That Levi was never scattered? Well, we're going to gather them back. Wait, so you're going to try to reverse the prophecy that was proclaimed by Jacob? Really? So you see how these evangelicals keep going antithetical? They keep going the opposite of what the Bible says. And Paul says that the priesthood of Melchizedek is superior to the priesthood of Levi. So why in the hell are you trying to bring back the Levitical priesthood? Why in the hell are you trying to bring back a temple that Christ said was going to be destroyed? And it was destroyed. Why would you bring back a temple that Christ said that he was better than? He said something greater than the temple is here. He was speaking of himself. He said, I am greater than the temple. And yet you guys want to rebuild the temple that Christ said he was superior to. And that Christ said he was the fulfillment of. Why do you guys want to bring back and focus on the foreshadower as opposed to what fulfilled the foreshadowing? It's insanity. So then you have all these whack job Christians who tattoo themselves with Hebrew letters. It's just sick. It's just sick. But they're talking about, and here's another thing. There's a verse in the book of Acts. I think it's in Acts 17. I don't remember. It's in the book of Acts. Paul goes into the temple to pray because Paul, you see, even after Paul had his road to Damascus experience, Paul still thought that there was something special about the temple because he had not gotten the memo yet, right? He did not get the memo he didn't get the memo right after his revelation. So he goes to the temple and he's praying. And then God gives him the memo. Christ appears to him. And Christ tells Paul, Paul, get out of here. Leave. Because I have you destined to preach to the Gentiles. And Paul says, but Christ, I'm a murderer and I did all these terrible things. And Christ tells Paul, listen, the Jews are not going to listen to anything that you have to say. They're not going to believe in me. Go to the Gentiles. And Paul leaves the temple. Jesus tells Paul to leave the temple. And here we are trying to rebuild this temple. Because we think that we're going to force Christ to come back. That's voodoo. That's not Christianity. That's voodooism. That's like the voodoo priest saying, well, we have to kill the chicken and leak out the blood. That will bring out the spirits. That will summon the spirits. And you have these evangelical lunatics saying, we're going to kill a red heifer. We're going to spill the blood on the altar. And that's going to bring Jesus back. They don't really worship Christ. These people really don't follow Christ. They follow the devil. They follow a demon that they believe is Christ, but it's really a demon. It's what St. Paul said to the Galatians. You guys follow a false Christ. These people follow a false Christ. And so they don't really follow Abraham. They follow Levi because they want to bring back the Levitical priesthood. They follow Levi, a mass murderer who butchered the people of Shechem unjustifiably. And it was because of that mass murder, it was because of that crime that Levi was given a curse, that his generation would be scattered. And what does Jacob say in his prophecy in regards to Levi? He says, let not my soul come into their company. Whose company? Simeon and Levi, the two sons of Jacob who butchered the Shechemites. Jacob says, let not my soul be with the company of Levi. Jacob himself, imagine how evil you have to be for your own father to say that to you while he's dying. Jacob was on his last dying moments. And the only thing he had to say to his sons, Levi and Simeon, was, my soul, please, my soul doesn't even want to be with you. And then he says, oh my glory, do not go into the company of Simeon and Levi. That's how evil Levi was. And it was from the line of Levi that we got the Levitical priesthood, that Israel had its Levitical priesthood. But the Messiah didn't come out of the Levitical priesthood. The Messiah was of the order of Melchizedek, the priesthood of a Canaanite, because Melchizedek was a Canaanite king. And the Canaanites were a people who were butchered by Simeon and Levi. Isn't that ironic that the guy who was the patriarch for the Levitical priesthood was given a curse for committing mass murder of Canaanites, and then his order, the order that would be done by his descendants, the order that would be operated by his descendants, would be replaced by a Canaanite order? And isn't it ironic that the order that the Messiah belongs to is actually an order that was ran by a Canaanite king? Quite ironic, isn't it? And you see, you have these evangelicals who say, well, we got to bring back the Levitical priests. Wait a second, we're supposed to be of the order of Melchizedek, not Levi. So these people really aren't following Abraham. They're not children of Abraham. Children of Abraham are people who follow the seed of Abraham, and the seed of Abraham, according to St. Paul in his letter to the Galatians, is Jesus Christ. So if you're not following Christ, you're not of the seed of Abraham. And if you are not following Christ, you are not of the priesthood that Abraham was a member of, and that is the priesthood of Melchizedek. And if you're so bent on reviving the Levitical priesthood, then you're not really of Melchizedek. You're of Levi, the priesthood that was the patriarch of which was a mass murderer. So it says here, Zen Master, Russia has already made it clear that they will not be intervening in a war between Israel and Iran because they are busy in Ukraine. That's partly why they left Syria. Yeah. Russia left Syria because it's bogged down by Ukraine. Yes, this is a very, very serious and devastating war that Russia is in. Crazy watching Fox News collapse. Yeah, well, Fox News, I mean, that's all just boomer stuff. It's just annoying propaganda. I don't like it. I really don't watch mainstream news. I just read stuff. I don't watch the news. Why is Israeli military infrastructure in a civilian residence? Exactly. Yes. Israel for years has said, well, Hamas has military infrastructure in civilian areas, therefore we can blow up all the civilian infrastructure. Well, guess what? The injustices that you inflict on others will be inflicted on you. And the standards by which you justify your injustices will be applied to you. And Israel is not exempt from this rule. If you say, well, we can butcher all these people because their political party is our enemy, well, guess what? When you attack Iran, that means Iran has the right, according to your standard. I'm not saying it's right. Understand me, just for clarification. I'm not saying what Iran did to Israel is right. But under Israel's standards, Iran has the right to slaughter tens of thousands of Israeli civilians. Under Israel's standards, Iran has that right. And Israel is in no place to be complaining or protesting because of the standard that it keeps applying to Gaza. Let's see here. Have you seen the Trump? Yeah, I've seen a whole bunch of them on X. Yeah, they keep playing that scene from was it Goodfellas? That movie with Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci, where Joe Pesci's like, "You Jewish blah blah blah." They're saying this was the conversation between Netanyahu and Trump. I mean, it's pretty hilarious. Yeah, absolutely. You know, they say that Trump is the meme president. He's the content president, and it's true. And a lot of things that Trump has said has been used for many a meme. Many a meme has been created thanks to Trump. Let's see. Iran's air defense is weak as AF. Okay. And what do you call Israel's air defense? You have to be insane to still defend Israel. You have to be. Listen. I used to be a defender of Israel. Hell, I defended Israel in the beginning of the war in 2023. Look at my videos if you don't believe me. Look at all the videos in which I have defended Israel. Yeah, I grew up in the Zionist movement. I grew up deep in the Zionist movement. I know how the Zionists think. I know the circles, okay? We used to get Zionist money. I'll say it. I've said it many times. And I can tell you right now that at first I was defending Israel, and because I thought, okay, this is the Israel that my dad was used to, and this is the Israel that has rules and rules of engagement, and then I started to see the bodies and how Gaza has been just so indiscriminately bombarded, and I saw the reports on the war crimes. I saw a video of a Gazan grandmother getting shot in the head as she's holding the hand of her grandson. I saw all this stuff, and I read the reports of what was happening in the Netzarim corridor and how the Israelis were creating kill zones. And their rule was that anyone who walks into the kill zone has to be killed. And the people of Gaza were never really told what was the demarcation, what was the border of the kill zones so that they could avoid the kill zone. And the borders of these kill zones were always arbitrarily changing almost at a daily basis. And these poor people, they wouldn't know where not to go. And people would just walk and they would get shot in the head. And the Israeli military would say, well, these people walked into our camp border, and so we have the obligation to kill them. But these people didn't know where not to go. You guys keep changing the lines. And they kept changing the lines. And then you read the reports of people being shot because they're just trying to get food. And the Israelis for months and months and months were gaslighting people saying, well, we're not trying to starve people. Oh no, we're not trying to starve people. We're not trying to starve people. Absolutely not. That's Hamas that wants to starve people. And then you hear the eyewitness accounts. You hear the eyewitness accounts from Gazans saying the IDF shot at us as we were trying to get food because we're starving. Our kids are starving. And the food distribution project established by the U.S. government only has 4 distribution zones in all of Gaza. And many people, many people have to walk a long distance just to get to these food distribution centers. And they finally get there, and they get murdered. And all these eyewitness accounts were saying, the Israelis shot at us as we were trying to get food. And what did the Israeli government say? What did the Hospira say on Piers Morgan? Oh, don't believe it. That's Hamas propaganda. Hamas propaganda. And then you read the CNN investigation. They have a video showing people running, and you can hear the gunfire. And there was an expert on gunfire who heard the video and said, yeah, that gunfire is the type of gunfire that you would hear coming out of a machine gun stationed on an Israeli Merkava tank. And then you have a picture of a bullet that was pulled out of the body of a victim by a doctor. And the doctor took a photo of the bullet. And an expert on bullets saw the picture of the bullet and said, that's a bullet that you would see inside of an Israeli machine gun stationed on an Israeli Merkava tank. And then you read the eyewitness account saying Israel fired on us, Israel fired on us, Israel fired on us, Israel fired on us. And then you read that the massacres that have happened have taken place in an area completely controlled by the IDF. What the hell is Hamas doing in an area controlled by the IDF, just walking around willy-nilly with guns, nonchalantly just shooting people? That doesn't make any sense. The first two massacres that took place, the first two massacres of this nature that took place in an area completely controlled by the IDF. You're meaning to tell me that you have Hamas fighters in an area completely under the control of the IDF, and they're just walking around with guns? And then you read that 1,000 feet away from the site of the massacre is an IDF base. 1,000 feet is not that far away. It's not. You can walk 1,000 feet in a few minutes, easily. A couple of minutes. It's not that far away. And 1,000 feet away from the massacre is an IDF military base. You put one and one together, and you just come to the conclusion that it's Israel. Israel is the culprit. Israel is the perpetrator. And so I remember doing a stream about this weeks ago when the stories of these massacres were being reported. And I said, listen, guys, I'm just going to say it, and I'm going to say it with the risk, knowing the risk that I could be wrong. But I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say Israel is behind this. That's what I said. And I was right. I was absolutely right. And let's get into the recent information that has been reported showing that it was IDF soldiers, and that it is IDF soldiers who are firing on Palestinian civilians as they're trying to get food to fill their starving bellies and to feed their starving children. Let's look into this, shall we? All right, here we go, guys. Here is the report. In fact, this report is so damning, guys. This report is so damning that frickin' Netanyahu has already responded. And Netanyahu is saying, this report, this article by Haaretz is it's a blood libel. It's a blood libel. Do you know what an Israeli hospitalist / propagandist means when he accuses you of blood libel? He is accusing you of what they used to do to Jews back in the Middle Ages. Back in the day, they used to say that Jews drink the blood of Christian children and mix the blood with flour to make matzah. This is what they used to say to spark hatred against the Jews back in old Europe. They used to say this sort of thing. And so when a propagandist for Israel says you're doing anti-Jewish blood libel, they're saying that you're like the people back in old Europe who accused Jews of drinking the blood of Christian children. So now Haaretz, which is a major Jewish-ran Israeli newspaper, is doing blood libel according to Netanyahu. You see how crazy these people are? Anything to lie. anything to gaslight. This is exactly what Bassam Youssef was trying to say when he was on the Piers Morgan show. He said, arguing with an Israeli propagandist is like arguing with a narcissistic psychopath. If you have evidence against them, they will say, no, I question the source of the evidence. If you show them the source of the evidence, no, I question that source, I don't believe it. And then if you actually show them explicit evidence that 100% proves that they're the perpetrator, they will say, well, but you're forgetting the context. If you actually mention the context, they will say, yeah, but it's a very complicated situation that you don't really understand. They will say anything to slip away from accountability, these people. They will say anything to slip away from accountability. And you see, when I do videos on Israeli war crimes, I don't solely bring up Palestinian eyewitness accounts. I don't, because I know that there are people who are going to say, oh, that's just Palestinian propaganda. Palestinians lie. No. My sources are Israeli. My sources are not solely Palestinian. So if I have Israeli evidence, if I have the evidence from people who are experts on gunfire, experts on bullets, and they're saying that gunfire is Israeli, that bullet is Israeli, I will use that evidence. I will use that expert testimony in conjunction with Palestinian eyewitness accounts. And if we have Israeli soldiers admitting that they're shooting people as they're trying to get food, I will use the Israeli eyewitness accounts in conjunction with Palestinian accounts to give strength to the Palestinian witness. Because it proves that those witnesses are not lying. And therefore, we shouldn't ignore them. We should not be ignoring people who are telling the world that they're being genocided. To ignore them is an injustice unto itself. And so we have to, I'm not saying believe everyone immediately. I don't believe in that at all. What I am saying is, when you hear an account, don't just discredit it, and don't automatically believe it either. But gather the evidence. Look at the evidence. The gunfire is Israeli. The bullet is Israeli. And then you have the eyewitness accounts. It makes sense. And then you have the fact that the massacres took place in an area controlled by the IDF. And then you find out that 1,000 feet away from the massacre is an IDF military base. Put one and one together. It's very obvious. And it was very obvious with all that information gathered together. But now we have Israeli soldiers saying, no, it's not bullshit. It's real. We've been doing this. In fact, we are ordered to shoot on civilians. All right, so let's just get into this article and read it. Here we go, guys. So this is a report. It was published by Haaretz, and it says here that IDF officers and soldiers told Haaretz they were ordered to fire at unarmed crowds near food distribution sites in Gaza, even when no threat was present. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed, prompting the military prosecution to call for a review into possible war crimes. Netanyahu, Katz rejects claims, calls them blood libel. Right, they call them blood libels. Let me just make sure I get out of the way here. So it says here, Israeli soldiers in Gaza told Haaretz that the army has deliberately fired at Palestinians near aid distribution sites over the past month. Conversations with officers and soldiers reveal that commanders ordered troops to shoot at crowds to drive them away or disperse them, even though it was clear they posed no threats. One soldier described the situation as a total breakdown of the Israel Defense Forces ethical codes in Gaza. So the Israeli military has rules. They have rules of engagement. My father will tell you that. He grew up in the West Bank. He'll tell you they had rules. My father lived under Israeli military occupation. He'll tell you, no, they had rules. They couldn't just do whatever they wanted. The rules are being thrown out the window. Gaza has become the Book of Eli. Gaza has become the Purge. It has become a dystopian nightmare. Gaza is like that movie, Children of Men, when the British Air Force just bombs the hell out of the refugee city in the film. It's a great movie, by the way. Children of Men, absolute masterpiece. I think Children of Men, out of all of the films that could out of all the movies that could be telling us about what the future holds, I would say that film is the closest to telling us what's going to happen to the Palestinians and in a way the film is already prophetic because what you see in the film Children of Men is happening in Gaza. It's quite surreal and it's quite disturbing. But you see just Gaza, it's a freaking killing field, as one of these IDF soldiers have said. It is a killing field. And it's like The Purge. It's like Book of Eli. It's a nightmare. So it says here that according to the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza, 549 people have been killed near aid centers and in areas where residents were waiting for UN food trucks since May 27th. Over 4,000 have been wounded, but the exact number of those killed or injured by IDF fire remains unclear. And so it says here that Haaretz has learned that the military advocate general has instructed the IDF general staff's fact-finding assessment mechanism, a body tasked with reviewing incidents involving potential violations of the laws of war, to investigate suspected war crimes at these sites. Oh, I had a bunch of stuff here. What happened? I had That's weird. Hold on. I had everything ready to go. I read through this whole article. What happened to my underlining? Well, I guess we have to just... Hold on a second. No, I think I... Hold on a second, guys. Nope. A lot of my underlinings are gone, which is weird. So I guess we just have to read the whole thing. Which is fine, because this whole article is quite disturbing anyway, so you're going to learn no matter what. So let's just get on to it. Get on with it. Let me just make sure that you guys can see. Okay, here we go. In a statement released following publication of this expose, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz rejected the claims which they called blood libels. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, GHF, aid centers began operating in the Strip at the end of May. The circumstances of the foundation's establishment and its funding are murky. It is known to have been set up by Israel in coordination with U.S. evangelicals and private security contractors. U.S. evangelicals are running these... Some American evangelical is running the whole American food distribution project in Gaza. And so this guy knows that these massacres have been taking place, but he doesn't say shit about it. So either he doesn't know, either this whole thing is being covered up for him, and I doubt that's the case, or this guy is complicit. I'm going to say he's complicit. Its current CEO is an evangelical leader close to U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So much for being a man of God. This guy is running a whole project where people are being murdered. And he's not saying shit against it. The guy is not saying a damn thing. Do you see the problem with these Christian Zionists? It's not like these are just naive people who are reading their Bibles. No. These people have an ideology that leads to death and murder. This whole thing about worshiping Israel, revering Israel, this whole religion that revolves around Israel leads to death. It leads America to say, well, the Israelis can kill those Palestinians. It doesn't matter because we have to support Israel no matter what. It is an ideology that embraces murder, or it covers up for murder, or it encourages indifference to murder. Talk to a Christian evangelical who's pro-Israel and show them this article, or tell them about the content of this article. Tell them about the war crimes. Tell them about the mass murders happening outside of these food distribution zones, and just see what they have to say. If they say, well, I don't believe it, tell them that you're not learning about this from Palestinians. Tell them that you're not repeating stuff that Palestinians have told you. Tell them that you are telling them what Israeli soldiers are testifying. Tell them that this is of the testimony of Israeli soldiers. And ask them, are these Israeli soldiers liars? And then see how they react. You'll see that they don't give a shit. You'll see that these evangelical Christians, they don't give a damn. Because their ideology embraces death. That's the bottom line. Their whole ideology embraces murder. And it embraces this idea of covering up for murder or just being indifferent to it. So if you tell them about these massacres, they will say, oh, I don't believe it. If you give them the evidence, they'll say, why question the source? If you tell them that the source is actually Israeli, they'll say, well, I think that those pals are asking for it. So no matter what happens, they're either going to be indifferent, or they're going to cover up, or they're just going to deny that mass murder happens, or they are, and no matter what, actually, they are going to make excuses for mass murder. So this is why I say Christian Zionism is evil. It is an evil religion. It is. It's just like the Catholics covering up for sexual predator priests. It's like the Catholics who cover up for the Vatican's sex abuse scandal. It's evil. Bottom line. So let's read the rest of this here. The GHF operates 4 food distribution sites, 3 in southern Gaza and 1 in the center, known in the IDF as Rapid Distribution Centers, MAPAZM. They are staffed by American and Palestinian workers and secured by the IDF from a distance of several hundred meters. Thousands, and at times tens of thousands of Gazans, arrive daily to collect food from these sites. So you have thousands of people, if not tens of thousands of people, coming to these food distribution sites because they're starving. And these people will walk tens of miles to these centers just to get one box of food. Sometimes, guys, we talk about how our lives are miserable. We'll talk about how miserable our lives are. What we're going through is nothing in comparison to this. It's nothing. These people are walking tens of miles. They're starving. They're walking tens of miles after not eating much of anything for days to get one box of food, only to be shot. Only to be shot. Contrary to the Foundation's initial promises, distribution is chaotic, with crowds rushing the piles of boxes. Now, the Israeli Hospitalists and the evangelical worshippers of Israel will say that people in Gaza are not starving. So, are you then going to tell me that what is described here is the behavior of people who are not starving? This is obviously the behavior of people who are starving. People who are rushing boxes, people who are walking tens of miles just to get a box of food, people who are getting to these food distribution centers extremely early in the morning because they want to get there early because they know if they don't get there early enough, they will be denied food. Or there'll be no boxes left for them. So they get there super early. Is this the behavior of a people who are not starving? Is this the behavior of a people who are obese, who are very well fed? Obviously not. But the hospitalists will gaslight you and they'll say, there's no one starving in Gaza, right? So it says here that since the rapid distribution centers opened, Haaretz has counted 19 shooting incidents near them. While the shooters' identities are not always clear, the IDF does not permit armed individuals in these humanitarian zones without its knowledge. Hold on. The IDF does not permit armed individuals in these humanitarian zones without its knowledge? So how the hell could Hamas be the one killing these people if armed people are not allowed in the distribution zones, in these humanitarian zones, without the knowledge of the IDF? How the hell could it have been Hamas killing these people? That's impossible. The distribution center is typically open for just 1 hour each morning. According to officers and soldiers who served in their areas, the IDF fires at people who arrive before opening hours to prevent them from approaching. And again, these people are arriving before opening hours because if they don't get to these centers in time, there is a very good chance that there will be no food left. If they do not get to these centers in time, there is a very good chance that they will be told to go back home because there will be no more food left. All the food is gone. So they say, oh, there's no more food, you have to leave. So they have to get to these places, they have to get to these centers in time. So they come hours early. And then they get shot. And the IDF says, oh, well, we shot at them because they were here way too early. Really? So it says here that the IDF fires at people who arrive before opening hours to prevent them from approaching, or again after the centers close to disperse them. Since some of the shooting incidents occurred at night ahead of the opening, it's possible that some civilians couldn't see the boundaries of the designated area. And look at what this soldier says. It's a killing field. This is a dystopian nightmare. He says it's a killing field. One soldier said, where I was stationed, between 1 and 5 people were killed every single day. Between 1 and 5 people. They're treated like a hostile force. No crowd control measures. No tear gas. Just live fire with everything imaginable. Heavy machine guns. Grenade launchers. Mortars. Then, once the center opens, the shooting stops. And they know they can approach. Our form of communication is gunfire. This is a dystopian nightmare. This is the definition of dystopianism. But then again, you have people defending Israel no matter what. And there is an Iranian woman who is a propagandist for Israel. Her name is Elena or something like that. Electa or something like that. She goes on the Piers Morgan show. And she recently debated Dave Smith, who is a big critic of Israel. I kid you not, guys. This Iranian hospitalist who for years has been defending Israel, she herself admitted that Israel is doing terrible stuff. So even this big hospitalist, this Iranian British hospitalist, who has been defending Israel for years and still does defend Israel, even she has to admit that Israel is doing terrible things. Because the pro-Israel position, as we have known it for years, is impossible to defend today. You could have easily defended Israel 5 years ago. You could have easily defended Israel 10 years ago. Easily. But nowadays, with Twitter and iPhones and everyone having a camera, and with all of these reports and stories and all of this evidence coming out, demonstrating Israeli war crimes and atrocities, it is impossible to defend Israel. It's impossible. Now you can say, well, Israel does good. You can name or you can detail good things that Israel does, etc., etc. But this whole idea of just defending Israel without at least admitting that Israel does evil, that is an impossible position to hold. It's an impossible position to hold. Okay, 1 second, guys. Hold on. The music has stopped. Let me just change the music real quick. Let me read your guys' comments here. Elika Lebon. Yes, that's her name. Yes, that's correct. Let me read your guys' comments here. Hold on a second. Little knowledge can be very dangerous. Yes, absolutely true. And we've thought that modern Israel was just meant as a safe haven for Jews escaping fascistic Europe and not to disturb the Palestinians. Well, that was the original plan, but it's just Israel is being taken over by fanatics and extremist Jewish hardliners who justify mass murder. And they will quote their rabbis, and they'll say, well, Rabbi Judah Loeb told us that we can really slaughter anyone in the middle of a war. It doesn't matter. And yes, Rabbi Judah Loeb really did say that. Let's see here. Hold on. Let's see here. Speaking of the crucifixion, the guy was Belarusian, so it might be possible that this was to make Israel and Belarusians look... I have no idea. The killer was Belarusian? I don't... The killer's last name was Sheaf. Let me see here. Hold on. Cyprus has become a popular destination for Israelis fleeing Israel from war. Yup, that's correct. And the Cypriots hate the Israelis, and they're tired of seeing them. And so the Israelis, they can try to escape to other countries as much as they want. wherever they go, wherever they're going to go, they're going to be hated. Wherever they go, they are going to be seen as a people who are fleeing a country that is committing genocide. Even if they come to America, even if they come to the United States, they are going to meet plenty of people who are going to see them as a people who have fled a war that their country unjustly started, the war with Iran. And they are going to be seen as a people who come from a country that is currently doing a genocide. Let's see here. It's true I live 5 minutes from Delaware. Yeah, you know it, right? You go to Delaware, you're out of there in 10 minutes, you're gone. I mean, you go through Delaware, you're like, oh, welcome to Delaware. Okay, goodbye. You're in Delaware. Welcome to Delaware. Where's the capital of Delaware? You're in it. Goodbye. See you later. 11,000 Israelis are homeless. Yeah, a lot of people are homeless because of what Iran did, because of the Iranian bombardment. And so if Iran just kept bombing the shit out of Israel, you would have a lot more homeless people, and it would have crippled Israel's economy. Hey, Ted, could you play some RE music in the background for a nice soothing ambient? Eventually, we will get to the Resident Evil music, absolutely. Right now, we're doing the elder. You know what? You know what? Let's do the Resident Evil stuff. I think the Resident Evil music is more fitting for the topic at hand. It's more fitting for the depressing topic that we are covering here. Let me find the Resident Evil music. Hold on. All right, let's play the Resident Evil music. Here we go. Let me know if the music is too low or too loud. It might be too loud. Classic Russian war of attrition. Putin should know Iran and Russia are facing the same enemy. To be fair, the Russians are modernizing their military, figuring out how warfare works. Yes, the Russians are learning from their mistakes, and they are going to continue to learn from their mistakes, and they are going to make their military stronger. And the Russians have some very scary weaponry, like the Oroshnik. And the Oroshnik, man, when the Russians fired that damn thing, it looked like freaking lightning bolts coming out of Zeus. It was pretty horrific. And the Americans are terrified of the Oroshnik. So, you ever wonder why the Americans stopped firing their what do you call it? Their Minutemen missiles? You ever wonder why the Americans stopped allowing the Ukrainians to fire those, what was it, American ballistic missiles? Do you ever wonder why the British stopped the Ukrainians from firing its British ballistic missile? It's because the Americans and the British saw the Oroshnik. They're terrified of the Oroshnik. It's the America is giving Israel the bare minimum the Zionists would accept. America screws over its own people. Yup. Aldo, in terms of attrition, they have trumped Ukraine 2 years ago. It's just NATO funds have kept the state afloat. Yup, that's right. That's correct. And so far, Donald Trump has not agreed to give any sort of new money to the Ukrainians. So we'll see. Ukraine is still living off of the agreement that was made between Biden and Zelensky. Turkey will deal with Israel. Should America say F it? I think America is going to abandon Israel. I think that when push comes to shove and Israel is in serious trouble in the future, I think that the Tuckerite ideology, the Tuckerite faction of American political discourse is going to be so dominating over American political dialogue. I think that the Tuckerite faction will be such a dominating faction in American society that the American government is going to say, sorry, Israel, we're done. Because there are going to be so many people flooding the American political spaces with rhetoric that says, no more wars for Israel, no wars for Israel. And this is going to become such a dominating creed in American politics that America is going to throw Israel under the bus. That's what's going to happen. And eventually Israel, and I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm not saying that I want this. But Israel is going to become a giant concentration camp. They are going to make Israel into one giant Auschwitz. Look at Gaza. What Israel is doing and has been doing to Gaza, or Azza as the Israelis call it. Israel is going to become that. Israel is going to become what they have made Gaza into. What they have made Gaza into is the future of Israel. So if you want an idea of how Israel is going to look like, look at Gaza. If you want a sample of how Israel is going to look at the damage that was inflicted on Israel by Iranian ballistic missiles. And yes, the areas that Iran hit with its ballistic missiles look a lot like Gaza. And there are parts of Israel that look a lot like Gaza. We are getting a sample of what is to come. Israel has 165.5 thousand active military personnel, including 126,000 ground army and 34,000 in the Air Force. Every week, United States provides Israel with $100 million worth of weapons. Well, there you go. Israel does have a very strong military, but it's going to lose in the end. I'm just saying. YouTube is censoring my opinion on why America bombed Iran. I don't know. Listen, YouTube is really weird. It has a really weird filter system when it comes to comments. So try to put your comments again, maybe word it a little bit differently, and then it'll come through. I'm not sure. Permit me to issue and control the money of a nation, and I care not who makes its laws. A noble Jew by the name of Rothschild. It happened. I can find the link. Oh, damn. Yet it happened. Yep, it happened in Arizona. They even interview the guy. He's a sick son of a bitch. A lot of Israelis don't care that what the world thinks of them because they have a U.S. versus them or us versus them. I thought you meant U.S. versus them. I guess you could say it's that as well. U.S. versus them. They just label you as anti-Semitic. Yep, and they have this huge sense of entitlement. It's unbelievable, the sense of entitlement that a lot of Israelis have. Speaking of the crucifixion, the guy was Belarusian, so it might be, okay, I already read this. He was planning to crucify 2 Catholic priests next. Israel already is terrible in terms of crimes against humanity. Pull up his interview. Did he say that he killed for Israel, this guy, or no? So much for being a follower of the gentle lamb. An extremist Zionist. I'm not saying anything here about him being a Zionist. Hold on a second. No, this guy is a Zionist, 100%. Nah, this dude's a Zionist, 100%. Look at this interview. Anyone that has Hebrew writing tattooed on their bodies is a Zionist. Anyone who puts Hebrew letters on their body is a fanatic for Israel. Just it's a given. Just come to that conclusion already. Let's see. So it says here.
Why?
There's 13 tribes of Israel. So what I wanted to do was execute and crucify 13 priests and put one of the tribes of Israel in each of their right ears, which I did with this priest. I put the tribe of Benjamin.
So when did this plan come to fruition? You're thinking about this, you want to carry out this hit list?
Holy shit, guys. This is way too disturbing. And to think people like this exist in America. Oh my god, dude. See, what did I tell you guys last stream? That America is a nation of crazy people. There's a lot of crazy people in America. America has a crazy person problem. And this has been quite evident for decades. Going all the way back to the 60s. I mean, America had so many serial killers in the 60s and 70s and 80s. America was a serial killer haven. And now you guys see, in real time, an example of what I'm talking about here. This is the American religious psychopath. And America is full of these religious psychopaths, full of these religious extremists. We bash Afghanistan for having the Taliban. America has its own Taliban. The right-wing, far-right, Zionistic, pro-Israel fanatic. And these people will kill for their religion. Not all of them, but a number of them will kill for their religion, as you can see right here. Here's an actual example of what I'm talking about. And this is what I mean by Christian Zionism leading to death and murder. If they're not murdering people themselves, Christian Zionists will cover up for mass murder. If you tell them about Israeli war crimes, they don't believe it. They'll deny it. If you give them the evidence, they will question the source. If you give them the source, they will say, well, you have to include the context. If you include the context, they will basically say that those Palestinians asked for it, and they will justify mass murder. So at the end of the day, these Christian Zionists embrace mass murder. And I know that they are people who are Christian Zionists who are truly naive, but at this point, people should know what's happening. And if they are of a good heart, if they have good intentions, they will see the error of their ways when someone sheds light on the darkness that they are following. But if they do not turn from the error of their ways after being told the truth, then I just wouldn't waste my time with them. It would be just throwing pearls before swine at that point.
Yes,
A hit list.
sure.
14 pastors.
That's right. Around the nation, to surround the nation.
How do you justify that? I mean, if you're killing somebody or multiple people attempted,
Okay, but
how does that work?
It's a commandment to rid Israel of evil. I've done this, I've been in and out of prison, so I know. I run the police probably 100 times in my life.
So you have zero remorse for this killing.
Not only do I have zero remorse, I plan on fulfilling what I started. Do I think I'm a monster? No. No. I see myself as more of like a saint. There's a commandment that if somebody's preaching that somebody other than God is God, we are to execute them and rid evil of Israel.
Oh, so he thinks America is Israel. I see. So he's like a Mormon.
That commandment.
Okay. So this is a demonic... I mean, this guy's obviously possessed. This is demonic possession, 100%. The fact that he has no remorse, the fact that he still justifies it, the fact that he says that he wants to continue on killing, these are all the signs of demonic influence and possession. And this is a sign of just a religious fanatic who is controlled by the diabolical. He is controlled and influenced by the diabolical realm. Let me look at your comments here. How many people are listening to this stream? Hold on. 46 people, not bad. Let's see here. I think that America did what it did to Iran to prevent Israel from getting us involved in their aspirations. I don't think that you're wrong. I think that, you see, and I kind of made a mistake when I was doing videos on this whole situation. I said that that America stabbed Iran in the back, and maybe that's true. But I think that it's more than likely that America truly wanted to negotiate some sort of an agreement with the Iranians. And because the Israelis have a history of having rage anytime America wants to do dialogue with one of its rivals, Israel, I mean, it makes sense that Israel wanted to just undermine the talks between the Americans and the Iranians, and so Israel just bombed Iran. Because it looks like the Americans wanted to have a negotiation with the Iranians. And so the Israelis not wanting this, the Israelis wanting a war with the Iranians, said, okay, we're going to bomb Iran, we're going to hit them, and the Americans are going to have to come to our defense. We're going to force the Americans, or we're going to push the Americans to get into a war with the Iranians, and we're going to start a war. And that's what the Israelis did. And the Israelis, as I have been saying for a long time, the Israelis have a history of screwing themselves over. They are like Judas. They have this grand plan to enrich themselves, and then they only end up destroying themselves in the end, just like Judas, just like Haman in the book of Esther. Israel is Judas. And so they have a very self-destructive tendency. But they don't think that they're self-destructive. They think that they're clever. Well, Judas thought he was quite clever because he thought, oh, I'm going to get all this silver. I'm going to get all these silver coins. And Judas ended up destroying himself. And so the Israelis are thinking, okay, well, we're going to force the Americans, because remember what happened. You had what was his name? Mike Waltz working with Netanyahu behind Donald Trump's back. And he was talking with Netanyahu about doing a coordinated strike against Iran. And then Trump fired Michael Waltz and said, nope, you were talking behind my back with Netanyahu. We know that Donald Trump told Netanyahu, listen, I do not want to get into a war with Iran. We have an interview with Donald Trump on Time magazine in which Donald Trump says, I will not allow Israel to drag the U.S. into a war. And then we have the fact that Donald Trump, his administration, was doing talks with the Iranians. And we know for a fact that the Israelis hated this. So the Israelis said, okay, we're going to undermine the talks. We're going to put an end to these talks. And so they bombed Iran, knowing that Iran was going to bomb Israel. And the whole idea was to pressure the Americans into a war. And what did the Americans do? They said, okay, we have the pro-Israel people in America who want us to go to war for Israel because they think that, well, we have to go to war for Israel because if we don't, God's not going to bless us, blah, blah, blah. So these guys are still a major constituency for the Republican Party, so we have to please this faction. But then we had the Tuckerite faction. This is the faction that is very critical of Israel. They don't want any wars, especially wars for Israel. We know for a fact that a dominating ideological position in American society is no more wars for Israel, no more wars for Israel. People are still traumatized from the Iraq War. The Iraq War was done due to lies and propaganda that were coming out of Israel or Israel's acolytes in the United States, the pro-Israel lobby. People believed those lies and they supported the Iraq War, and the Iraq War led us to a ginormous mess and a nightmare that we are still in. And so the American government knows, okay, if we go to war for Israel, we're going to lose a lot of favor from the people. The people are going to get pissed off at us. So we can't go into a full-out war with Israel. If we do not do anything against Iran, we're going to look weak. And the pro-Israel people are going to say, look, you're allowing Israel to be destroyed and you're doing nothing about it. So America found itself in a difficult predicament. Okay, we're going to hit these nuclear facilities under the ground, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan, and we're going to please the pro-Israel people, and then we can tell the Israelis to shut the hell up. And we can tell the Israelis, okay, we hit the Iranians, we hit their nuclear facilities, now stop it and behave. So America hits the nuclear facilities. America then says, okay, there's a ceasefire. Trump says there's a ceasefire. What happens literally a freaking hour after the ceasefire is declared, after the ceasefire is agreed upon? Israel starts playing games and starts to say, Iran broke the ceasefire. Iran broke the ceasefire. We're going to hit them hard. And you had that Israel Katz guy saying, we're going to hit the Iranians hard. And the Israelis were already talking about tearing the ceasefire apart. And so Donald Trump comes along and he says, Israel is screwing things up. And he said, Israel, you get those mother effing planes, those mother trucking planes, and you turn those damn things right back to Israel. Because if you hit Iran, it's going to be a violation of the ceasefire. And Trump said, please, Israel, do not violate the ceasefire. Now, you could say, well, that's an act, and Donald Trump and Netanyahu are playing good cop, bad cop. Maybe you're right. Maybe they are playing good cop, bad cop. But I have difficulty believing that Donald Trump wants to make himself look weak. And he wants to make himself look like he can't control Israel just to play this game of good cop, bad cop. Donald Trump heads the American empire. He represents the American empire. And the American empire does not want to look like it can't control Israel. The American empire doesn't want to look like it can't tell Israel what to do. It doesn't want to give off this image that Israel can just disobey America. So Donald Trump gets pissed off and he says, Israel, you better take those damn planes back to Israel. And then Donald Trump drops the F-bomb. And let me tell you guys something about the F-bomb. We're going to talk about the F-bomb here. The F-bomb that I'm going to make this argument. I'm going to make this argument, guys. The F-bomb that Donald Trump dropped on Israel, the F-bomb that Donald Trump dropped on Israel was bigger and louder than any freaking bomb that Trump dropped on Iran. His F-bomb that he dropped on Israel was bigger and louder than any one of those freaking bunker busters that were dropped on Iran. And why do I say this? Because for the first time in the history of the American-Israeli alliance, we have an American president who goes before the entire freaking globe and says Israel violated a ceasefire. Now, you can make the argument, and it'll be a very Weasley argument, but it'll be an argument nonetheless. You can make the argument and say, well, he did say that Iran broke the rules, but he mentioned Israel. Yes, if he had just said Iran violated the ceasefire and he made it out to be that Israel did no wrong, I wouldn't be telling you guys this stuff. I wouldn't. But the fact is, he said Israel violated the ceasefire. Yes, he did bring up Iran, but he said, I would be more upset with Israel if they did not turn their planes back to Israel, back to their home. Because he said they would, if they hit the Iranians, they will violate the ceasefire. And he said, I do not like what Israel did. They had 12 hours before the ceasefire was to take effect. And he said the Israelis dropped these giant loads on Iran. And he said that's not what you do before a ceasefire takes effect. And he was especially upset with the Israelis. And so because Donald Trump did that, now he just set a precedent. Donald Trump set a precedent. And what is that precedent? That precedent is a United States president declared before the entire world that Israel broke a ceasefire. Because listen, this wouldn't be the first time that Israel has broken a ceasefire. Israel has broken ceasefires in the past. For example, before Operation Cast Lead, the Israelis broke the ceasefire that they had with Hamas. Israel had a ceasefire with Hamas, and then Israel broke the ceasefire by assassinating Hamas officials. And then Hamas started firing rockets at Israel, and then Israel played the victim, and then Operation Cast Lead was commenced, and thousands of Gazans were killed. And there were a whole bunch of war crimes that were committed. That was in the Israel-Gaza war of, I want to say, 08 and 09. And then you had the ceasefire that was brokered by Steve Witkoff. Steve Witkoff said, okay, we have a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. And then there was an agreement that was done. There was a hostage deal, a hostage agreement that was made. And the first phase of the hostage agreement stipulated that Hamas was supposed to release hostages and that Israel was supposed to release Palestinian prisoners. And so Hamas released a whole bunch of Israeli hostages. And then Hamas said, okay, let's get into phase 2 of the ceasefire, because there were supposed to be 3 phases of the ceasefire agreement that was brokered by Steve Witkoff. Hamas released a whole bunch of hostages in phase 1. And then Hamas said, okay, let's get into phase 2. And then Israel says, I don't want to get into phase 2. I don't want to get into phase 2. And Hamas said, no, let's get into phase 2. And then as a good gesture, Hamas releases an American prisoner, an American hostage. Israel breaks the ceasefire and bombs Gaza anyway. So Israel doesn't give a shit about ceasefires. Israel hates ceasefires because Israel wants a reason to blow people up. Israel wants a reason to take over territory and to establish this idea of a Jewish empire. Now remember, the ancient Hasmonean kingdom, which is a big part of Israeli history, controlled Gaza. It invaded Gaza. And if you look at the story of the Hasmonean kingdom taking over Gaza, it's similar to what Netanyahu has been doing. The king of the Hasmoneans, King Alexander, he invaded Gaza, and the Gazans put up a really good fight, and the Gazans were refusing to surrender, and then the Gazans surrendered, and then King Alexander said, I come in peace, and then he butchered the inhabitants of Gaza. And eventually there was a civil war in Israel, and, well, it looks like history is rhyming, because what do we see? We see Netanyahu wanting to take over Gaza. He's not interested in ceasefires. He is interested in establishing empire. That is what Israel is interested in. And so we didn't, going back to Donald Trump's F-bomb, Donald Trump knows that Israel broke that ceasefire. Donald Trump and Steve Witkoff, they both know that Israel broke the ceasefire that Witkoff brokered between Israel and Hamas. But no American president, the American president didn't say anything. No American politician said anything about that. But now, for the first time, we see an American president saying Israel broke a ceasefire. So now in the future, the people who are critical of Israel can come out and say, even a president as Zionistic, as pro-Israel as Donald Trump admitted that Israel broke a ceasefire and that Israel doesn't know what the F it's doing. And years from now, we can hear someone. We're going to be hearing people saying things like, even a president as pro-Israel as Trump said that Israel violated a ceasefire and that Israel doesn't know what the F it's doing. Well, those words still ring true. I can see that happening. And so what we are seeing right now is the fault lines being activated between Israel and the United States. What we see happening, really, is the entire Jewish-American alliance is beginning to crack. And that F-bomb was just a little crack on the armor. It was a little tiny gap in the armor that was made. And eventually we're going to be seeing more and more cracks. Mark my words, we are going to be seeing more and more cracks. And as Tucker Carlson's way of thinking continues to dominate American society, as anti-Israel sentiment grows intensely in the Western world, we are going to be seeing that anti-Israel sentiment becoming more and more reflected in America's foreign policy, in America's attitude towards Israel, and we can expect to see more and more cracks forming on the American-Israeli alliance. And eventually, the American-Israeli alliance will be reduced to tatters. It'll be reduced to pieces. And the Americans are just going to throw Israel under the bus. That's what's going to happen. And one of the reasons as to why there is so much anti-Israel sentiment growing in both the United States and in the Western world is because of stories like this. Let's go back to the war crimes. Let's go back. And let's finish the rest of this article. So this soldier said, this is an Israeli soldier. This is not a Palestinian propagandist talking. You can't say it's Bollywood. You can't say it's Palestinian lies. You can't do that meme bullshit and say, oh, without lies, Islam dies. I'm not saying Islam is great, but you have people who keep repeating that meme and they have some weird-ass pro-Israel wackiness at the same time. Without lies, Islam dies. Like they're clever. Without lies, Israel dies also. Okay, this is the testimony of an Israeli soldier. This is what this Israeli soldier said. It's a killing field. It's a killing field. And he is describing what Israel has been doing outside of these food distribution centers. He said it's a killing field. People are just coming to get food. Bam, shot, 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 shot. People are starving, trying to get food for their children, for their families. Shot by snipers, shot by grenade launchers, killed by Israeli soldiers. I don't care what religion you are, Islam, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, whatever. You cannot say that this is just. You can't say this is justified and be righteous. It's impossible. It's a killing field. It's a dystopian nightmare. This is the Purge. This is Children of Men. This is Book of Eli level evil. It's a killing field, one soldier said. Where I was stationed, between 1 and 5 people were killed every day. They're treated like a hostile force. No crowd control measures, no tear gas, just live fire with everything imaginable. Heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars. Then, once the center opens, the shooting stops and they know they can approach. Our form of communication is gunfire. Is this humanitarianism? Communicating by gunfire? This is humanitarianism? Really? If this is the country that you're defending, then you're evil. If you're going to defend this, you're evil. If you're going to defend this in the name of God, in the name of, in the name of supporting Israel, well, you don't follow God. You worship Israel. You worship the Jewish race. You worship genes. You worship blood. That's your religion. Your religion is blood. And anytime people subscribe to a religion of race and tribe, they will always either participate and or defend mass murder. They will always either participate and or they will defend mass murder. And the Christian Zionists who worship Israel, they all defend mass murder. Because if you bring up these war crimes with them, they always say what? It didn't happen, or I questioned the source. And then if you prove to them emphatically that these are actually events that have happened, they will say, well, those Palestinians deserve it because they're all terrorists. The soldier added, we opened fire early in the morning. I mean, look how this guy talks. He's talking as if he's milking the cows in the morning. Well, we opened fire early in the morning. First thing in the morning. We love the smell of roasted Palestinians. We love the smell of burning flesh. First thing in the morning, we open fire. First thing in the morning, I just get the milk from the cows, udder. Milk the cows, everyone. First thing in the morning, I feed the pigs. First thing in the morning, I feed the chickens. First thing in the morning, I harvest the tomatoes and I harvest the corn. First thing in the morning. We open fire. First thing in the morning. If someone tries to get in line from a few hundred meters away, and sometimes we just charge at them from close range, but there's no danger to the forces, according to him. I'm not aware of a single, now look what this guy says. I'm not aware of a single instance of return fire. There's no enemy, no weapons. This Israeli soldier is saying that there's no threat. This is not a gun battle. Now, if there's listen, if they're there at the food distribution centers, right, and the people are coming to get their stuff, to get their food, and then all of a sudden some Hamas terrorists are in the crowd and they start shooting, then yeah, I can understand a gunfight breaking out. I can understand some people, some civilians being killed because they're in the middle of a gunfight and the Israelis can't aim straight because they're in the middle of a gunfight. Their adrenaline is rushing. They can't fully focus. It's a heat of the moment sort of situation. I can understand that. It'll be a tragedy, but I can understand that. There are moments, for example, I saw a video of a woman who had a knife in her hand. She was clearly possessed. She had a knife in her hand, and she had a baby on the other hand. You can actually see this on a police body cam footage on YouTube. She had a knife in her hand, and she was holding a baby. And she was charging at the officer. And she was getting really close. And she was less than an inch away from striking distance at the officer. And everyone knows, listen, you get one strike with a sharp knife to the jugular vein, to a vital artery, you're dead. It's your life. So the officer did what he had to do. He shot at the woman. Now he killed the baby in the process. He killed the woman also. He got rid of the threat. Was it a tragedy that that baby was killed? Yes. But am I going to sit there and say that officer murdered that baby? No. I'm going to say that officer had to do what he had to do to protect himself and to preserve his life, because that officer got a family. That officer has a wife and kids that he wants to go home to. I don't blame the officer. At the end of the day, the murderer of that baby was that woman. At the end of the day, that's who the murderer was. I can understand that situation. But that's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening here. What's happening here is people are starving. They're coming to food distribution centers to get food, and they're getting killed. These are not people who have weapons. These are not people who are firing at the soldiers. These aren't people who are laying IEDs out. These aren't people who are trying to ambush officers. These are people who are trying to get food, and they're being slaughtered for it. That's what's happening. And the reason why the Israelis are doing this is because they are trying to fulfill what Mr. Gallant said. What Mr. Gallant said he wanted to make Gaza into. Mr. Gallant said that he wanted to make Gaza completely unlivable. And that's what Israel is trying to do. They're trying to make life in Gaza so miserable that people are going to want to leave. And the Israelis can say, these people want to leave. You know, what Hamas did was so terrible. These people are miserable. Let's help them. Let's help them leave. And they want to ethnically cleanse the land so they can take the land for this aspiration of establishing Jewish empire. That's what's happening. They want to commit genocide and ethnic cleansing. And if that means doing mass deportations, or if that means doing mass murder, they don't give a damn. This is an ideology that we are dealing with. This has nothing to do with fighting terrorism. This has nothing to do with fighting terrorists. This has absolutely nothing to do with national security. How does killing someone who's trying to get a freaking bowl of rice have anything to do with national security? It has fuck all to do with national security. This is just a desire for murder through and through, and that's it. That's all this is. That's all this is, because there is an ideology, and the ideology is one of Jewish supremacy. The Jewish race is superior to the Goyim. The Jewish race is superior to the non-Jew. The Jewish race is chosen by God to control this land, and no one else can live here. That is the ideology that we're dealing with here. And if a Hosperus comes out and says, well, but we got 2 million Arabs living in Israel. Yeah, those 2 million Arabs were allowed to live in Israel by people who don't have a fanatic ideology. They were allowed to live in Israel by people who did not have this fanatical ideology. My point is that this fanatical ideology is rising up to the point where enough people in Israel are saying that they want to deport the Palestinian Israelis. They want to deport the Israeli Arabs. They are already too many people in Israel who want to deport all the Arabs out of Israel. And so what's going to happen when those fanatics become the dominating power in Israel? The genocidal desire is not going to stop with just the Palestinians of Gaza. The genocidal drive, the genocidal ideology is not going to stop being imposed with just the Gazans. It's not going to stop with just the Palestinians of the West Bank. It eventually is going to be applied to the Arabs of Israel. And that argument that the Hosperus love to utilize that says, well, we have 2 million Arabs, that's not going to fly anymore. Because eventually the genocidal fanatics are going to become powerful enough where they are going to want to implement genocide and or ethnic cleansing on the Arab Israelis. You see? So it says here, he also said that the activity in his area of service is referred to as Operation Salted Fish, the name of the Israeli version of the children's game Red Light, Green Light. So they are sadistically naming this operation after a children's game that we in America call Red Light, Green Light, Red Light, Green Light. So you say green light and the children run. Red light, the children have to stop. That's the game, right? We played that game growing up. Red light, green light, red light, green light. Well, they played this game in Israel. And they're naming their operation in which they slaughter people who are trying to get food to feed their starving bellies and their starving kids. Red light, green light. So they're saying, okay, well, they're running to get the food. Red light, boom, 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 boom. Green light, okay, you guys can get food now. Do you see how cynical and evil this is? IDF officers told Haaretz that the army does not allow the public in Israel or abroad to see footage of what takes place around the food distribution sites. Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why the Israelis don't want any sort of media in Gaza. They always say, well, Piers Morgan always makes this point. He says, you guys aren't allowing journalists to enter Gaza. You guys aren't allowing journalists to have entry into Gaza. Why not? The media needs to see what's happening. The world needs to see what's happening. Why aren't you allowing journalists into Gaza? And the Israelis always say, oh, because we care for the safety of the press, of the journalists. No, they freaking don't. They don't give a shit. They don't give a damn about about the safety of journalists. They kill journalists in Gaza. They've killed journalists in the past. And no, not all the journalists that Israel has killed has been Palestinian. Not all the journalists who Israel has killed have been Palestinian journalists. There was even a Jewish British guy whose last name was Miller. I don't remember his first name, but his last name was Miller. And Mr. Miller was working on a documentary on Gaza, and they found him dead. And it turned out that he was killed by Israel. So the Israelis don't give a shit about journalists. They've killed aid workers as well. So that's all bullshit when they say, oh, well, we really care about the safety of the journalists. No, they don't want the world seeing what they're doing. And then they'll say, oh, well, we had Douglas Murray in Israel. Really? You had Douglas Murray, some freaking homosexual Zionist from the UK. Of course you allow that guy in because he's never going to criticize Israel. And his only criticism of Israel is that Israel isn't being violent enough. Oh, yeah, and that's another thing that these pro-Israel people love to do. They love to say, oh, no, I don't believe Israel is exempt from criticism. I criticize Israel all the time. Really, what's your criticism of Israel? Well, they're not fanatic enough. They're not doing the job. They're not finishing the job. They're not fulfilling the final solution of the palace. Okay, so they're not fanatical enough for you, right? You see how sick these people are? I mean, they're so, like, guys, it's exhausting dealing with them. It is so exhausting dealing with pro-Israel people, especially pro-Israel Christians. It's exhausting dealing with them. Well, the Bible says that we must bless Israel. Okay, how do you know that by Israel, the Bible is talking about the actual modern-day state of Israel? Well, because it says Israel right there. You see? Right there, it says Israel. It says it. That's Israel. That's that little strip of land on the map in the Levant, in the Levantine region of the Middle East. It's right there. So they have this insane, mentally ill, literalistic way of looking at the Bible. Well, guess what? So by Israel, it's talking about the actual land, and it's talking about the modern day state of Israel. So why wasn't Moses allowed to enter the promised land? Why wasn't Moses allowed to enter the promised land? I mean, if the land was promised to all of the children of Abraham, that means the land is promised to all the Jews, right? All of the Hebrews, all the people who have the blood of Jacob running through their veins. They are children of the promise, and that means that they are promised the land of Israel. That means that they all have the right to go to Israel, and we have to support them. Well, freaking Moses wasn't allowed to enter Israel. They say, oh, well, God is a Zionist. God is a Zionist. God is a Zionist. He didn't even allow Moses to enter Israel. Moses, the father of the whole Jewish law code, the whole Jewish code of law, the father of Jewish law, Moses himself, was not allowed to enter the land of Israel. Why wasn't he allowed to enter the land of Israel if Israel is promised to all of the Jews? Well, because he disobeyed God. Oh, I see. So what matters at the end of the day is obeying God. And so what makes someone a true child of Abraham is obeying God. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that it has nothing to do with blood and has everything to do with a spiritual condition? Israel is a state of mind. It's a state of mind. The land belongs to them. The land, what Moses himself was blocked. The biggest figure in all of Jewish history, Moses, was prevented from entering the land of Israel by God himself. Okay. Let's continue reading this, guys. We got the Resident Evil playing in the back. Let's calm down. Let's calm down, all right? IDF officers told Haaretz that the army does not allow the public in Israel or abroad to see footage of what takes place around the food distribution sites. According to them, the army is satisfied that the GHF's operations have prevented a total collapse of international legitimacy for continuing the war. They believe the IDF has managed to turn Gaza into a backyard, especially since the war with Iran began. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. Gaza doesn't interest anyone anymore, said a reservist who completed another round of duty in the northern strip this week. It's become a place with its own set of rules. The loss of human life means nothing. It's not even an unfortunate incident, like they used to say. So they don't, oh my God, dude, this is Book of Eli level evil. If you have not seen the movie, The Book of Eli, I recommend it. I highly recommend that everyone watch that film. It's a beautiful movie. This is Book of Eli level evil. Human life means nothing. They can kill who they want. No one does a damn thing. Rules are not imposed. Law is not applied. Justice is not observed. They don't give a damn. And this reservist is saying it's become a place with its own set of rules. Do you guys know what that is? That's called anarchy. So the IDF has established a lawless society in Gaza. They have created a lawless society where they can kill and loot and do whatever the hell they want. And there's no rules that are applied. There's no justice that is observed. There's no authority that is imposed. An officer serving in the security detail of a distribution center described the IDF's approach as deeply flawed. Quote, working with a civilian population when your only means of interaction is opening fire, that's highly problematic, to say the least, he told Haaretz. And you know what? Thank God for these soldiers telling Haaretz what's happening, because if it weren't for them, then there will be no way that we could tell people, hey, the truth is being testified by Israelis themselves. We would be limited by just the eyewitness accounts of Palestinians. And then the other side could make the argument and say, well, those Palestinians are biased. Those Palestinians hate Israel. Don't you know those Palestinians are anti-Semitic? They're going to make up all sorts of lies. Now I can say, now the world can say to the Hosperist, now the world can declare to the Israeli propagandist, now the world can exclaim to the Christian Zionist, that the testimony of these war crimes is coming out of the mouths of Israelis themselves. That they are Israelis who are sick of this stuff, who are disgusted. They are Israelis who are themselves disgusted with what Israel has been doing in Gaza. And now their testimony is there to attest to what has been happening and to what is still happening. Their testimony is there to prove what is happening. Their testimony, their recounting of these events is there to testify to what is happening. And now it's undeniable. Now there's no room for people to deny that this is happening. Now the Hosperus can't say, oh, it's just Hamas that's doing it. We would never do this. They can't do it. And now, when people are debating this on the Piers Morgan show or on another platform, the people who are critical of Israel in these debates can say, Haaretz did an article in which they presented the testimony of soldiers, declaring, recounting that they themselves saw these atrocities, recounting that they themselves received the order to shoot at unarmed civilians looking for food. And what are the Hosperus going to say? What's going to be the argument? What's going to be the counter argument out of the mouths of the Hosperus? Oh, it's Hamas. You can't use that argument anymore. You can't. That argument has been exhausted to death. That is a horse that has been beaten to death. You can't beat that horse anymore. That's it. It doesn't work. The pro-Israel Hosperus position is a dying, losing position, especially with evidence like this. It's neither, so this soldier goes on to tell Haaretz, it's neither ethically nor morally acceptable for people to have to reach or fail to reach a humanitarian zone under tank fire, snipers, and mortar shells. You see how crazy this is? The officer explained that the security on the sites is organized into several tiers. Inside the distribution centers and the corridor leading to them are American workers, and the IDF is not permitted to operate in that space. A more external layer is made up of Palestinian supervisors, some of them armed and affiliated with the Abu Shabaab militia. Now, what did I say before in a prior video? I said it is possible that the people who are doing the killing of these poor people who are there looking for food are simply members of the ISIS-affiliated group Abu Shabab, who is currently being backed by the Israeli government. And there is a video that you can see. It's from drone footage in which you can see a man with an AK-47 opening fire on Palestinians. The Israelis presented that video and they said, "You see, this is Hamas doing the shooting." But I saw that video and I said, it's possible that that shooter is a member of Abu Shabab. Because Abu Shabab has been at these distribution centers or outside of these distribution centers, and they are backed by Israel, and they are operating in areas controlled by Israel, and these food distribution centers are on areas controlled by Israel. So it would make sense that at least some of the killings have been done by Abu Shabab. And I've said this a couple of times already. So it looks like that this is actually the case to a certain extent. The IDF security perimeter includes tanks, snipers, and mortars whose purpose, according to the officer, is to protect those present and ensure the aid distribution can take place. At night, we open fire to signal to the population that this is a combat zone and they mustn't come near, the officer said. Once, he recounted, the mortars stopped firing and we saw people starting to approach. So we resumed fire to make it clear they weren't allowed to. In the end, one of these shells landed on a group of people. These people are starving. These people are desperate. They're walking tens of miles to get to these zones. You have people coming into tens of thousands to these distribution centers just to find food for themselves and for their kids. Of course, these people are going to be panicky. Of course, these people are going to be desperate. Of course, these people are going to be coming super duper early, because if they don't come early enough, they're going to be told that they have to go back home because all the food has been taken already. You're dealing with extremely desperate people who have been suffering under bombardment and constant war for 20 plus months. What do you expect? There has to be a better way to deal with a panicky crowd of people than freaking just opening fire on them. In other cases, he said, we fired machine guns from tanks and threw grenades. There was one incident where a group of civilians was hit while advancing under the cover of fog. It wasn't intentional, but these things happen. Let me see if I can make this text a little bit bigger. Hold on. That's better. He noted that there were also casualties and injuries among IDF soldiers in these incidents. A combat brigade doesn't have the tools to handle a civilian population in a war zone. Firing mortars to keep hungry people away is neither professional nor humane. I know there are Hamas operatives among them, but there are also people who simply want to receive aid. As a country, we have a responsibility to ensure that that happens safely, the officer said. The officer pointed to another issue with the distribution centers, their lack of consistency. Residents don't know when each center will open, which adds to the pressure on the sites and contributes to harm to civilians. So they don't even have a set schedule. People are told right before the place opens, hey, we're going to be open at this time, so you better hurry up. And this adds to the panickiness. This adds to the desperation. This adds to the intensity in which these people are coming to these food distribution centers. And so these people are panicky, they're desperate, they're starving, and then the Israeli soldiers can say, oh, well, they were just rushing us. They were so desperate, we had to kill them. And you have IDF soldiers who know better, and they're saying, no, what's happening is evil. And thank God for these soldiers who are giving us their testimonies, because if it weren't for these testimonies, then we would be just left with the Palestinian testimonies. And if we were to try to just use the Palestinian testimonies, then the other side, the Hosperas, could then say, well, all those Palestinians are liars. But no, these are Israeli soldiers. They can't use that argument anymore. They can't. So it says here, I don't know who's making the decisions, but we give instructions to the population and then either don't follow through with them or change them, he said. Earlier this month, there were cases where we were notified a message had gone out saying the center would open in the afternoon, and people showed up early in the morning to be first in line for food. Because they arrived too early, the distribution was canceled that day. So if they come too late, it's too late, there's no food. If they come too early, they're told, sorry, you have to go back home. It's cynical. to say the least. It truly is cynical, guys. And it's just sad. According to accounts from commanders and fighters, the IDF was supposed to maintain a safe distance from Palestinian population areas and food distribution points. However, the actions of the forces on the ground do not align with the operational plan. So the IDF soldiers, these IDF units are just breaking the rules. They're supposed to stay a certain distance away from Palestinian population areas. They are supposed to stay a certain distance away from the food distribution centers, but they're not. They're getting very close to the Palestinians who are coming to get their food. Today, now look at what it says here. Now this is really evil. Today, any private contractor working in Gaza with engineering equipment receives 5,000, roughly $1,500 shekels for every house they demolish, said a veteran fighter. They're making a fortune. From their perspective, any moment where they don't demolish houses is a loss of money, and the forces have to secure their work. So you have these contractors that are working with the Israeli government, and their job is to demolish homes in Gaza. So they're always looking for stuff to demolish. So they're constantly going to these Palestinian homes and just demolishing them so they can get their money. They can get their 5,000 shekels a house. That's what they want. So then what do? These private contractors go right to the crowd of Palestinians who are trying to get food, and these contractors have IDF soldiers guarding them. So the contractors get very close to the Palestinian crowds. The Palestinian crowds are very desperate for food. And then these IDF soldiers say, okay, well, we're trying to protect these contractors. This crowd's too close, even though it's the contractors who are getting too close and not the other way around. And so these IDF soldiers just open fire and kill a bunch of Palestinians in the name of protecting the contractors. I mean, it is so utterly dystopian. Private contractors coming into Gaza to demolish homes for 5,000 shekels a house. They're desperate for money, or they're very greedy for money, I should say. And because of their greed, they want to just keep demolishing houses every single day. They want to demolish as many homes as possible. So they get right up to where the Palestinians are waiting to get their food. And the IDF has to guard the contractors, and the crowd is very desperate, and so the IDF just opens fire in the name of protecting these private contractors. It's just, it's sickening. It's so sickening. And this IDF soldier says they're making a fortune. From their perspective, any moment where they don't demolish houses is a loss of money, blah, blah, blah. As a result, the fighter added, the contractors' demolition campaign brings them, along with their relatively small security details, close to distribution points or along the routes used by aid trucks. Let me make sure you guys can read this. In order for the contractors to protect themselves, a shooting incident breaks out and people are killed, he said. These are areas where Palestinians are allowed to be. So the Palestinians are following the rules. They're there to get the food. The contractors go right up to where the crowds are, and the IDF soldiers are nearby, and the IDF soldiers will shoot at the crowd and kill people in the name of protecting the contractors. All the while, the Palestinians are being killed while following the rules. Do you see what's happening here? You see the dystopian nightmare this is? These are areas where Palestinians are allowed to be. We're the ones who moved closer and decided they endangered us. This is what this Israeli soldier is saying here. So for a contractor to make another 5,000 shekels and take down a house, it's deemed acceptable to kill people who are only looking for food. I want to see the Hosperis defend this evil. Where are the pro-Israel people? We get them every week. Where are the pro-Israel people? Where are the Israel worshippers? Where are they? I'm surprised they're not here today. We get them all the time. They're not here, right? Why not, I wonder? Oh, I wonder. Maybe it's because there's nothing to defend anymore. Maybe that's the reason why they're not here. Okay. A senior officer whose name repeatedly comes up in testimonies about the shootings near aid sites is Brigadier General Yehuda Vach. This guy's a psychopath, by the way. So this guy, Yehuda Vach, he loves war crimes and he loves killing Palestinians. He loves killing people. He loves it. This guy was the one who was in charge of setting up the kill zones in the Netstream corridor. So I'll explain this again. So the Netstream corridor used to have all these kill zones. And the kill zones were made in a way where if a Gazan civilian went past a particular invisible, arbitrarily made line, the order was to kill that civilian. And tons of civilians were killed in this manner. And the policy stated, the protocol was that if anyone passes this invisible, arbitrarily made line that literally changed at a daily basis, the order was it was open season on that civilian. You had to kill that civilian either by sniping him or by hitting him with a drone or what have you. And the line was arbitrary. The line was invisible. It's not like they made these big old barriers and said, hey, anyone who passes this barrier will be considered an enemy. That's not what was happening. That is not what was happening in the Netstream corridor. What was happening was invisible, arbitrarily made lines, and the distance of these lines would change at times at a daily basis. So one day the line would be this many meters, and then on another day, the line would be a different measurement, a different number of meters. It would just change depending on what Mr. Vach wanted. And so if some poor soul just happened to walk past one of these lines and no one else could see, they were dead. And so this Yehuda Vach guy is now, oh my God, dude. It's so obvious that they want to murder civilians. The same guy who was setting up the freaking kill zones in the Netstream corridor is the same guy who's in charge of the IDF zones outside of the food distribution centers. And so what the hell do you think this guy is going to do? He's going to find reasons to kill people. He's going to look for ways, he's going to look for pretext or come up with pretext to justify more atrocities. Why am I not surprised? This is not shocking. So it says here, a senior officer whose name repeatedly comes up in testimonies about the shootings near aid sites is Brigadier General Yehuda Vach, commander of the IDF's Division 252. Haaretz previously reported how Vach turned the Netstream corridor into a deadly rout, endangered soldiers on the ground, and was suspected of ordering the destruction of a hospital in Gaza without authorization. Now, an officer in the division says Vach decided to disperse gatherings of Palestinians waiting for UN aid trucks by opening fire. This is Vach's policy, the officer said, but many of the commanders and soldiers accepted it without question. The Palestinians are not supposed to be there, so the idea is to make sure they clear out, even if they're just there for food. And according to Mr. Vach, all Palestinians are terrorists. This is what he tells his soldiers. All Palestinians are terrorists, all Gazans are terrorists, and Gaza belongs to the Jewish people. This is part of his ideology. So these Palestinians don't even belong there. They don't even deserve to live there. So might as well just kill them, according to Mr. Vach. And there is an ideology behind all this. There is a racialist supremacist ideology that is used as a foundation for this type of atrocious behavior. And if you want to get an idea of this ideology, just look at what Rabbi Judah Loeb wrote. Rabbi Judah Loeb is one of the major figureheads of modern day Jewish thought. He was a major Jewish scholar back in the, I want to say, 16th century. And Judah Loeb, Rabbi Judah Loeb, he is known as the Maharal. He is known collectively in the Jewish world as the Maharal. So when you read Jewish writings and they say, well, according to the Maharal, this is like when Catholics say, according to the Summa. According to the Summa Theologica, and when a Catholic says according to the Summa, what they're saying is according to St. Thomas Aquinas. So when a Jewish scholar says according to the Maharal, which sounds like something out of Hindustan, to be honest with you, but when they say according to the Maharal, what they're actually saying is according to Rabbi Judah Loeb. Well, according to Rabbi Judah Loeb, it is permissible to massacre civilians in a war. In fact, according to Rabbi Judah Loeb, it is permissible to lie to civilians to make it seem that you are going to make a treaty with the civilian population, and then bring the guard down of the civilian population, bring the civilian population's guard down in order to easily butcher them. This is what Rabbi Judah Loeb teaches. I'm not joking. This is what he teaches. He teaches that it is permissible to lie to a civilian population whose country you are at war with, to bring their guard down so you can exterminate them. And Judah Loeb uses a biblical story to justify this. He uses the massacre of the Shechemites to justify this. What happened in Shechem? It's in the book of Genesis. Jacob and his sons go into a Canaanite territory known as Shechem. Then what happened was the daughter of Jacob, Dinah, gets raped by the prince of Shechem. His name was Shechem ben Hamor. And the prince of Shechem falls in love with Dinah. He wants to marry her. The sons of Jacob say, okay, we'll allow you to marry our sister, but you and your people have to convert to our religion, which means all of you have to be circumcised. So they all agree to get circumcised. And then all of the men of Shechem are circumcised, or most of them are circumcised. And because they're circumcised, there's no way they can defend themselves. They are completely fatigued and exhausted, and they're in pain. And then so the two sons of Jacob, or two of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, decide to take up their swords and to go from house to house to house and butcher all of the men of Shechem, all of the men who were circumcised. And they exterminate much of the male population of Shechem. Well, because of this, Jacob laid a curse on Simeon and Levi. And he said, let not my soul be in the company of Simeon and Levi. That's a curse. You have to be extremely evil for your father to tell you that on his last dying moments, on his last dying breaths. Jacob put a curse on Levi, and he said, let not my soul be in the company of Levi for the murder that he committed. There was a curse that was laid upon Levi for his mass murder. But what did the modern thinkers of Judaism do? They took that story and they defied Jacob. And they said that Jacob was wrong, effectively saying that God himself was wrong. And they said Simeon and Levi were correct. And this is what Rabbi Judah Loeb did. This is what the Maharal did. He said that the Shechemites deserved to be killed, and that what Simeon and Levi did was permissible in Jewish law, which means that it is permissible, according to the Maharal, according to Rabbi Judah Loeb, it is permissible to lie to a civilian population, make them think that you are their friend, make them think that you're going to be friends with them, and that peace has been settled, and that a peace agreement has been agreed upon, in order to bring their guard down and slaughter them. And this is the religious foundation for the current actions that we have seen coming out of Israel. This is why, for example, the Israelis broke the ceasefire with the PLO, with the Palestinians, in 1982. There was during the Lebanese Civil War, there was a peace treaty that was agreed upon between the PLO and Israel's proxy, the Phalangists. The Phalangists were Catholic nationalists in Lebanon who were bent on fulfilling this aspiration of making a racially pure Lebanon that would be solely Phoenician, and therefore they wanted to purge the Palestinians out of Lebanon. So they did massacres of Palestinians. Palestinians did wrong as well, but that does not mean that these Phalangists were good people. They weren't good people. They were evil. Eventually, there was a ceasefire that was agreed upon. It was brokered by the United Nations, and it was agreed upon between the Israel-backed Phalangist and the PLO. The PLO agreed to leave the refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila, the Palestinian refugee camps of Sabra and Shatila in Lebanon. The PLO left those camps, as was per their agreement. They were fulfilling their end of the bargain. And what did Israel do after the PLO left? Israel and its bloodthirsty Catholic nationalist proxy, the Phalangist, said, oh, there's no PLO left in the camps. Now is the time to butcher those people. And the Israelis put the IDF soldiers around the camps so as to prevent people from leaving the camps. And the Israelis watched as for 3 days, the Phalangists butchered, raped, and pillaged the Palestinians of Sabra and Shatila. And that was after the Palestinians had made an agreement. And they broke the agreement. Catholics claiming to be followers of Jesus and having the Virgin Mary on their freaking machine guns broke a covenant. They broke a ceasefire. They were covenant breakers. And while claiming to be followers of Christ and his church, they raped, butchered, and pillaged for 3 days. And the Israelis watched the whole thing happening. And they supported it. And Ariel Sharon supported it. And according to the law of the Maharal, according to the Jewish jurisprudence of Rabbi Judah Loeb, who Jewish scholars today still follow, that was completely permissible. Covenant breakers. Covenant breakers. But they say that this is A-okay. Do you see? It's completely sickening. So they can make a ceasefire, they can break it. They made a ceasefire with Hamas, and then what happened? In 2008, Israel broke the ceasefire, assassinated a whole bunch of Hamas officials. Hamas fired rockets, and Israel said, oh my God, look at what they're doing. Oh, they bombed the shit out of Gaza and they committed war crimes. And according to Rabbi Judah Loeb, who Israeli Jewish scholars today still quote when they're justifying atrocities, it is permissible to annihilate an entire civilian population. You want to talk about taqiyya? You want to talk about Muslim lying? Yeah, sure. Lying is okay in Islam. It's okay also in Judaism. It's okay to lie in order to backstab and break covenants. It's okay to lie in order to bring the guard of your enemy down so you can later exterminate a civilian population. And you have, and I looked into this, I was looking at this stuff last night, you have Israeli Jewish publications writing, is it okay to kill civilians? Well, according to Rabbi Judah Loeb, it's totally kosher. Totally kosher. Let's continue reading about this dystopia nightmare. I had difficulty reading this stuff earlier today, I'll be honest with you guys. Now, an officer in the division says Vach decided to disperse... Okay, I already read this. Vach's division is not the only one operating in the area. It's possible that other officers also gave orders to fire at people seeking aid. A reserve tank soldier who recently served with Division 252 in northern Gaza, confirmed the reports and explained the IDF's deterrence procedure for dispersing civilians who gather in violation of military orders. The teenagers, waiting for the trucks, hide behind dirt mounds and rush them as they pass or stop at distribution points, he said. We usually see them from hundreds of meters away. It's not a situation where they pose a threat to us. In one incident, the soldier was instructed to fire a shell toward a crowd gathered near the coastline. Technically, it's supposed to be a warning fire, either to push people back or stop them from advancing, he said. But lately, firing shells has just become standard practice. Every time we fire, there are casualties and deaths, and when someone asks why a shell is necessary, there's never a good answer. Sometimes merely asking the question annoys the commanders. God forbid you ask just questions. God forbid you ask legitimate questions. Hey, what the hell is the purpose of firing live ammunition into a starving crowd of people? Oh, don't ask questions. Oy vey, don't ask me questions. Don't ask me questions. Wasting money. Time is money. Fire the gun, Moshe. Live ammunition. It's kosher. Rabbi Judah Loeb told us it's kosher. It's kosher. Don't ask questions, damn it. Don't think for yourself. You see, this is why this is why pure collectivism is dangerous. You have these trad Catholic types who talk about, oh, collectivism, individualism is wrong, individualism is evil. Listen, pure individualism is evil. Pure collectivism is also very problematic. Why do I say that? Because of situations like this. If everyone has this purely collectivist way of thinking, you know what that means? Don't ask questions. Conform to everything you're told. Do not discriminate when obeying orders. Indiscriminately follow orders. Just have a pure obeisance to your masters. Don't question anything. Follow all orders. Don't question anything. They have it's this crazy imperial Japanese way of thinking. Yeah, go into Nanking and just bayonet everyone to death. Really, bayonet everyone? Yes, it's for the emperor. Banzai. It's for the great Nippon. Banzai. Yes. Kamikaze yourself. Bayonet 100,000 people. Use rape as a weapon. The emperor says it's okay. The emperor says that doing these things is for the glory of the great Nippon and for the glory of the emperor, blah, blah, blah. And no one, almost nobody in the Imperial Japanese military questioned a damn thing. Follow Hitler. Hitler is the great leader. That means kill these people in the camps. These people, yeah, kill them. They're our enemies. That's extreme collectivism. You have to have a balance between individualism and collectivism so that when evil is demanded, people can think about it and say, wait a second, this is wrong. Really, you actually don't need a balance between individualism and collectivism. At the end of the day, all you really need is a moral compass. That's what you need. You need a moral compass. So that way, when you are told to do something collectively, you can say, okay, is this right? Well, it's right. Okay, fine. Follow through with it. Is this wrong? Is it wrong to fire live ammo into a crowd of starving freaking people? Is it wrong to fire live ammunition at a crowd of starving people who are following the rules because we have some private contractors who don't want to be around desperate, starving Palestinians because they want to demolish homes for 1,500 USD a day or 1,500 USD a house? Obviously, it's wrong. Obviously, it's morally bankrupt. Obviously, it's evil. You have to have a moral compass for these things. Anyway, so it says here, in that case, some people began to flee after the shell was fired. And according to the soldier, other forces subsequently opened fire on them. So let's read this again, guys. This is so nightmarish. Some people begin to flee after the shell was fired. Okay, so they'll argue, oh, well, you know, it's a warning fire. We're not trying to kill people. It's a warning fire. We want to disperse the crowd. We want to get the crowd to get away from us. So we fire a warning shot. Okay, so it's a warning fire. It's a warning shot. Okay, but look what it says here. Some people began to flee after the shell was fired. Okay, that should be the end of it, right? If it's a warning shot, it should have stopped right there. No. And according to the soldier, other forces subsequently opened fire on them. So they fire the shell, people are running, and then you have IDF soldiers shooting at them, not over them, not above their heads, shooting directly at them as they're trying to run away. If it's meant to be a warning shot and we see them running back to Gaza, why shoot at them, he asked, which is a very legitimate question. Why are we shooting at people as they're running away? Sometimes we're told they're still hiding, and we need to fire in their direction because they haven't left. But it's obvious they can't leave if the moment they get up and run, we open fire. Oh, they're still on the ground. And I know what this guy is describing. He's talking about when, and you can see this on footage, actually. You can see this in footage online. You can see footage of Palestinians laying low as you can hear the Israeli gunfire. You can hear the gunfire, and you can see the Palestinians laying low. The reason why they're laying low is because they don't want to get shot. And so they know if they get up, they get shot. So what is the point? And then these Israeli commanders will say, well, you have to keep firing because they're hiding. Well, what's the point of firing at these people if they're hiding? If when they get up, they're going to get killed. So it's a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation. You're damned if you don't run. You're damned if you run. You're damned if you hide. You're damned if you try to unhide yourself. Which leads us to the only conclusion for this entire equation, and that is the purpose is murder. The purpose is not to fight terrorists in this case. The purpose is just pure, first-degree, premeditated murder. That's it. And there's a video you can see, if you want to watch it. Okay, let's just take a look.
So what we are seeing in the horizon is Israel. And here,
let's watch from the beginning.
So what we are seeing in the horizon is Israel, and here we are seeing crowds of people waiting for the aid trucks to enter, and who knows if gonna enter or not. Like, people are waiting here for hours, not like expecting the aid to enter at any moment, but no guarantees. Okay, I'm getting closer, and I can hear the gunshots very clearly.
And you can hear the gunfire. And by the way, that's the same gunfire that I heard in a previous video that was reviewed by an expert on gunfire, who said that that gunfire is consistent with an Israeli machine gun that would be stationed on top of an Israeli Merkava tank. You can hear it again.
Gunshots very clearly. Getting closer.
Right here, you can, right there.
Okay.
That gunfire is consistent with Israeli gunfire. That's an Israeli machine gun being fired. Again, the evidence is there. War crimes, at this point, war crimes are undeniable. They're absolutely undeniable. The soldier said, this has become routine. So the killing of these people is routine. You know it's not right. You feel it's not right. And I like this guy's choice of words. You know it's not right. You feel in your own soul that this ain't right. That the commanders here are taking the law into their own hands. But Gaza is a parallel universe. You move on quickly. The truth is, most people don't even stop to think about it. So these soldiers are just killing people. And they know it's wrong, but they keep on going because they're just following orders. Now, when the bombardment of Gaza first began, I was defending Israel. For those of you who have been watching this stream consistently, for those of you who have been watching my videos consistently, you will know that I was avidly supporting Israel in 2023. The videos are still up. I'm not taking the videos down because I want people to I want to prove a point here. And the point is, if you can lose someone like me, Israel, someone who was literally raised with Zionism. I was raised with Zionism. It was put into my brain at a very young age. I was told at a young age that I had to support Israel. I was told at a young age that the Israelis were the good guys. And when I was in middle school, when I was in high school, even when I was in elementary school to a certain extent, I would defend Israel. As naive as I would defend Israel. Now, Israel was a much better country in those days. Israel was a much better country when my dad was living in Israel. Israel was a much better country when my dad was defending Israel many years ago. And I was raised with Zionism. And if you can lose someone like me, who was making literal freaking Hosperus arguments in 2023, then you should know that there are a lot of other people like me who have also been greatly disillusioned with Israel. You are losing people, Israel. You are truly losing people tremendously. If you, believe me, you are losing people who were pro-Israel. You are losing people who were brought up to be pro-Israel. If you guys lost me, you've lost other people like me. Trust me. And there are tons of people online who are saying, I was pro-Israel. Not anymore. I was pro-Israel. I was raised to be pro-Israel, but I become disillusioned. And like Judas, like Haman, who's hanging, you guys celebrate every year talking to Israel. Israel is paving the way to hang from its own noose. And what I mean by that is by acting arrogant, by backing atrocities, by allowing atrocities, by supporting atrocities, by denying atrocities, you are further making yourself into a pariah state. And eventually the world is going to look at you and say, you know what? F you. Eventually Israel is going to be caught in a great conflagration of suffering. The bombing of Israel by Iran, that was a sample of what's to come. And if you look at the damage, the extent of the damage that Iran inflicted upon Israel, those areas of Israel that were inflicted by Iran look like Gaza, which means that what Israel did to Gaza is going to happen to Israel. And what Israel reduced Gaza into, Israel will be reduced to. And when that happens, the world is going to look at Israel and say, you deserve it because of this right here. The world is going to look at Israel and say, F them. The world will say, we have no pity for the Jewish state. And they're going to point to Gaza. And they're going to say, remember Gaza. You guys did this. And the Israelis have all of these ruthless, merciless standards that they apply to Gaza. Well, the people in Gaza support Hamas. Therefore, we have a right to slaughter all the civilians. The civilian population is anti-Israel. Therefore, we have a right to slaughter the civilian population. Well, guess what? That standard will be applied to you. And they're going to say, every Israeli is obligated to join the IDF. Every Israeli is a soldier. The majority of Israelis voted for the Likud or voted for some Jewish fanatical party, hardline party like the Smotrich party or the Ben Gvir party. And so therefore the civilian population in Israel deserves death. This is what people are going to be saying. I'm not saying it's right. I don't believe that that's right. I don't like that way of thinking. I don't. That merciless way of thinking of saying, oh, well, these people voted for Hamas or the civilian population never overthrew Hamas. Therefore, the civilian population deserves to be massacred. That way of thinking has been applied in every single genocide in the history of genocide. And that is the way of thinking that is used to justify mass murder in every single instance of mass murder. The Japanese invaded China, did a genocide on the Chinese, and what did they say? The Chinese are communists. And they said the Chinese deserved it. The Germans invaded the Soviet Union, they butchered millions of Soviet civilians, and what was their argument? They're communists. They're partisans. And so that ruthless, merciless way of thinking will be applied to the Israelis. That ruthless, merciless way of thinking that the Israelis apply to the Palestinians will be applied to them. Well, all of the Israelis are obligated to join the IDF, and the Israelis are told to support the slaughter of Gaza. Well, the people of Israel overwhelmingly backed what happened in Gaza, so therefore the civilian population deserves to be punished. That is what's going to be said to justify violence against the Israeli civilian population, because that's exactly the type of rhetoric that we were hearing when Iran was bombarding Israel. That's exactly the type of rhetoric that Iran, or that the supporters of Iran, were saying online. They were saying, well, the Israelis, for how long did the Israelis say, well, you know, we slaughtered all those civilians because they were living next to a Hamas military installation? Well, look at the bombing of Israel. You have military installations in the middle of Tel Aviv. And so, by that standard, Iran has the right to not only hit those military installations, but to slaughter all of the civilians living around them. The ruthlessness that you apply to your victims will be applied to you, and you will be in no place to protest. I'm not saying it's right. I don't want to see dead people. I don't want to see another Holocaust. But what I am saying is that from my reading of history, based on my observation of history, based on the history of the Jewish people, based on the fact that the Jewish people have a very long history of being hated, have a very long history of being massacred, the future of Israel is very bleak. And we got a sample of that in the bombing of Israel by Iran. And the world will have no pity for Israel, and they're going to point to Gaza. So it says here, the soldier said this has become routine. You know it's not right. I already read this. Earlier this week, soldiers from Division 252 opened fire at an intersection where civilians were waiting for aid trucks. A commander on the ground gave the order to fire directly at the center of the junction, resulting in the deaths of 8 civilians, including teenagers. The incident was brought to the attention of Southern Command Chief Major General Yaniv Assor, but so far, aside from a preliminary review, he has taken no action and has not demanded an explanation from Vach regarding the high number of fatalities in his sector. So no one is being taken into account. No one is brought to justice. No one is being held accountable? Because there are no rules. Israel is being lawless. Israel right now is being a worker of lawlessness in Gaza. That's what's happening. I was at a similar event. From what we heard, more than 10 people were killed there, said another senior reserve officer commanding forces in the area. When we asked why they opened fire, we were told it was an order from above, and that the civilians had posed a threat to the troops. I can say with certainty that the people who were not close to the forces and did not endanger them, I can say with certainty that the people were not close to the forces and did not endanger them. So it's murder. It was pointless. It was pointless. They were just killed for nothing. This thing called killing innocent people, it's been normalized. We were constantly told that there are no non-combatants in Gaza, and apparently that message sank in among the troops. You see what I'm saying here? This is what Yehuda Vach is telling the soldiers. There are no combatants in Gaza. They all deserve to die. And look at the testimony, this heartbreaking testimony of this Israeli soldier. This thing called killing innocent people, it's been normalized. We were constantly told, meaning brainwashed. We were brainwashed. That's what he's saying. That there are no non-combatants in Gaza. And apparently that message sank in among the troops. This is a genocide. It has all the trappings of a genocide. The dehumanization of the civilian population, the justification under pretext of slaughtering people, even if they're civilians, the demonization of an entire civilian population for the purpose of justifying their murder, justifying slaughtering them. The rhetoric that is coming out of both the Israeli government and the Israeli media, exhorting the murder of Palestinians, pushing for, backing, encouraging, applauding the slaughter of Palestinian civilians. It has all of the trappings of a genocide. And in 2023, I was supporting Israel and I was doing videos telling people that this is not a genocide. I was telling people that, fine, look at my videos. And I'm not deleting those videos because I want to prove a point that someone can actually change, that Israel can actually lose people, and that Israel is losing people. Look at these videos from early 2023 or from late 2023. Look at these videos where this guy talking about myself is supporting you and saying you guys aren't doing a genocide. And then look at his later videos where he is saying, no, you guys are doing war crimes. No, you guys are doing a genocide. People have brains. You know, there's an old saying, you can fool some of the people all the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. You can't fool all the people. People have brains. They have functioning brains. The problem is that Israel thinks that everyone is just a dummy. Israel thinks that everyone is just a naive Zionist. All Americans are just naive Zionists who are going to believe whatever lie we spit out. Oh, well, we didn't kill those people. It was Hamas. Oh, okay, problem solved. It was Hamas, guys. But now we have evidence. Now we have eyewitness testimonies. Now we have testimonies coming from Israeli soldiers themselves testifying that these people were murdered by the IDF. Murdered by the IDF. A senior officer, okay, I see here. A senior officer familiar with the fighting in Gaza believes this marks a further deterioration in the IDF's moral standard. The power that senior field commanders wield in relation to general staff leadership threatens the chain of command, he said. According to him, my greatest fear is that the shooting and harm to civilians in Gaza aren't the result of operational necessity or poor judgment, but rather the product of an ideology. Do you guys hear that? The product of an ideology held by field commanders, which they pass down to the troops as an operational plan. So ideology has become policy. It's not rules of engagement. It's not limitations. It's not a restrained war. No. It is an ideology that has been transformed into policy. And what is the ideology? The ideology is the teaching of Rabbi Judah Loeb, who taught that it is utterly permissible, in accordance to the story in the Bible where the Shechemites were butchered by Levi and Simeon, to butcher civilians and even lie to the civilian population to bring their guard down, to make it easier to butcher them. And is that not what Israel is doing in this case? Here's some food. Here's some food. Come and get it. You're starving. Bam, 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 you're dead. They're bringing the guard down of the civilian population. They're bringing the civilian population's guard down, making them think that there is food for them to get. And when they come to get the food, they die. They get shot at. Oh, Shechemites, you guys want to convert to our religion? That's great. We'll have peace. Just get circumcised. And the Shechemites got circumcised. You can read about this in the book of Genesis. And Simeon and Levi proceeded to butcher them. It's the same evil. It is the same evil that disgusted Jacob so much that on his last dying moments, while laying on his deathbed, he looked at Levi and Simeon and said, "Let not my soul be in the company of you evildoers." And instead of the Jewish thinkers and the Jewish scholars saying, hey, that's a warning that we should not act like Simeon and Levi, the rabbis in Israel today are telling their people, many of whom are soldiers, that they must follow the ways of Simeon and Levi. They must follow the example of Simeon and Levi. Completely antithetical to the Bible. And they claim to be children of Abraham. But what does Jesus tell the Jews in John chapter 8? He says, if you were truly sons of Abraham, then you would be acting like the sons of Abraham. You would be acting like Abraham, but you're not. And what was the example that Jesus gave to prove that they were not following Abraham? He said, you guys are trying to murder me. And Abraham would not be trying to murder me. So you are not sons of Abraham. Abraham would not be doing this evil that they're doing in Gaza. He wouldn't be. Abraham would not be supporting this. And how do I know this? Because when God told Abraham, I'm going to go destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, what did Abraham tell God? He said, God, if there are 50 innocent lives in Sodom and Gomorrah, would you destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? And God said, if there are 50 innocent people in Sodom and Gomorrah, I will not destroy it. But God, if there were 20 people or 40 people, innocent people in Sodom and Gomorrah, would you still destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? And God told Abraham, if there are 20 or 30 innocent lives in Sodom and Gomorrah, I will not destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And Abraham said, but God, if there are 10 innocent people living in Sodom and Gomorrah, would you destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? And God said, Abraham, if there are 10 innocent people living in Sodom and Gomorrah, I will not destroy Sodom and Gomorrah in order to save the lives of those 10 people. Abraham did not believe in indiscriminate massacres. Abraham did a war. It was a just war against the Iranian king Hador Laomer, and he defeated Hador Laomer and his allies, and he freed Lot and the other people who were kidnapped by Hador Laomer. He did a controlled war. But Abraham rejected the idea of indiscriminate slaughter of a civilian population. So if these people in Israel were truly sons of Abraham, they would be acting like Abraham, but they're not. They're acting like Levi. They're acting like Levi. And so it says here, shelling civilians. In recent weeks, the number of fatalities near food distribution areas has risen sharply, 57 on June 11th, 59 on June 17th, and around 50 on June 24th, according to Gaza's health ministry. In response, a discussion was held at Southern Command where it emerged that troops had begun dispersing crowds using artillery shells. They talk about using artillery on a junction full of civilians as if it's normal, said a military source who attended the meeting. An entire conversation about whether it's right or wrong to use artillery, without even asking why that weapon was needed in the first place. What concerns everyone is whether it'll hurt our legitimacy to keep operating in Gaza. The moral aspect is practically non-existent. No one stops to ask why dozens of civilians looking for food are being killed every day. So he's saying, listen, I was in a meeting between these military officials, And they're talking about killing the civilian population who are looking for food as if it's normal, as if it's nothing to them, because it is nothing to them. This is nothing to them. They don't give a damn about human life. And they claim to follow a God that honors human life. They don't follow God. These people follow Satan. They follow the devil. What did Jesus say to the Pharisees? He said, "You are of your father, the devil." These people are following a demonic influence. They're not following God. This is not the way of God. This is not the way of the God of Israel. This is not the way of the God of Abraham. This is the way of the devil. And so you can see a video here. Let me turn the music off. You can see a video here that's pretty heartbreaking. But you can see people running. And it's pretty obvious that these people are desperate. Oh, and you can hear the gunfire, by the way. And I'm pretty certain this is the video that was reviewed by a professional on ammunition. And he said, yeah, that's Israeli gunfire. So you can hear the gunfire that's coming from an Israeli machine gun that would be stationed on a Merkava, Israeli Merkava tank. And you can see people running. And these are people who are there looking for food. So it's very obvious as to what was happening in this video. I keep forgetting where the article is. Oh, here it is. So let's continue reading, shall we? Another senior officer familiar with the fighting in Gaza said the normalization of killing civilians has often encouraged firing at them near the aid distribution centers. The fact that live fire is directed at a civilian population, whether with artillery, tanks, snipers, or drones, goes against everything the army is supposed to stand for, he said, criticizing the decisions made on the ground. Why are people collecting food being killed just because they stepped out of line or because some commander doesn't like that they're cutting in? Why have we reached a point where a teenager is willing to risk his life just to pull a sack of rice off a truck? And that's who we're firing artillery at? So here is a righteous Israeli exposing this evil. You see, this is why I don't like this sort of rhetoric that says, oh, well, it's good that Iran bomb Israel and kill all these Israeli civilians because all these civilians are evil. And that's just not true. And if you have that mindset, then you are of the same exact mentality that you criticize Israelis for having. And that's the problem with this way of thinking. You will bash the Israelis for believing in indiscriminate killing of civilians. But then when Iran does it, you guys will support it. Well, in that case, you are acting exactly how the Israelis who you claim to be against are acting. You think exactly like those Israelis who you claim to be against. So we have to have a single standard of morality here. We cannot accept the idea of indiscriminate killing of civilians. We can't say, well, that's a good thing. We can't say that opening fire on a bunch of people who are there looking for food is a good thing. Just like we shouldn't applaud the killing of Israeli civilians, because you have good people who are in Israel. You have people in the IDF who are exposing this evil, and it is thanks to these IDF soldiers that we know about these atrocities in the first place. So we should not applaud the killing of Israelis. That's just inhumane. It's immoral. It's not right. It's not Christian. It's not human. And this is why I believe Nazism is coming back. Because you see people applauding the indiscriminate slaughter of Israelis. I mean, this is a sign of what? It's a sign that Nazism is coming back. It's a sign that if another Hitler were to ever rise again, and it will happen, this will happen. Another Hitler is coming. But if another Hitler rises up, people are going to love him. They're going to say, oh, this guy's great because he wants to kill Jews. And you see, we are witnessing the path being paved. We are witnessing the path towards a Nazi revival being paved. Because why did so many people support Hitler? Why did so many people support Nazism? Even people outside of Germany. They were people who didn't even live in Germany. They were people who were not even German supporting Adolf Hitler. Why? Because, and I don't agree with this rhetoric. I'm not saying that this was true. I'm not saying that this was morally correct. But Jews in those days, we're talking back in the mid-20th century, Jews in those days were associated with Bolshevism. They were getting associated with communism. And the reason for this is because they were a good number of communists who just so happened to be Jews. And so communism became associated with Jews. Bolshevism, Marxism, became associated with Jews. And so the quote-unquote Jews, the Jews, and by quote-unquote I mean the use of this general term of the Jews. So therefore, according to this way of thinking, the Jews were synonymous with communism and Bolshevism. And what were the Bolsheviks? Right? The Bolsheviks were mass murderers. The Bolsheviks did horrendous atrocities in the Soviet Union. They did horrendous atrocities in Russia. They did horrendous atrocities in Ukraine. They did horrendous atrocities in Romania. They did horrendous atrocities in the Soviet Union. And so the Jewish people became associated, or they would get associated with those atrocities. And that ideology, that paradigm, that way of thinking is coming back today. But as I like to say, history does not repeat exactly, but it sure as hell does rhyme. So just as the Jews in the 20th century were associated with the atrocities done by the Bolsheviks, today the Jews are associated with the atrocities being done in Gaza. And so in the future, we're going to have a repackaged, remarketed Nazism. And this remarketed Nazism is going to make the Jewish people synonymous with bloodthirsty Zionists. And the Jewish people are going to be connected to the atrocities done by Israel. And by doing that, a genocide of the Jewish people will be upheld as a just and righteous idea, justified under the atrocities, or under the accusation that the Jews committed atrocities. And the atrocities committed by Israelis will be used as a pretext for the next Holocaust. Just as the atrocities that were done by the Bolsheviks were used as a pretext to justify the Holocaust. History does not repeat exactly. History does not repeat itself exactly, but it sure as hell does rhyme. Bottom line. Bottom line. You see. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on. It's been a while since I read comments. You know what? Let me just finish this article and then I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on. So it says here, now check this out. In addition to IDF fire, military sources say some of the fatalities near the aid distribution centers were caused by gunfire from militias that the army supports in arms. According to one officer, the IDF continues to back the Abu Shahab group and other factions. There are many groups that oppose Hamas. Abu Shabab went several steps further, he said. They control territory that Hamas doesn't enter, and the IDF encourages that. Another officer remarked, I'm stationed there, and even I no longer know who's shooting at whom. So the Abu Shabab group is also killing the Gazans who are seeking food. And the Abu Shabab group is affiliated with frickin' ISIS, by the way. They're affiliated with ISIS. These are Salafists. And Israel is backing them. And this ISIS-affiliated group is stationed outside of these food distribution centers. And so they are taking part in the killing of Palestinians who are trying to come and get food. So there's a video that you can see, and the Israeli propagandists used this video to try to prove that it was Hamas doing the killing of these people. And you can see in this video a man who does not look Israeli holding an AK-47, and he is dressed in a way that the Abu Shabab people also dress as. He's using the same way of dressing. He has the same dress code as the Abu Shabab people. And he has an AK-47. And in this drone footage, you can see this gunman opening fire on Palestinians. The Israelis took this footage and they said, you see, this is what Hamas is doing. But we are now getting reports that Abu Shabab is taking part in the killing of these Palestinians. And so when you look at that drone footage, it makes sense that that gunman is actually Abu Shabab. It makes sense that Israel's Palestinian proxy, the Abu Shabab group, is also participating in the killing of these Palestinians. Now, why would an Islamist, ISIS-affiliated group murder Palestinians? Excellent question. It's a great question because it leads me now to explain something that most people do not know. And that is that ISIS was never pro-Palestine. Yeah, ISIS was never pro-Palestinian. Never. Look at ISIS's rhetoric towards the Palestinians. ISIS was always extremely anti-Hamas. Always. ISIS hated Hamas. You know why ISIS hated Hamas? Because ISIS was a proxy for NATO. ISIS was one of our guys. Bottom line. ISIS was one of our guys. And one time, ISIS accidentally fired a round towards Israel. And you know what ISIS did? ISIS didn't say, oh, alhamdulillah, we fired the Jewish kafirs. No. ISIS called up Israel to apologize. ISIS and Israel were never at war. But do you know who ISIS hated? ISIS hated Hamas. Do you know why ISIS hated Hamas? Oh, I don't know. Something to do with Hamas not being Islamist enough. Hamas is not Islamist enough for ISIS. ISIS wanted pure Sharia law. That's why they were butchering Christians. That's why they were hanging people from meat hooks. They wanted pure demonic, evil brutality and sadism. That's what ISIS was about. Hamas is nowhere near as brutal as ISIS. It's not. And so ISIS has always hated Hamas. And so who is Israel working with against Hamas? Who is Israel working with against Hamas? They're not working with a group of moderates. They're not working with a group of scholars from some university. They're working with an ISIS affiliate terrorist group called Abu Shabab. A group of thugs that steal aid from UN trucks, by the way. And they are taking part in the slaughter of Palestinian civilians. Why would Palestinians butcher other Palestinians? Because these Abu Shabab people are ISIS. And ISIS people never really liked Palestinians. Because the Palestinians, in their eyes, were not extremist enough. And the Palestinians are not. By the way, generally speaking, Palestinians are not as extremist as ISIS. Generally speaking, Palestinians are actually, as a society, much more moderate than ISIS is. And so, when the Israelis showed that footage of a Palestinian guy shooting at other Palestinians, they wanted you to think that that gunman was Hamas. No, that gunman was not Hamas. That gunman was Abu Shabab. More than likely, I'll put it to you that way. More than likely, that gunman was Abu Shabab. Because now we know that the Israeli soldiers are not the only ones killing Palestinians who are searching for food. It's also Abu Shabab, an ISIS affiliate. Oh, and by the way, Israel is super, super fixated on fighting terrorism, so much so that they are backing an ISIS-affiliated group in the Gaza Strip. Right, so much for fighting terrorism. It really goes back to what I said earlier. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with world peace and the war on terror. Nothing. This has everything to do with purging out a population of people, either by killing or by ethnic cleansing. It don't matter to the Israeli fanatics. But go ahead and defend Israel, Mr. Christian Zionist. Go ahead and continue on with your bullshit diatribes online about red heifers and third temples. People don't believe in that stuff anymore. People see right through it. That whole Hagiite Christianity is dying out. It's dying out. More and more people are becoming disillusioned with Israel, and understandably so, because anyone with a soul would be disillusioned with this insanity. It's not even insanity. Anyone with a soul would be disillusioned with this evil. So it says here, in a closed-door meeting this week with senior officials from the Military Advocate General's office, held in light of the daily deaths of dozens of civilians near aid zones, the legal officials instructed that the incidents be investigated by the IDF General Staff's fact-finding assessment mechanism. This body, established after the Mavi Marmara Flotilla incident, is tasked with examining cases where there is suspected violation of the laws of war to fend off international demands to investigate IDF soldiers for alleged war crimes. So more than likely, they're going to investigate some soldiers, and then they're going to say, yeah, we investigated ourselves, and we concluded that we are, for the most part, just innocent. I hope this music is not too loud. Let me change the music up a little bit, guys. Hold up. Let's get the Resident Evil music playing here. Let's get some more Resident Evil music. Here's another Resident Evil. Actually, no, this is the Tranquil mix. Let's do Resident Evil chill music. Hold up a second. Music is loud. Oh shit. I hope it's not too loud. Hold up. How loud was it? What song is that playing in the background, Theo? Oh, it's Resident Evil soundtrack. I'll put the link up. Hamas hated by ISIS? Yep. People saw Hitler as a mythological figure because of the wild chase painting that resembled Hitler. I didn't know that. But I think they definitely saw him as a messianic figure. They're there to prepare for the new painter. Yep. Doctors are finding bullets inside children. That's correct. Yep, look at Dr. Perlmutter and what he had to say about this whole thing. Sometimes I feel like I'm attending a virtual church when I hear Theo speak, connecting current news. I really appreciate that, sir. That means a lot. The hardcore Zionists don't have brains. They do have brains. They're very conniving people, but they just don't really have... They've sold their souls a long time ago, is what I would say. Let's see here. As if Turkey is any better. As no one said Turkey was better. Surprised there aren't any dispensationalists here. Yeah, I'm shocked. They were here last week and they were here the week before that. The Zionists are feeling uncomfortable. Yup, especially after Donald Trump said that Israel violated a ceasefire. I wasn't subscribed back in 2023. I was still serving. Oh, damn. Well, if you look at my older videos, you'll see. If you just type in Gaza, Israel on my YouTube channel search box, you'll get all my videos that I've done, and you'll see that in 2023, I was defending Israel, regrettably, in 2023. Amazing movie. Which movie is amazing? They're acting like Jerusalem under the siege by the Romans. Yep, same spirit. I'm playing Resident Evil Outbreak while I listen to this. Yeah. Resident Evil is art. I agree. It's a vibe. I think the Bible has the same effect as Jesus' parables. If you're wicked, you will not understand. But if you follow Christ, you will be guided to the truth. That's correct. Yep. This nutjob cult will be the planet's demise. Yep. Effing evangelicals. Yep. I agree. Trump's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is a homosexual, not surprisingly. The atheist UN made our Israel... The atheist unmade are Israel guys believe that. I don't know what you're trying to say, Mr. Henrique. The atheist UN made our Israel guys believe that. I don't know what you're trying to say. Death in Gaza in his documentary, it has his death in it just after yelling that it was a journalist. After he was a journalist, he got shot. Oh, I see. Damn, I didn't know that. Well, I know that Miller was killed by the IDF and that he was a journalist, but I didn't know that that was filmed. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for letting me know. This article is one of the most horrific and heartbreaking things I've heard. It is truly heartbreaking and disturbing. It's a horror movie. The religion of narcissism. Yeah, I agree. Totally true, Theo. I appreciate that. Gaza is Squid Game. Yeah, it's Squid Game, The Purge. It's Hunger Games. It's Book of Eli, Children of Men. It's The Matrix. It's, yeah, that level of evil. Israel lost that if you criticize me, you are anti-Semitic. Yep. Ted has truly become a Southerner. Why is that? Why do you say that I've truly become a Southerner? Why do you say... I have to put my words in correctly. Why do you say that I have truly become a Southerner? I think that they want Iran to have nukes so they can isolate it like North Korea and integrated Iran in the global economy. I don't know about that. A nuclear-armed Iran would definitely put Iran on par with Israel. And because nuclear weapons are the great equalizer. And so Kim Jong-un has nuclear weapons. And that's why no one messes with him. Yeah, they isolate him, but no one really messes with North Korea because he's got like 67 nuclear bombs. So if Iran had nuclear bombs, Israel wouldn't be so enthusiastic about bombing Iran. And we know that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons because if Iran had nuclear weapons, Israel would have never bombed Iran. I think you should read on the Church Fathers since they can provide guidance for interpretations such as August. I don't know what you're referring to. Let's see here. What's going on? You guys are arguing with someone? Jack? Who's Jack? What's Jack having to say? Hi, Theodore, new subscriber here. What denomination of Christian are you? I'm just a Christian. I believe in God. I don't want. Why do Americans always do that? They say the first time they meet you, they're like, "What denomination are you part of?" Well, I'll give you my entire story here. I was raised to be a Protestant evangelical, and then I turned to Catholicism, realized that the Catholic Church is filled with sodomite sexual predators, left the Catholic Church, and now I'm here, trying to make the best of what I have in life, and trying to make the best out of life in general. I used to be Zionist until I read facts. Yeah, Israel has lost a ton of people, and Israel will continue to lose people the more it does this murderous behavior. Zionist skinheads, yep. I have to catch the replay. Glad I'm able to stop by and say hi. Hello, Mela Forta. Your videos have been helpful. I appreciate that, Mela. Thank you. RS-28 Sarmat, RS-26 Rubej, Oroshnik, IRBMs, CRBMs, Russian range of ballistic weapons I see. Israel is a U.S. proxy. The only time that I can see U.S. abandoning it is when they're fighting China. I can see Israel eventually getting abandoned in the future because so many Americans are rising up against Zionism, and so many Americans are saying no more wars for Israel. So, I mean, listen, America dropped some bombs on Iran and said, all right, we're out. They didn't want to take it further. And Israel wanted to take it further. Israel was so desperate to continue the conflict that Israel was about to violate the ceasefire. And Donald Trump got freaking pissed at Israel and said, Israel, you don't know what the F you're doing, and you violated the ceasefire. And Trump was pissed. Why? Why was Trump pissed? Because he knew that Israel wanted to continue the conflict. Israel wanted to continue to escalate things. Why? Because Israel wants to make it into a major war with the hopes of forcing the Americans to enter the conflict. Bottom line, that's what's going on here. And so the Israelis want the Americans to enter a major conflict with Israel's enemies. The thing is that the majority of Americans, the vast majority of Americans, have zero interest in war. And so what are you going to do? Are you going to do a war when most of your constituents, most of your voters hate the idea of war? Are you going to go into a war when most of your people have zero enthusiasm for going to a war for Israel? It's very difficult to launch a war when the vast majority of your people are going to hate you for it. So that way of thinking, that Tuckerite way of thinking, that Tucker Carlson way of thinking, that, you know, that, what do you call her? Candace Owen way of thinking, or yeah, that Dave Smith way of thinking is dominating the American society so much so. And it's not because, oh, these people, you know, it's not because, oh, Americans were super pro-war and then these figureheads like Tucker Carlson came along and then changed their minds. No, it's because Americans have trauma from the Iraq war and they're still pissed off about the fact that they were lied to about Iraq. The country that was pushing the lies was Israel. America also played a role, but a lot of the lies were being originated in Israel. They're pissed off about the fact that they believed Israeli lies. And because of that, they ended up in a forever war in Iraq that led to the deaths of over 1 million people. And so people regret Iraq so much, and they regret the fact that they believed in the lies so much that they never want to fall for a lie again. You know that feeling you get when you've been lied to and you believed in the lie, and then you realize that you've been lied to, and then you begin to hate yourself because you believed in a lie? And so you say, okay, I will never fall for this lie again. And then you become extra cautious and you become to not, you end up not really trusting people as much as you did before because you don't want to be taken advantage of. That's how most Americans feel. They don't want to be taken advantage of again to fulfill the geopolitical interest of the American empire or some foreign country. They just don't want to fall for that again. So they don't want to fall for the American military industrial complex nor the Israeli geopolitical interest machine. And so if Americans are told, hey, you should do this war because it's good for the American empire and it's against some country that's never attacked us, Americans have zero interest. If you tell Americans, hey, we got to go into this war to defend the Israeli people, Americans have zero interest. So Trump knows this, and that's why he just dropped the bombs on the nuclear facilities and then left it at that and said, Israel, you better back off, because America does not want to escalate. It does not want to escalate this whole situation into a major war in the Middle East. America does not want to end up in another forever war in the Middle East. So eventually the time is going to come when Turkey is going to rise up, Iran's going to rise up seriously, and they are going to be hitting Israel. And Israel is going to be truly in an existential situation. Israel will be in an existential situation where it will be facing its annihilation. And you will have people saying, oh, look, Israel's going to be annihilated. And they're going to say, thank God. And they're going to applaud the annihilators. They're going to applaud the future Hitler. And they're going to say, God bless that future Hitler. God bless the second Hitler. Thank you for killing the Jews. That's what people are going to be saying. I know this for a fact because that's what a lot of people were saying when Iran was bombing Israel. And Israel will plead for help, and the world will not pity Israel. And they will say, Israel, why should we pity you when you had no pity for the Palestinians? And the next Holocaust will happen. And Israel's allies, one by one, will say, our hands are clean. We're not getting involved in this. And the world will stand back and watch as Israel is transformed into another Auschwitz. I'm not saying that this is a good thing. I'm not saying that this will be a good thing. I'm not saying that I like this. I don't like mass murder. I don't like Holocaust. I do not like genocide. I never will. Any bomb that Trump dropped on Iran. Truly, it's truly the reality of the situation. Because now, for forever, people can say, even our most pro-Israel president, Donald Trump, got pissed off at Israel for violating a ceasefire. So in the future, when Israel violates another ceasefire, people can say, oh, Israel has a history of this. Oh, no, we don't. Yeah, even Donald Trump admitted that you guys violated a ceasefire. So don't sit there and say that you guys don't violate ceasefires. So what we are seeing is the first crack between the Israeli-American alliance. We're seeing the first crack on this alliance. And eventually more cracks will form. And the alliance will fragment and dissipate. Was there a lag? Oh, damn. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. Was there a lag? And the alliance will fragment and dissipate. How long did that last? I'm not seeing any lag. I'm not seeing anything. Okay, it's fine now. Okay, good. Sorry about that, guys. I need to keep track of my chat. There was all gone now. Okay. I'm not really seeing much of a lag here, but I'm sorry about that. About 5 seconds. Okay, that's not too bad. I need to keep track of my chat, guys, and look at it because hot damn, sometimes I don't look at my chat enough. I need to look at my chat. So I want to finish this article on the Israeli war crimes. Let's go back to this article. So it goes on to say, okay, hold on. During the meeting, senior legal officials said global criticism over the killing of civilians is mounting. So hold on, okay. So senior legal officials in the Israeli government know that criticism for Israel because of its atrocities is massively increasing. They know that Israel... The problem is the fanatics don't care because they think it doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, we did some atrocities. Let them criticize us. Who cares? What are they going to do about it? Right? This is the mindset that we're facing here. This is the mindset that possesses Israel here. Senior officers in the IDF and Southern Command, however, claimed the cases are isolated and that the gunfire was directed at suspects who posed a threat. That's bullshit. It's isolated incidences. Do you know why I say this is bullshit? I'll tell you why I say this is bullshit. The Israelis have a protocol. It's called the Mosquito Protocol. And what the Mosquito Protocol is when you take a Palestinian civilian and you force that person to be a bomb sniffer. You force that person to be a human bomb detector. So you take the Palestinian, you force him to go and search in a house for bombs. Okay, there's no bombs in there. Okay, you're going to search from house to house to house to house to house. And if there is a bomb in any one of these houses, guess what? The Palestinian blows up and not the Israeli soldiers. So there was an article that came out. Some time ago documenting how Israeli soldiers took... They took... Is there another lag? Is there another lag? Hold up. There was an article that came out some time ago documenting... Oh, hold on. There is a lag. Okay, I think it's good now. Your internet is bad? Okay, sorry about that. No worries. It's understandable. Let me know if the music is too loud. So there was a story that came out some time ago, and it was recorded by an Israeli newspaper. And this Israeli newspaper documented a story in which Israeli soldiers kidnapped an elderly Palestinian man who was crippled. The man could not walk without a cane. And he was, I want to say 82, 83 years old. He was an old elderly man, crippled, can't walk without a cane. The Israelis took a wire, wrapped the wire around his neck, and walked him around like a dog. And no, this story is not coming out of the mouths of Palestinians. This is a story that was attested to by Israeli soldiers. Again, my sources are Israeli, not Palestinian. I use Israeli soldiers I use the testimonies of Israeli soldiers to substantiate the eyewitness accounts of Palestinians. This is what I do. Because I know that the pro-Israel people love to sit there and say, Palestinians are all liars. Okay, but are Israelis all liars as well? Are these Israelis liars? Okay, so going back to the story. They walked this old man around like a dog, and they forced him to search houses for bombs for 8 hours straight. 8 hours. Then, after 8 hours of being forced to be a human bomb detector, they then let him go, him and his wife, and him and his elderly wife were forced out of their house to go walk to some humanitarian zone. And as they were approaching the humanitarian zone, IDF soldiers opened fire on both of them, killing both of them. And so this story caused such an uproar that the Israeli government had to do a response, and the Israeli government said, oh, well, we investigated our people and we only found a few cases. Then an anonymous Israeli soldier, like I said, thank God for these Israeli soldiers, an anonymous Israeli soldier wrote an article for Haaretz saying that if the Israeli government was truly honest about investigating itself, investigating its military, they would have actually said that there are at least 1,000 of such cases of the mosquito protocol being done. At least 1,000. He said, because I saw it when I was in Gaza. And he said every single Israeli military unit in Gaza does the mosquito protocol and forces Palestinians to be human bomb detectors. Every Israeli unit in Gaza has a Palestinian to be a human bomb detector. It's policy. And this article, written by an Israeli soldier, and the article was published by Haaretz, this article says that there was in fact a meeting. There was a presentation that was being conducted by a brigadier commander, I believe. And the brigadier commander did a presentation, and in his presentation, he said, use a mosquito. Use the mosquito protocol. He was commanding his soldiers, his lower level commanders, to use Palestinians as bomb detectors. And he said, utilize the mosquito protocol. It's policy at this point. At this point, it's policy. Do you see what I'm saying here? Yeah, we investigated ourselves and saw no wrongdoing exactly. It's policy. So, of course, the Israelis can't deny that this sort of thing is happening. So they have to minimize it. And they say, well, these are only isolated incidences. Really? Over 500 people dead is an isolated incident? Really? Let's go back to this article, shall we? A source who attended the meeting told Haaretz that representatives of the Military Advocate General's office rejected the IDF's claims. According to them, the arguments do not hold up against the facts on the ground. Let's read that again. The Military Advocate General's office rejected the argument of the IDF that minimized the weight of these atrocities. So the IDF is saying it's only just a number of isolated incidences in which people are being slaughtered as they are coming to get food. And the military, this is why I say not all Israelis are bad. Everyone's acting like all Israelis are bad. And they're praising Iran for bombing Israeli civilians indiscriminately. Guys, when you say stuff like that, when you praise Iran for indiscriminately bombing Israel, you are acting just like the Israeli hardliners that you claim to be against. Would you be in favor of these Israelis who are exposing this evil being killed? Obviously not. They are good people in Israel. This is what I'm trying to tell people. Like, we can't just become monsters. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of times we will hate a monster to the point where we become a monster. And that's the danger, right? That's the danger that's always there when we get enraged at an injustice. There's always this danger. The devil is always around, you see? The devil is always around, lurking about, trying to find opportunities to influence people to do evil. So if Israelis are enraged at Hamas for what happened on October the 7th, there is the devil to say, oh, you're right to be enraged. In fact, those desires for blood that you have, they're correct impulses. You should follow through with those impulses. You should fulfill that desire for bloodshed. Go out and kill. Yes, Israeli. Yes, kill your fellow man. That's the enemy. That guy is the enemy. Kill him, slaughter him. And then you have people who get enraged at the Israeli war crimes. And guess who's there? The devil. And there's the devil. And the devil says, you know, those Israelis all deserve to be exterminated because all these Israelis are war criminals or they support atrocities. All these Israelis have been members of the IDF and they support these horrors and these crimes and these atrocities that fill you with rage and that break your heart. You should be in favor for another Holocaust. And then the devil picks up a copy of Mein Kampf and slides it, just gently slides it on the table towards you and says, remember Hitler? Remember this guy? This guy that you were told was the bad guy? Well, I have other news for you. You were lied to. He wasn't the bad guy. He was the good guy. He was trying to protect the world from this evil tumor called Israel. And it's like that scene from The Witch when the girl is being influenced by Black Phillip in the film The Witch, which is a great horror movie, by the way. It's one of the best horror films ever made. It came out in 2015. It was a big genre-changing horror film, really well done. And there is a demon in the film The Witch called Black Phillip, and Black Phillip comes in the form of a goat. And the demon is tormenting this Puritan family that's living in colonial America. And the demon is always using the weaknesses and the insecurities of each family member. So the father has his insecurities, and the devil uses that insecurity to get him to get killed. And the father gets killed. And then the mom has her insecurities, and the devil uses that. Black Phillip uses that and kills the mom. And then the devil kills the little brother, and the devil kills the little baby brother, and the devil kills the little baby sister. And the only surviving family member left is the daughter, the oldest daughter. And Black Phillip approaches her. But this time, Black Phillip shows his true demonic face. And Black Phillip goes up to this girl and he says, "Do you wish to live a life as sweet as butter?" And he slides this little, I think it was a piece of paper, to her, and he's asking her to give to him her soul. And he says, all you need to do is give me a little bit of your blood, and I will fulfill all your desires and all your wishes, and you will live a life as rich as butter. That's the devil. That film artistically portrays how the demonic realm works. It uses our anger, our insecurities, our weaknesses against us to try to destroy us. And that's what the devil does, not just at an individual basis, but this is what the demonic realm does on a global basis, on a collective basis. And so the devil goes to the Palestinians and says, well, you're being mistreated by the Israeli occupation, and so you deserve to go into Israel and butcher people. And so you had October the 7th. And then the devil, the diabolical realm, goes to the Israeli people and says, you're very angry about what the Palestinians did. I understand that completely. You deserve to commit a genocide. And then the devil goes to the people who are angry at the Israelis and says, do you wish to enact sweet revenge, as sweet as butter? And the devil slides that Mein Kampf book. And this is the danger that we are facing collectively. Really, it's not just as a people, as a race, as a species, or whatever. This is a danger that we are facing at a global level. This temptation to look at Hitler as if he's a good guy because of the evils of Israel. And this is the great temptation. This is the great political / ideological temptation that a lot of people are being faced with, and a lot of people are falling for. They're falling for this temptation. And this is the great danger. And this is why I say there's going to be another Hitler. And when he is seen, the world will look at him like a conquering hero. They will look at him like a messianic figure. And they will praise him as a messianic figure, and they will say, this man will save us from Jewish control and Jewish domination. He will save us from the Jewish lobby. He will save us from this warmongering party that wants us to do continual wars for Israel, and people will love him. And this is the danger that we face for our future. So it says here that the Military Advocate General's office rejected the IDF's claims. According to them, the arguments do not hold up against the facts on the ground. So there are still people in Israel who want to see justice being observed. And they're saying, no, IDF, you're lying. So the Israeli military advocate general is saying to the IDF, you're lying. The evidence that we have on the ground contradicts your claim that there are only a few isolated incidences wherein IDF soldiers are massacring people as they try to get food at the food distribution centers. And this is what the military advocate general's office said, quote, the claim that these are isolated cases doesn't align with incidents in which grenades were dropped from the air and mortars and artillery were fired at civilians. Oh my, so guys, the hospitalists have no argument. That is it. Before, they were gaslighting us and telling us that it was Hamas doing the killing. Now, when we debate these people, we can say, dude, even the military advocate general's office in the Israeli government said that the claim that these are just, or that these were just isolated incidences is not true. And even the advocate general, the military advocate general's office has admitted that atrocities are being done and have been done. Grenades were dropped from the air. They're dropping grenades on people. People looking for food. Let's just drop grenades on them. Why? Oh, because it's fun. Mortars and artillery were fired at civilians. This isn't about a few people being killed. We're talking about dozens of casualties every single day. Massacres. Every day a massacre. That's what we're dealing with. This is no longer just a case of, oh, well, we dropped a bomb or we did an airstrike to kill some terrorists and, oh, yeah, tragically enough, some civilians died, but, this is the tragedy of war. That's not the situation that we're dealing with here. We are dealing with soldiers at food distribution centers who are there to facilitate the giving of food to starving people, and they are opening fire on starving people. The giving of food to starving. Oh, my God. And they are opening fire on starving people. Was there a lag? I think there was a lag. Fathers and young mothers holding their child's limp bodies close, rocking them, seeing that tears you up. Yeah, it does, man. It's very sad. It's very depressing. I had a lot of difficulty reading this stuff before the stream, to be honest. To be perfectly clear, I had a lot of difficulty reading this stuff before doing the stream. But I spent hours reading up on this. Mossad, again, is lagging that stream. Oh my God, guys. Hold up. Let me just check something real quick. Hold on. Okay, looks like we're good. It looks like we're good. Okay, let's go on. Let me know if there's another lag. I don't think there should be. Okay, it was very brief. Okay, it shouldn't be that bad. Okay, it looks like we're good. It looks like we're good. We're still in the safety zone. All right, hold up, guys. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right, here we go. Let's read some more. Let's go back to this nightmare, guys. Although the military advocate general instructed the fact-finding assessment mechanism to examine recent shooting incidents, these represent only a small portion of the cases in which hundreds of uninvolved civilians were killed. Senior IDF officials expressed frustration that the Southern Command has failed to investigate these incidents thoroughly and is disregarding civilian deaths in Gaza. Let's read that again. Senior IDF officials expressed frustration that the Southern Command has failed to investigate these incidents. So even people in the IDF are saying that this atrocity is not being investigated? So how is the pro-Israel position even a winning position anymore? Dude, I watched last week as Israel got their finest propagandist, their finest hospitalist, Konstantin Kisin, to do a debate. Right, Israel's finest hospitalist is Konstantin Kisin. He's their best hospitalist. He's their best guy. Konstantin Kisin lost the debate. And he's a really good debater. He's not a bad debater. He lost the debate. But Konstantin Kisin is so used to debating, wokies. He's so used to debating the woke left. The problem is the woke left. You know, the problem is the woke left, not Israel. The problem is the woke left. Israel butchering children and killing mothers and killing fathers and killing people who are starving for food, killing people who are rushing food distribution centers, who are desperate for food, have been starving for days, and then getting shot while they're trying to get food. That's not the problem. The problem is the woke left. That's the problem. It is a threat to our free speech. Now, mind you, I want you to support a country that is currently massacring people who are desperate for food, massacring people as they're trying to get food for their starving families. But I want you to hate the woke left. I want you to support Israel, but I want you to go against the woke left, not Israel. Never mind them. Don't mind the Israelis, all right? Don't mind the Israelis committing atrocities. No. It's the woke left that's the problem. That's the problem. The woke left, everyone. This is why I kept telling people that whole woke left thing is a freaking, it's just a giant, distraction. It's a giant distraction to get people to ignore the evils of the hardline righties. That's what it is. I truly believe that, because you have people online, you have these figureheads, these right-wing figureheads, who want you to support some crazy hardline right-wing policy or some hardline right-wing ideology, some crazy ultranationalism, or they want you to worship Israel. But while they don't want you to criticize Israel, they want you to hate the woke left. The pro-Israel position is no longer a winning position. It's not. It is no longer a winning position. How in the hell can you defend this? How can you defend this? Now, you can make the argument and say, well, Ted, there are people in the Israeli government who hate what's happening, and there's no one in the Hamas government who hated what happened on October the 7th. Okay, fine. I'll grant that. I'll take that. But the fact that you have IDF officials saying, hey, this isn't being investigated, attests to a government policy of doing atrocities. That's the whole point. Listen. During the Armenian genocide, you could have found Ottoman officials who hated the Armenian genocide and went out of their way to save Armenians. That did not mean that there was no policy of extermination. In Nazi Germany, you could have found Third Reich officials who were against what was happening in the Holocaust. That doesn't mean there was no policy of extermination by the Third Reich. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? So yes, you find Israelis in the Israeli military, in the Israeli government, who say this is evil, and they're righteous people. They're good people. Don't get me wrong. I'm very happy for these people because they are exposing to the world what is happening. Without them, we would not be able to fully prove that these atrocities have been and are taking place. With that said, the presence of these good people is not evidence that there is no policy of extermination, because clearly there is a policy of doing atrocities. And if there was no policy of doing atrocities, then why in the hell do you have these officials complaining that there is no serious investigation being done on these atrocities? Do you see what I'm saying here? That's what I'm trying to say. Is the music too loud, guys? Please let me know if the music is too loud or if it's too low. So it says here that the senior IDF officials expressed frustration that the Southern Command has failed to investigate these incidents thoroughly and is disregarding civilian deaths in Gaza. According to military sources, Southern Command Chief Major General Yaniv Asor typically conducts only preliminary inquiries, relying mostly on the accounts of field commanders. He has not taken disciplinary action against officers whose soldiers harm civilians. Again, let's go back to what I was saying. Yes, you have righteous Israelis who are against this, but again, you have clearly a policy of doing atrocities, and this is proven by the fact that no disciplinary action has been done against anyone doing these atrocities. None whatsoever. It is proof that there is a policy of doing atrocities. It's just obvious, guys. It really is obvious. Music is good? Okay, just let me know if it's too loud, guys. Do you see what I'm saying here? I have a hungry pussy here. Hold on. Hungry pussy, guys. He wants food. He wants tuna. A boy about 7 years, a girl about 5 years sobbing, clinging to their dead fathers, calling out pitifully on them. It's horrific. I know, guys, it's absolutely horrifying. It breaks your heart. It really does. Listen, Imagine these evils being done to cats. That's enough to break our hearts, let alone to human beings. It's not being done to cats. It's being done to human beings. I got a hungry pussycat. Don't worry, I'll feed you in a little bit. What was I gonna read about here? Okay. He has not taken okay. An IDF spokesperson responded, quote, Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization that starves the Gazan population. So again, they're trying to do a deflection and blame Hamas, and they're not taking into account what their side is doing. They just want to deflect all of our attention on Hamas so that we don't pay attention to the evils that Israel is doing. And this is the problem with people. Most people have this mentality that wants to make it out as if their side does no wrong. So if they're pro-Palestine, Palestinian side does no wrong. If they're pro-Israel, the Israeli side does no wrong. And so they have to defend Israel no matter what. And when you see clear evidence of Israeli war crimes, guess what? They have to defend Israel no matter what, by either acting as if the war crimes have never happened, by trying to say that the war crimes were done by Hamas, by trying to say that the war crimes were necessary and those Palestinians were asking for it, right? They will do anything to either get people to be convinced that no war crimes were happening, or to get people to just forget that they even happened. And they do that by just pushing the subject aside and not talking about it, hoping that these stories just escape the collective radars of people. So this guy goes on to say, Hamas does everything in its power to prevent the successful distribution of food in Gaza and to disrupt humanitarian aid. So even if this is true, even if it's true what this guy is saying, let's say he's right. Let's say Hamas does all these evil things. Doesn't justify what Israel is doing. The IDF allows the American civil society organization GHF to operate independently and distribute aid to Gaza residents. The IDF operates near the new distribution areas to enable distribution while continuing operational activities in the Strip. I'm going to say, for the sake of argument, this man is 100% right. Everything that he says in this statement is 100% truthful. It doesn't justify what Israel is doing, no matter how you look at it. As part of their operational conduct, I'm not going to read this. This is just Hosper's talking points. This is the end of the article anyway. The Israeli army used an additional response following publication of this expose, saying it strongly rejects the accusation. Okay, so you have people in the Israeli army who are upset that these war crimes were happening, and thank God they are exposing it. They're exposing these war crimes. But then the Israeli army makes this official statement saying, hey, we strongly reject the accusation raised in this article. The IDF did not instruct the forces to deliberately shoot at civilians, including those approaching the distribution centers. To be clear, IDF directives prohibit deliberate attacks on civilians. Any allegation of a deviation from the law or IDF directives will be thoroughly examined and further action. Yeah, this is all bullshit. This is all just, what do you call it? Bureaucratic rhetoric. That's what it is. It's just bureaucratic rhetoric. That's the end of the article. The Gaza, what can I say? Gaza has become a dystopian nightmare, just like the film Children of Men. It's just like that film Children of Men. If you have not seen Children of Men, it is an absolute masterpiece, one of the best films ever made. Definitely on my top 10 list of best movies ever made. There's a scene in the film Children of Men. It's a 10-minute scene with no cuts. It's a one-take scene. It's a scene they did in one take. And I think it's like 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And when I say one take, I mean they had one camera guy doing all the filming, and he held the camera for the entire duration of the scene, and they did the whole scene without stopping. No breaks, no mistakes, no cuts, no nothing. They did it all in one take. And the scene takes you through this refugee camp in England, and it shows the British military just exterminating the whole refugee camp. And when you see that scene, it is so reminiscent of what's happening in Gaza. So that's why I say that this article reminds me of the dystopian film Children of Men, which is an amazing movie. And the film is almost prophetic. It is prophetic, I think, because what happened in that film, what was portrayed in that film, is what's happening in Gaza. I'll try to read your guys' comments. I know I've been reading for a while, but yes, that was a hard ass read. I will admit that was definitely a hard ass read. I'm gonna see what other articles that we can read. I actually want to stick to this subject of genocide in Gaza because there are a number of articles that I was reading today before starting the stream that really demonstrate that what has been happening in Gaza is a genocide. So they are 2 articles that I want to get to here. So do you know how they say that tens of thousands of people have been killed in Gaza? Well, according to this article published by Haaretz, that number is actually a lot lower than we think. And the death toll for Gaza has been seriously undercounted, according to this article. So it says here that the death toll in Gaza, as reported by the Palestinian Health Ministry, understates the true scale of the crisis. So they always say, well, Hamas inflates the numbers. Well, according to this article, Hamas has actually undercounted the number of dead. And so it says here that the death toll in Gaza, as reported by the Palestinian Health Ministry, understates the true scale of the crisis. Researchers say hunger, disease, and Israeli gunfire at food distribution centers have made the war in the Strip one of the bloodiest of the 21st century. So the slaughter of the Palestinians has been one of the bloodiest events that we have ever seen in the 21st century. And I'll move this article here. There we go. On Monday of this week, Hamas's health ministry in the Gaza Strip published an updated list of those killed in the war, a 1,127-page chart arranged from youngest to oldest. The Arabic language document includes the deceased person's full name, the names of the father and grandfather, date of birth, and ID number. So Hamas really put together a serious document, giving us the names of all those who have died, their ID number, their date of birth, their age, their name. And it's a very, very large document, 1,127 pages. And so it says here that the Arabic language document includes the deceased person's full name, the name or the names of the father and grandfather, date of birth, and ID number. Unlike previous lists, this compilation notes the precise age of children who were under the age of 1 year when they were killed. Mahmoud al-Maranak and 7 more children died on the same day they were born. On the same day they were born, boom. Same day, imagine, the day they were born, boom, dead. Just like that. Never got a chance to live a life. 4 more children were killed in the day after they entered the world. 5 others lived to the age of 2 days. Not until page 11, following 486 names, does the name appear of the first child who was more than 6 months old. So the first 11 pages and the first 486 names is just of people who were killed right after they were born. And then after the 486 names, after the 11 pages, or by the time you hit the page 11, that's when you finally see people who made it past 6 months. It's heartbreaking. We are seeing history, everyone. We are seeing a genocide right before our eyes, a Holocaust right before our eyes. And there are people who want to justify it. And people wonder, why did people during the Holocaust argue that the Holocaust wasn't a big deal, or they argued that the Holocaust wasn't happening? There was Holocaust denial while it was happening, back in the 1940s. And people wonder, how did the world allow this to happen? Why would people in those days deny it? Why were people saying that it wasn't happening? You're seeing it right now. The answers to all those questions are being answered in real time right before our eyes. You're seeing it. People denying it, people acting like it was just people are denying that this genocide is happening. People are justifying it. People are saying that it needs to be done. People are saying that the Israelis deserve to kill these people and that these people deserve to die. Do you see? All of the answers to those common questions about the Holocaust of the 20th century against the Jews, the questions that ask, why did people allow it to happen? Why did people justify it? Why did people deny it? All those answers are right before us. You're seeing it right now. The reason why people justified or denied the German orchestrated Holocaust of the Jews when it was happening was because those people hated Jews and they revered Hitler. They revered Germany. They thought, and I'm not talking about just Germans. I'm talking about people who were outside of Germany. There were people outside of Germany during World War II who were denying that the Holocaust was happening, or they were finding a way to justify it. Those people were doing that. They were doing that denialism or that justification because they had an admiration for Germany. They liked Hitler. They admired him for some insane demonic reason. They hated Jews. So why are people today covering up this genocide? Or they're trying to argue that it's not happening, or they're trying to justify it? Because those people are people who revere Israel, they have an admiration for Israel, and they have a reverence or an admiration for the Jewish race. They have an ideology that revolves around the Jewish race. I'm talking about Christian Zionism. I'm talking about hardline Zionism. I'm talking about hardline Judaism, Jewish extremism. That's what I'm talking about. Just as you had people in the past who were denying the Holocaust when it was happening, who were justifying the Holocaust when it was happening or right after it happened. Those people were people who admired Germany, and they had an ideology that revered the German race, and they hated Jews. So you have people today who revere Israel, who admire the Jewish race for whatever reason, religious reasons, racial reasons, and they have an ideology that revolves around the Jewish race. Jewish Christian nationalism or Jewish nationalism, Christian Zionism, all these ideologies revolve around the Jewish race. Every single one of them does. Well, Ted, they need to repent and come to Jesus, but they're God the Father, and He will still protect them because He was a covenant with them. Okay. I know all the arguments. The lowest estimate for dead civilians in Gaza is 54.6 thousand. The highest is 335.5 thousand. Well, according to this article, the death count is about 100,000 people. And that actually makes more sense just given the amount of destruction in Gaza. It makes sense that the number is much higher than just tens of thousands of people. It makes sense. It makes sense that the number is at least 100,000 people. Guys, okay, well, I'll talk more about Christian Zionism later. I'll try to cover that issue more later on, but let me just finish this article and then we'll address it. Jesus says their work is the devil because they do his work. Yeah, exactly. So the article goes on to say, I have to pronounce my words better. The article, or as the Australians say, the article, all right? The article goes on to say, unlike previous lists, this compilation notes the precise age. Okay, I already read this, sorry. The names of the children under the age of 18 cover 381 pages and amount to 17,121 children, all told. That's huge, guys. Huge. Of the total of 55,202 dead, 9,126 were women. Israeli spokespersons, journalists, and influencers reject with knee-jerk disgust the data of the Palestinian Health Ministry, claiming that it's inflated and exaggerated. Just as people were saying the same thing about the Holocaust, by the way. While the Holocaust was happening, you had people saying the same damn thing, that it wasn't happening or that the numbers were inflated. And right after World War II, by the way, Holocaust denialism was happening right after World War II. It was happening during World War II, but it was happening even more after World War II, and it grew from there, and it's much bigger today. And Holocaust denialism is bigger now than it ever has been in its entire existence. Or right after World War II, there were Holocaust deniers who were saying that the numbers were inflated. Well, you have Zionists saying the same damn thing. Why did you have Holocaust deniers denying the Holocaust right after World War II, just like you have people denying the genocide that is happening right now in Gaza? Because both of these people, be they Holocaust deniers or people who deny that there is a genocide happening in Gaza, have the same mentality. They have the same type of ideology, and that is an ideology that revolves around race. The Zionist says, the Zionist says that the Jewish people are chosen by God. We have to embrace them in some way or another. The Christian Zionist says more or less the same thing. And the Christian Zionist has an ideology that says God chose the Jews to live in this land, therefore Jews are justified to do evils. It is an ideology that revolves around race, that leads the nationalist to deny the Holocaust, and it leads the Zionist to downplay or to deny what is happening in Gaza. Genocide deniers, exactly. Genocide denialism, absolutely. And all genocide denialism stems from an ideology that revolves around race. Even if you look at the people who deny let's say, the Armenian genocide, all of the people from Turkey who deny the Armenian genocide are Turkish nationalists. Every damn one of them is a Turkish nationalist. They have an ideology that revolves around their Turkishness. And you have people who are not Turkish who deny the Armenian genocide. These people have an admiration for Turkishness. So no matter how you look at it, genocide denialism always stems from ideologies that revolve around a nation or I should say, a race. White supremacy and Jewish supremacy interlinked. Yes. And in fact, you have hardliners who are saying, well, the Israelis have this hardcore Zionism. We as white people should follow their example and have just as much of an extremist way of looking at our race as these Zionists do. And so they look, even though they don't like Israel, even though these people don't like Zionism, they admire the Israelis for having such an extreme form of nationalism that they will justify the mass murder of another race. And of course, Israel does not recognize the Armenian genocide. And Israelis are very strong allies with the Azeris, who did massacres of Armenians just a number of years ago in Nagorno-Karabakh. Yeah, it's a curse. Yeah, just like it's the curse of Levi. It's what I call the curse of Levi. Levi did the extermination of the people of Shechem, and there was a curse that was put on Levi for that in the book of Genesis. And Jacob said, "Let not my soul be in the company of Levi." Jacob hated what Levi did. Israel denies the Armenian genocide too. I don't think Israel, I'm not sure if it officially recognizes or denies the Armenian genocide. Maybe it just doesn't talk about it, but I know that Israel is very strong allies with the Azeri Turks. I studied the WN movement, white nationalist movement in the early 2000s. They hate communism more than anything. Well, they hate communism. Yes, that's true. And they associate communism with Jews. That's what they do. Before the Zionists moved into the Middle East, Jews, Muslims, and Christians lived together. Yep, that's true. That's true. Even in the Ottoman Empire. I mean, the Ottomans had the opportunity to exterminate all the Jews in the Ottoman Empire, but the Ottoman Empire never did. It tried to exterminate the Christian population, but not the Jewish population. So there was always this, there always has been this relation between the Turks and the Israelis and the Jewish people. But I think that that's going to shift for the worst for the Israelis. That's what I believe. So the article goes on to say, but more and more international experts are stating that not only is this list, with all the horror it embodies, reliable, but that it may even be very conservative in relation to reality. So in other words, this massive list, this massive, extremely detailed meticulous list that Hamas put together, documenting all of those who have been killed in this war, all of the Palestinians who have been killed in this war, is actually undercounting and understating the actual death toll in Gaza. So the article goes on to say that Professor Michael Spagat, an economist at Holloway College at the University of London, is a world-class expert on mortality in violent conflicts. He's written dozens of articles on the wars in wars in Iraq, Syria, and Kosovo, among others. This week, he and a team of researchers published the most comprehensive study to date on the subject of mortality in the Gaza Strip. With the aid of Palestinian political scientist Dr. Halil Shikaki, the team surveyed 2,000 households in Gaza, comprising almost 10,000 people. They concluded that, as of January 2025, some 75,200 people died a violent death in Gaza during the war, the vast majority caused by Israeli munitions. At that time, the health ministry in the Gaza Strip placed the number of those killed since the war's start at 45,660. In other words, the health ministry's data undercounted the true total by about 40%. So the Gaza health ministry said, okay, 45,000 people, 45,660 people have been killed since the beginning of the war. But as of January of 2025, according to these researchers, Mr. Michael Spagat, who is an expert on analyzing death counts in violent conflicts, stated that the number of those who were killed in Gaza was much higher, stating that the number actually was 75,200 people as of January of 2025. So in other words, what this research is telling us is that Hamas undercounted the number of dead. The study hasn't yet undergone peer review. It was published as a preprint, but its results are very similar to those of a study conducted by completely different methods and published last January by researchers from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. That group also estimated the disparity between the health ministry data and the true figures to be about 40%. So you could say, well, we can't trust the first study because it hasn't been peer reviewed. But the results of the former study match the results of the latter study, which is that the health ministry of Gaza undercounted the death count, and that the actual death count is actually about 40% more than what the Hamas death count is. What the death count from the Hamas government is. So it says here that another report published this week by Matthew Gabriel Cockerill, a history doctoral student at the London School of Economics, carried out for the organization Action on Armed Violence, also cites larger numbers than those of the Gaza Health Ministry. Cockerill and his team examined the names of 1,000 children out of 3,000 that the Health Ministry erased from its list, and concluded that despite the erasure, solid evidence exists that most of those children were killed. The study by Spagat and his colleagues also tries for the first time to answer the question of excess mortality in the Strip. In other words, how many people died from the indirect effects of war, hunger, cold, diseases that could not be treated because of the destruction of the health system and other factors. And the same thing has been said about the Armenian genocide. There were a lot of people who were killed in the Armenian genocide by gunfire, by bayonets, by being murdered by man's hand, murdered by mobs, murdered by Ottoman soldiers. But then you had a lot of Armenians who were butchered or who were killed because of the conditions that the Ottoman Empire forced them to live in. We're talking about being forced to live in makeshift camps in freezing degree temperatures, so people froze to death, or people were susceptible to diseases given the cold climate they were forced to live in outside. There were freezes that led to people having very weak immune systems and thereby leading them to be killed by disease. You had people who died from starvation. You had people who died from dehydration. And all of these ways of being killed, all of these causes of death were facilitated by the Ottoman government. The Ottoman government could make the argument the Ottoman government made the argument and said, well, these people weren't killed by us, they were killed by natural causes. But the reality is that these people were killed because of the conditions that they were forced to live in freezing degree temperatures, forced to live in very damp and cold climates, being forced to live in makeshift camps in a very cold and wet climate where disease is very real, where people are very susceptible to getting infections that lead to massive deaths. People were forced to live in freezing climates where people froze to death. People were deprived from food. People were deprived from water, and therefore they would die from starvation or dehydration. People were dying from malnourishment. These were people being killed in conditions in which they were forced to live. So the genocide of the Armenians is not just people being bayoneted or people being shot or people being killed by mobs or killed by soldiers. The Armenian genocide also entailed people being killed in conditions of starvation, conditions of freezing temperatures, and they were forced to live and to die in those conditions. And because of those conditions. So the same thing can be said about what's happening in Gaza. People are being forced to live in conditions that they would have otherwise not lived in if it weren't for Israel's policies. And so it says here, during the first year of the war, various estimates about the excess mortality. I didn't read this. I mean, I read this part, but I didn't underline anything here because I didn't find it too gripping for the audience. But it says here that the data positioned the war in Gaza as one of the bloodiest conflicts of the 21st century. So the data positions the war in Gaza as one of the bloodiest conflicts in the 21st century. Gaza is in first place in terms of the ratio of combatants to non-combatants killed, as well as in terms of rate of death relative to population size. But all those protections, Spagat emphasizes, were effective only during the first year. During the past half year, it's been evident that the Gazan population increasingly lacks the ability to protect itself against excess mortality. For one, the displacement of 90% of the Strip's residents and the collapse of the health system led to a decline in the vaccination rate. Additionally, exposure to cold, heat, accidents, crowding, and diseases in the tent cities in which the majority of Gaza's inhabitants now live has left them increasingly vulnerable to disease, just like the Armenian genocide. The shortage of food and the neutralization of a large population of the UN's activity in Gaza in the wake of the full siege of 78 days, March 2nd to May 19th, and the partial siege that has continued for more than a month since then are causing a deficiency of vitamins, minerals, and protein. So people are malnourished, hence they are vulnerable to disease. They are vulnerable to dying from starvation. Affecting Gazans' immune systems. The ongoing destruction of the hospitals and the rest of the Strip's medical infrastructure has increased extensively since the resumption of hostilities. The conclusion from these developments is that it's very likely that Gaza will continue to experience waves of excess mortality in the near future. I would speculate that the ratio of non-violent to violent deaths has gone up since the January study, Spagat says. So it says here that in the meantime, even without the anticipated future waves of excess mortality, the combination of casualties from violence and those who died from disease and hunger led to the death of 83,740 people prior to January, taking into account the survey and the excess mortality. Since then, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, more than 10,000 people have been killed, and that doesn't include those in the category of excess mortality. The upshot is that even if the war hasn't yet crossed the line of 100,000 dead, it's very close. So, if it's not 100,000 people dead, the death count in Gaza is close to 100,000 people. These data, says Professor Spagat, position the war in the Gaza Strip as one of the bloodiest conflicts of the 21st century. Even if the overall number of war victims in Syria, Ukraine, and Sudan is higher in each case, Gaza is apparently in first place in terms of the ratio of combatants to non-combatants killed, as well as in terms of rate of death relative to population size. So if you look at the per capita, if you look at the ratio, Gaza's situation is much worse than the other current conflicts. According to the survey's data, which is consistent with those of the Palestinian Health Ministry, 56% of those killed have been either children up to the age of 18 or women. That's an exceptional figure when compared with almost every other conflict since World War II. So, since all of the conflicts since World War II, the misery that's been going on in Gaza is an exceptional figure. The number of those killed, the number of civilians in Gaza killed, is an exceptional figure. And that's when compared with almost every conflict since World War II. Data compiled and published by Spagat indicates that the proportion of women and children killed via a violent death in Gaza is more than double the proportion in almost every other recent conflict, including, for example, the civil wars in Kosovo, 20%, northern Ethiopia, 9%, Syria, 20%, Colombia, 21%, Iraq, 17%, and Sudan, 23%. Is more than double the proportion in almost every other recent conflict. So it says here that 56% of those killed have been either children up to the age of 18 or women. And compare that to these conflicts. In Kosovo, it was 20% of the civilians killed being women and children. Or 20% of those killed in total being women and children. In northern Ethiopia, it was 9% of those killed being women and children. In the Syrian civil war, it was 20% of those killed being women and children. In Colombia, it was 21% of those being killed being women and children. In Iraq, it was 17% of those killed being women and children. And in Sudan, it was 23% of those killed being women and children. And in Gaza, the number of those killed, 56% of those killed have been children and women up to the age of 18. All right, children up to the age of 18. It's pretty horrendous. Pretty damn horrendous. Another extreme datum found in the study is the proportion of those killed relative to the population. I think we're probably at something like 4% of the population killed, Spagat says, adding, I'm not sure that there is another case in the 21st century that's reached that high. 4% of Gaza's population has been wiped out. That's huge. That's huge. Despite these numbers, Spagat is in no hurry to employ the term genocide, which has been adopted by a large part of the international community of conflict researchers about the war in Gaza. I don't think this survey can give a verdict on this question, he says. It's still necessary to prove Israel's intention to perpetuate genocide, he adds. But I think that South Africa had a pretty strong case to make at the International Court of Justice. The best scenario, he says, is that what's taking place in Gaza amounts to only ethnic cleansing. In contrast to the richness of the data offered by the official ministry lists and the research studies that corroborate the numbers of the Gaza Health Ministry, the silence of official Israeli spokespeople about the number of those killed is striking. The October 7th war is the first in which the Israel Defense Forces has not provided estimates of the number of enemy civilians killed. Oh my God, dude. Holy shit. So for the first time in the history of the modern-day state of Israel, Israel has not provided estimates of the number of enemy civilians killed. This has never happened before. And why isn't Israel providing an estimate for the number of those killed, for the number of civilians killed in Gaza? Why is that? Why? Because they're hiding it. That's why. They know it's a damn large number. They know it's a damn high number. I believe the people care deeply. It's the institutions that could care less. I mean, I think a lot of people do care deeply. Yeah, I think you're right. Yes. Rest of the world just yawns. What a chilling reality we live in. It's the freaking Hunger Games, dude. It's so dystopian. It makes you guilty just to be living a comfortable life. You live a comfortable life. You play your video games. You listen to your music. You eat McDonald's, and you look at all this suffering happening. You're like, oh damn, that could be me. and you sort of try to mentally put yourself in those people's shoes, and it's very hard. Jesus Christ, yeah, exactly. All mothers have to feel that, yeah. Even Sudan, oh yeah, no, Sudan was a nightmare. My understanding is it's beyond 400,000 disappeared, not counting under rubble. Yeah, I think it's pretty damn high. I don't believe it's just in the tens of thousands. I don't. I think we're talking at least 100,000 people, if not multiple hundreds of thousands. All the rubble, the lack of rescue teams and paramedics. Yep, exactly. Yep, that's right. It's definitely, the number has definitely been undercounted. Especially when you just look at the sheer destruction of Gaza. There's just no way the death count is in the tens of thousands. It just makes sense that the death count is at least 100,000 people. But it could be hundreds of thousands. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if that were the case. Oh yeah, we have similar thing among Russian nationalist groups. They like how Israelis whack the Muslims. Kind of dumb from the NS perspective to see nationalists rooting for Jewish supremacists. Well, they're just taking the example. That's the thing. They're taking the example. Right? And they're saying, well, we should be following them. If the Jews are doing it, why can't white people do it? That's what they're arguing. So they're taking the genocide orchestrated by Israel, the violence orchestrated by Israel, and they're saying, why can't we do that ourselves? If Jews can get away with it, why can't white people also push for and desire for genocide against other races? And this is the very dangerous precedent that Israel has created. Israel has created a very, very dangerous world. Israel has actually made the world much more dangerous. Because now people can make the argument and say, well, a modern, very innovative country like Israel has done a genocide. So that means, and by the way, they will make the argument and say, for our entire lives, we were told that Israel was this beacon of civilization in the Middle East, that Israel was this beacon of innovation in a very underdeveloped part of the world. And we were told from a very young age to always praise Israel, and that Israel was great, and that the Israeli military is the most moral military in the world. We were told that from a very young age. So if they are the most moral military in the world, then that means, well, by your standard, it is moral to commit mass murder against the civilian population of your enemy. So why can't we do the same thing? Let's follow the lead of the most moral military on earth. So Israel has created this very, very dangerous precedent. Trump has to be released of the Zionist spell. I don't think Trump even likes Israel. To be honest, I don't. I think he finds the Israelis annoying. I think he sees the Israelis as obnoxious and as really a hindrance and an impediment on his desire to come to some sort of deal with Iran. In 2021, Donald Trump stated that Netanyahu was never interested in peace. He said this, he wasn't president then, but he said in 2021 that Netanyahu never had an interest in peace. And that has proven to be very true. Donald Trump also stated that the settlement movement was a hindrance to peace. That is also very true. Donald Trump also stated that Israel violated the ceasefire with Iran. That is also true. Donald Trump has given us actually a decent amount of ammunition to use in arguments that favor criticism of Israel. And so I think the only reason why Donald Trump expresses pro-Israel sentiment is because he wants to please all of the Mike Fuckabees of the world. That's the thing. I think that's what it really comes down to. I was willing to overlook or shrug off Trump's excessive ego, but his cold-hearted non-response to the genocide in Gaza turned me again. I mean, yeah, Trump doesn't care. I mean, I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I can't judge the guy. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't like what's happening, but he knows Israel doesn't listen to anyone, or maybe he's trying to find a way diplomatically to stop it. I don't know. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh yeah, Trump laughs as he sees dead Gazan children. But yes, I agree that the pro-Israel stuff is just evil. Anything demonic leads to death, right? Anything demonic leads to murder or indifference to murder or the justification for murder, right? Anything from Satan, any idea from the devil will lead to death. There is a verse from the book of Proverbs that says, all those who hate me, God, love death. All those who hate me love death. All those who hate God love death. And so if you look at, for example, the history of Mormonism, Mormonism led to the Mountain Meadow Massacre, which was the massacre of hundreds of travelers who were trying to make it to California to get some gold in the gold rush. The Mormons murdered those people. Mormonism also led to the murder of other innocent people as well. The Mormons made Utah into a Mormon theocracy. It was supposed to be a utopia. The reality is that it was a dystopia, and that Mormons did murder people. They had the Danites, which was Joseph Smith's private army, and so he was killing people. Islam led to the deaths of a lot of people. Every satanic idea will eventually lead to death. It'll eventually lead to murder. It'll eventually lead to tyranny. It'll eventually lead to the enabling or the justification of murder or the justifying of murder. It will always lead people to find pretext to justify murder. So if you look at Darwinism has been used to justify genocide. It was used to justify genocide all throughout the 20th century. It was used to justify genocide during the Holocaust, during the Armenian genocide. It was used to justify genocide against the people of Namibia. It has been used to justify abortion. It has been used to justify euthanasia. It's been used to justify just horrific things, for horrific acts. Darwinism has been the most genocidal ideology in the history of the world. I don't think there's an ideology as genocidal as Darwin. And I know that the Zionists are going to come out and they're going to say, Islam. There's nowhere in Islam that says to annihilate a race. That doesn't exist. There's no verse in the Islamic religion that says annihilate an entire people. You just won't find it. In Darwinism, it teaches, Charles Darwin taught that for one race to annihilate another race is of the natural order, because the natural order is survival of the fittest. And so if my people annihilates your people, that is a demonstration of our supremacy over you, and it is a demonstration of your inferiority to us because we killed you. The proof is in the genocide. You know the saying, the proof is in the pudding? The proof is in the genocide. So according to Darwinism, the proof of the superiority of a race is in the fact that it can genocide others. That's what Darwin taught. Darwin taught this. He did. And I don't give a shit. You can say he's a product of his time. Bullshit. He was living in a predominantly Christian area. He was living in Europe. He was born and raised in Europe. Europe at this point had been Christian for over a millennia. And Christianity was the main influence over Europe. Christianity just doesn't teach genocide. So don't give me this bullshit. Oh, he was a product of his time. No, he wasn't. He was a product of the diabolical. And he was telling people, well, we came from bacteria. We evolved from apes and bacteria and all this stuff. And so because we are the result of natural selection, who is to say that we humans cannot become the natural selectors? And if I am misinterpreting Charles Darwin, then tell me, how in the hell did Francis Galton misinterpret his own uncle? Because Francis Galton, the nephew of Darwin, came up with the term eugenics because he was influenced by his uncle, Charles Darwin. And so we have this Darwinian way of thinking that is dominating the modern world. It's been dominating the modern world since the 20th century. And we have Israelis who are atheists, and they believe in the supremacy of the Jewish race. You have religious Jews who believe in the supremacy of the Jewish race, and they think it's okay to commit mass murder because some rabbi told them that it's okay, or because they think that, hey, there is no God, so who cares? There's no morals. You see the sickness of it all? You see this evil? It's just demonic people. I think it's very telling that Orthodox Christians have survived under Islamic rule for over 1,000 years, whereas Western Christianity collapsed under the Enlightenment. Well, listen. the Ottoman Empire was evil. All right, I'm not going to deny that. I mean, the Armenian genocide was pretty terrible. But the reality is that the Ottoman Empire had a lot of Jews living in it. And the reality is that a lot of Jews fled into the Ottoman Empire from Spain. And the Ottoman Empire had every opportunity to exterminate its entire Jewish population. But it never did. It never did. And the Ottoman Empire only pursued a policy of complete extermination of various races when the Ottoman Empire went under the control of Darwinists. That was the only... The Ottoman Empire never went out of its way to exterminate a people until the Sultan was thrown out and the leadership was taken over by a bunch of atheist Darwinists. That speaks volumes. That is an attestment to the fact that this genocidal ideology of the modern era, this genocidal way of thinking of the modern era, really stems from the West's adoption of Darwinistic thinking, of Darwinian evolution. And it came from the West. It didn't come from the East. It came from England. It came from Germany. It came from France. It came from the Enlightenment, which came from France. It came from the Western world. There's no teaching in the... I know, Islam, bad, the jizya, Sharia law. I know, I'm not denying any of that. But the fact is that there's no teaching in Islam that says, kill this entire people. Kill all blacks. Kill all Greeks. Kill all Armenians. That doesn't exist in Islam. It doesn't. Now, there is an exception. Islam believes that there will eventually be an extermination of all Jews when the Mahdi comes, and all Christians when the Mahdi comes. So the genocidal nature of Islam is reserved for the Mahdi's coming. So eventually there's going to be a guy who's going to rise up, who's going to say, I am the Mahdi, and the Muslim world is going to follow him. That's when Muslims are going to become genocidal. But as far as a teaching in Islam that says, you must be genocidal, that doesn't exist in Islam. But it exists in Darwinism, and Darwinism didn't come from the East. It came from the Western world. It's a product of the super civilized West, Western civilization, Western civ. And that's what all these bullshit artists keep touting. Western civilization, for the defense of Western civilization, for the defense of Western civilization. Western civilization. And there was a time in the early 2000s, right, in the early 2000s, in the 2010s, when there was this, I remember those days. I was very active at those days. Not sexually active, no. Unfortunately for me, I was never sexually active. But I was very active in the world of reading and writing and just getting into that conservative circle. And there was this sort of renaissance that was going on in the early 2000s. I would say more so in the early 2010s. That was obsessed with Western civilization. And you had some big thinkers, people like Roger Scruton. Now, I loved Roger Scruton's documentary on art and aesthetics and what is beauty and the nature of beauty and why we human beings need beauty. It's a wonderful documentary. I recommend that everyone go see it. Maybe it's on YouTube, I don't know. But it was a beautiful documentary on beauty and art and aesthetics. But Roger Scruton was a part of that world. He was part of that renaissance that was going on in Western conservatism that rose up and spoke about the West and that spoke about Western civilization. And a lot of these people meant well, but some people did not mean well. You know, Roger Scruton was a good guy. I don't think he was an evil person, but there were people who truly, truly were evil. You had people coming out talking about Western civilization. You had your Samuel Huntingtons and the like, who were coming out talking about the exception of Western civilization, Western exceptionalism and American exceptionalism. And Dennis Prager was pushing that sort of thing. And there was a guy, a Palestinian American academic by the name of Edward Said, and he was really writing against this way of thinking, and he said that there is this mentality that is being pushed in the Western world that wants us to fixate on Western civilization against the East. And I think that this was illustrated, or this was exemplified in the film 300 and the popularity for that movie. In the film 300, there is this very clear propaganda. I kind of noticed it when I was watching it in theater, and it's a very evil movie. I really hate that film, even though there are some nice lines in it, but I really hated that movie, and I hated it even when I saw it in theater. I hated it. And when I saw that film back in the early 2000s, I was still in high school. But at that time, I was reading a lot about Darwinism and Herbert Spencer and survival of the fittest. And I was also reading about ancient eugenics, eugenics in the Greek world specifically. And I was reading about how the Spartans had a ritual where they would take a child, a newborn baby, and they would place the newborn baby right outside of Sparta. And they would leave the baby there for several days, and they would come back. And if the baby was dead, then they would say, well, the baby was not strong enough to hold the name of Spartan. And if the baby was alive, they would say, this baby is strong enough to be a Spartan. And there was this evil eugenics that would actually directly influence Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler said that the ancient eugenics of the Spartans is something that we should actually model our society after. And so in that movie, there is a clear propaganda that is being conveyed. There is a clear propaganda that is being pushed. And that is this propaganda of Western civilization versus the East, the tyrannical East. And so in the film, you have the Greeks versus the Persians. What is going on? Why is this article moving? In the film 300, you have the Greeks versus the Persians. And this war is being used as a way to push for this idea of Western civilization versus the East, and Western exceptionalism versus Eastern despotism. And the Persians were a people of despotism and dictatorship, and the Spartans were a people of civilization and civilization. And the film kind of defeats itself when it talks about the eugenic policy of the Spartans. I mean, how were the Spartans civilized if they were committing eugenics and if they were murdering their own newborns? There's nothing civilized about that. That's barbaric. But the film was trying to present the Spartans as these people who were on the bulwark, who were guarding Western civilization from the eastern hordes of Persia. But the film, it was trying to push this idea that the Spartans were this guard against the East, against Eastern tyranny. But when you look at history and when you look at even modern day society, you find that a lot of tyrannical ways of thinking actually came from the West. Darwinism didn't come from the East, it came from the West. Darwinism was used to justify every single genocide, from what the Germans did to the Namibians, to what the Ottomans did to the Armenians, to what the Germans did to the Jews, and to other peoples who they deemed to be inferior. Atheism was the byproduct of Darwinism, and atheism became foundational for the Soviet Union, and atheism was something that was enforced by the Leninists in the Soviet Union, and that was a horrendous form of tyranny that led to massive persecution of Christians in the Soviet Union, and countless priests were murdered because they were priests, and churches were forced to be transformed into government offices, and people were tyrannized because they were Christian by the Leninists, because the Leninists believed that atheism was the supreme worldview, and that Christianity was this primitive way of thinking that needed to be purged out. But again, these were all byproducts of Western thinking. This didn't come from the East. So truly, who is civilized? Truly, who is innovative? Truly, who is a force of civility? If you want to sit there and say that the West is this exceptional force for civility, then you're going to have to try to explain away Darwinism. You're going to try to have to explain away the Darwinist influence on every single genocide that took place in the 20th century. You're going to have to explain away the Holocaust, which happened in the West. You're going to have to explain away the fact that the greatest genocide of the Jews in the history of the Jewish people was not done in the East. It was done in the West, and it was orchestrated by Westerners. You're going to have to explain away the fact that the biggest slaughter of the Polish people in the history of the Polish people wasn't done by Easterners. It wasn't done by Middle Eastern people. It wasn't done by Muslims. It was done by Germans. Where is the civility? Where is it? You have to try to explain away the fact that in a Western, modern, secular country like Iceland, there are virtually no people with Down syndrome, not because they have discovered a cure for Down syndrome, but because they have killed virtually all people with Down syndrome through partial birth abortion or through just abortion or infanticide. Where is the civility? Where is it? And by the way, people will sit there and watch the film 300 and glorify the Spartans, but what they never care to look into is the fact that after the Peloponnesian War, the Spartans would actually ally with the Persians against the rest of the Greeks. So all this bullshit about the Spartans being this bulwark against the East and being this guard for the West and for Western civilization is complete fucking horseshit. To be honest with you, it's just complete horseshit that is utterly vacuous of any historical reality. The Spartans didn't give a shit about any concept called the West. They didn't give a damn about this concept that we have called the West. This idea of the West is a very modern concept. The Spartans, I mean, they were killing other Greeks all the time. Go read about the Peloponnesian War. The Greeks were always killing each other, not always, but for a long time, they were killing each other, vying for power, vying over who was going to rule over the Mediterranean. There's this whole idea of the West is a very modern concept that's been pushed by cold warriors like Samuel Huntington for the agenda of getting people to support NATO against the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union was in the East. So they wanted people to think of the West as exceptional so they can hate the East. Because the East, in this case, is the evil Russians and the Soviet Union. It's 300 gay Spartans. Yeah, they were all gay, and there was nothing civilized about the Spartans. I mean, the Spartans were a society where everything was micromanaged. The Spartan government would micromanage your sex life, for crying out loud. They wanted to actually prevent a number of people from being born. They wanted to control the birth rates of Spartan society because they were afraid that if too many people were born, they wouldn't have enough food to feed everyone. So they would try to control the birth rate by forcing every guy to have a gay lover. So if you were a married man and you were married to a woman, the state would actually try to make sure that you would get married to a guy. And they would say, well, if you're horny and you want to have sex, don't have sex with your wife. Just sodomize another man. And that'll relieve you of your sexual urges and you will not have children. And that'll prevent overpopulation in the Spartan world. I mean, this was the Spartan world. If this is your defense for Western civilization, then you can take it and you can shove it up your ass. Well, don't do that. Don't do that, because then you might become a gay Spartan. But you can just take it and throw it out the window. It's bullshit. It's a lie. This whole concept of, the West. This is something that was being pushed heavily during the Cold War. It was being pushed heavily in the early 2000s or in the 2010s, and it was being pushed by the Western conservative movement to push this whole idea of Western exceptionalism against Russia, against the Middle East, against countries that we don't like. Alexander loved Persian culture. Yeah, he did. He adopted Persian despotism as well. And Christianity doesn't come from the West, by the way. It comes from the East. And I really don't like, and tell me if you guys think I'm wrong. If you think I'm wrong, please explain to me why you think I'm wrong. But I really don't like this obsession that a lot of people in the Western world have for Athenian philosophy. And I really hate it. I don't hate it, but it kind of irks me when people say things like, well, Western civilization came from the marriage between Athens and Jerusalem. I've heard that so many times. And that was something that was really being pushed, I remember, in the early 2010s by people. Oh, it goes back to Athens and Jerusalem, and Christianity and Athens, and putting Christianity and Greek philosophy together, we get Western civilization. Well, maybe that's true, right? Well, it is true, right? Because Thomas Aquinas was hardcore into Greek philosophy. But is that something really helpful for society, right? Was it really helpful for Thomas Aquinas to merge Christianity with Greek philosophy? And I don't believe that it was helpful. I think it was actually demonic. I think it was actually dangerous, because what it did was it opened the door, and you can see this in Thomistic philosophy. What it did was it opened the door for people to say, well, I mean, the Greeks adopted homosexuality, and so homosexuality can be natural. And so because the Greeks gave us one half of our civility, so to speak, then that means we should also embrace the sodomist side of Greek society. And Thomas Aquinas got a lot of stuff from Aristotle and from Socrates. And if you read Socrates, homosexuality is explicitly expressed by Socrates. And so why are we merging sodomitic authors? Why are we associating sodomist authors with the Christian faith? I can be a Christian and never read Greek philosophy. I've never read I've never read all of the Socratic dialogues. I've read some of them, but I've never read all of them. I've never sat there and read Plato's Republic. I've read little parts here and there, but I've never read Plato's Republic from beginning to end. Does that make me less of a Christian? I've never sat down and read all of the Summa Theologica. I've read parts of the Summa Theologica. I've especially read the political parts of the Summa Theologica, but I have never read the entirety of the Summa Theologica. Does that make me less of a Christian? And no Catholic is going to sit there and say, oh yeah, that makes you less of a Christian. No one's going to say that. Why? Because they know that all of this pushing for Greek philosophy and merging, all this push for merging Christianity with Greek philosophy is completely unnecessary. We don't need Greek philosophy. We don't need any of that stuff. We had the Christian faith. We have the Christian faith. We don't need Greek philosophy. We don't need any of that stuff. Jesus didn't quote Greek philosophy. Paul quoted a Greek philosopher somewhat when he was preaching to the Athenians, but he quoted that philosopher not to praise Greek philosophy and not to merge Greek philosophy with Christianity. He quoted that Greek philosopher partially to bash paganism, because there was a Greek philosopher who said, in Zeus and with Zeus do we walk? And Paul was preaching to the Athenians, and Paul says, in Christ and with Christ we walk. And I've heard these Catholic scholars and these Protestant scholars welcome, they'll welcome Greek philosophy, and they'll quote this line and say, you see, Paul was quoting Greek philosophy. And so therefore this whole Thomistic method of merging Christian religion with Greek philosophy is absolutely correct, and it's essential. But that's not what Paul was doing. And to make that argument is really bad faith, because what Paul was saying was that philosopher was full of shit. What Paul was effectively saying was, to hell with Zeus. It's not in Zeus. He was in fact bashing what that philosopher wrote, because that philosopher insisted that, oh, we live in Zeus, we walk with Zeus. And Paul is saying, no, we walk with Christ. So how could you use this verse as an argument for merging together Greek philosophy with Christianity? It's bullshit. I remember growing up in the 2010s, and I remember going to Barnes and Noble and going online and watching YouTube lectures and things like that. And I remember I would pick up these books about Christianity and Western civilization and things like that, and I would read them. And I would get all excited. Oh, look, this author from this prestigious university is writing some very nice things about Christianity. And you would look at these books or you would look at these YouTube videos on the subject of Christian civilization. And all these books and all these videos would do the same thing. They would all say Christian civilization came from the merging of Greek philosophy with Christianity, and it's just amazing, and it's wonderful, and it's essential to our Christian society that we have Greek philosophy and all these things. And looking back, I have to say that all of this talk, all of this rhetoric, all of this propaganda is merely NATO ideology. It's just NATO ideology. It's all it is. It's a way to get us to believe in Western exceptionalism. And if we can believe in Western exceptionalism, then that means we should love NATO, because NATO is the West. And we should hate the East or look down on the East and see the East as barbaric and primitive. Because, oh, you know, those Slavs over there, they're Putlerist. And those Middle Eastern people out there, they're murderers and they're terrorists. And you know, I remember many years ago, not many years ago, but about, I don't know, it was back in 2018, so years and years ago, I remember going to Italy. And I remember before I went to Italy, I would hear all the time about how, oh, Italy is like, it's being taken over by refugees and migrants, and they're like destroying Italy and this and that. And I'll be honest with you, when I was in Italy, I didn't see a whole lot of Muslims when I was over there. I really didn't. I rarely ever saw Muslims there. Now, I did see one Muslim dude who looked like he could have been a member of ISIS, and he did look legitimately scary. And honestly, he should have been arrested and seriously investigated and probably deported or put in prison, because he was, just by looking at him, he was definitely a threat to society. But other than that guy, I didn't really see people who were criminals walking around, prowling the streets. I just never saw that. And I remember I went to Rome, I went to a number of big cities in Italy, and I rarely ever saw Muslims. And when I did, with the exception of that one guy, I never saw Muslims acting problematically. I saw a bunch of Middle Eastern people when I was in Rome. In fact, there's a whole street in Rome that is just filled with Middle Eastern people. And I walked through that whole street. I had a kebab sandwich. No one messed with me. Never got robbed. Nothing happened. Just a bunch of working class people walking around. And I remember I went to this one part of Italy. It was in northern Italy. Oh, I don't remember the name of it. It was a city near Bologna, like that Bologna area. And I remember seeing this Italian guy riding his bicycle. And I kid you not, his front wheel hit something. And I watched as his front wheel hit something. I don't know what it was, but it hit something that made the back wheel go up, and the whole bike flipped on the seat part. And the guy was smack on the ground, and you can tell he was injured. And I should have ran over there and helped him. I should have. Until this day, I feel bad that I didn't run over there and help him. But think of this. Italian guy. White Italian, not immigrant, white guy. Italian. You know, buongiorno, spaghetti, all this stuff. Lasagna, pizza, lasagna, that type. Real Italian. The bicycle is riding. The front wheel hits something. The back wheel goes up, and it lands, the whole bike lands on the seat part. This dude is smack on the ground. He's injured. He's not getting up. He's laying on the ground. I should have ran over there and helped him. But I remember telling my dad, I said, Dad, we were in a very crowded street. There were a lot of people around. A lot of people. And I think it may have been raining. I don't remember. But there were a lot of people around. And I remember telling my dad, I said, Dad, let's wait and see if any Italians help him. So we did a little sociological observation. And we watched as this guy was on the floor. And we waited to see if anyone would help him. And I watched as Italian people, I kid you not, I saw this with my own eyes. I watched as Italian people walked right past this dude and didn't do shit. Didn't do nothing. Not even, hey, are you okay? Get up. Oh, let's help this guy up. Nothing. Do you need an ambulance? Nothing. People walked past this dude's body. And we're like, fuck them. We don't care. This kid, they didn't even look down. So I told my dad, I said, let's just wait and see who helps him. Because we waited. And we waited. And we waited. People will just walk past this guy. Dude didn't do shit. And then I saw, with my own eyes, two, they were either Pakistani or Indian. I can't tell the difference. But they were, let's just say they were from the Indian subcontinent. So let's just say they were Indian or Paki Indians. Let's just say that. I saw some Paki Indians, 2 of them. They were the only ones who helped this dude up. I kid you not. This Italian dude smack on the floor. He's just smacked there. The whole bike flipped. He's in pain. People walking past him, not doing shit. 2 Indian dudes or Pakistanis, Paki Indians. They walk up to this dude. They both help him up. And they talk to him. And I think he walked holding his bicycle somewhere else. But the only people who helped this dude were foreigners. That was it. And, people will sit there and talk about, oh, the refugees and the immigrants. Yeah, there's bad refugees. There's bad immigrants. Not denying that. Absolutely. But there are good people who are immigrants. And that goes without saying. It goes without saying. And this whole anti-immigrant, anti-refugee stuff, it's eventually going to lead to a lot of problems. It's going to lead to a lot of problems. It's going to lead to massive violence. We already got a sample of that in the summer of last year when people were destroying businesses because the business owners were foreigners. That happened in Northern Ireland. We saw a little bit of that in England. Not a little, but we saw a lot of that in England as well. I mean, it's gonna be bad, And I remember thinking I would love to live in Ireland because I love Irish music. But I'm pretty certain if I were to move to Ireland, I wouldn't like it because I'm sure Ireland has changed a lot since the 1990s. And all the Irish music that I enjoyed listening to was from the 1990s. And, yeah, I'm pretty certain if I moved to Ireland, there would be an outbreak of anti-refugee hunting groups just prowling the streets. And I would have to get the hell out of there. Friendliest people I know are immigrants. A lot of white Europeans are selfish and evil. I remember when I was flying back to America from Italy, I had to land in the Amsterdam airport. So we went from Rome to Amsterdam. I got off the Roman plane and went into the Amsterdam airport. So I got to spend some time in the Amsterdam airport, a couple of hours in the Amsterdam airport. And I remember there were a lot of Dutch people there. And years before I went to the Amsterdam airport, I was told that the Dutch people are the tallest people in the world. I thought it was an exaggeration. I can tell you right now, it is not an exaggeration. They are the tallest people I've ever seen in my life. Taller than anyone I've ever seen. They are so tall. They're giants. The Dutch people are giants. I don't know what it is. I don't know why they're taller than other Europeans, but they are. The women, see, I am considered tall in the US. I'm 6'2". I am a woman's height in the Netherlands. No exaggeration. Like I was walking around the Dutch airport. I saw Dutch women who were my height. Dutch dudes, they're up here. They're giants. These people, very big people, very tall people. And I remember I remember getting into the airplane in the Dutch airport, in the Amsterdam airport, and there was a Dutch guy who sat near me. He didn't sit in the same row as me, but he sat in an aisle right across from mine. It was very close to my seat. So I was at an aisle seat. He was at an aisle seat, but his row was across mine. So we were sitting pretty close. And he was a tall Dutch guy, I remember. Very tall Dutch guy with glasses. And I remember there was a Muslim woman with a hijab, and she was walking down the aisle. And she was trying to get past my chair, but she couldn't because her luggage bag got stuck on this Dutch guy's seat. And it just got stuck. Like she couldn't pull it out. And I remember there was a Dutch guy, this tall Dutch guy, right next to her. So I'm the Dutch guy, right? I'm on my seat. Muslim woman is here. right next to him. There's no way that he didn't know she was there. Right next to him. Her bag is stuck on her seat. And she doesn't want to be rude and go there and grab the thing off away from his seat. So she's telling him, sir, my bag is stuck on your seat. My bag is stuck on your seat. I kid you not. I saw this with my own eyes. This Dutch guy does one of this bullshit. He does one of this. He goes, as this woman is right next to him, her bag is stuck on his seat, and she doesn't want to be rude and grab it off and, go reach to his armrest and take the strap off or whatever. And she goes, sir, my bag is stuck in your chair. He don't give a shit. He's like, oh. I've never seen anything like it. So I got up. I went right up to this Dutch dude, and I just grabbed this woman's bag. I said, here you go. And that was it. Like, and I told my dad, I said, I've never seen behavior like this. It's just, you could see it. You could just see the superiority complex. And, yeah, it was just very strange. It was just very strange. And I remember a number of years ago, I met this Serbian guy. And the Serbian guy, very, very educated guy. He's one of the most, if not the most educated person I ever talked to. The guy was so educated. And his English was very good. His English was better than any American I've ever met. Serbian dude. And he told me about the Germans and how the Germans are. And he told me, he said, I know a lady. He said, I know a Serbian woman who was a nurse. And she got a job at a hospital in Germany. And she lived in Germany for a year or 2 years. And she told this story to the Serbian dude. And this Serbian guy told me the story. And he told me, he said, this woman recounted to me how when she was a nurse in Germany, there was a German doctor who hated immigrants, hated refugees, hated them, hated foreigners. And this was in, what's that state in Germany? It was either in, what's the name of that? Saxon-Anhalt or something? Saxony? I think it was the state of Saxony. Or Bavaria. It was either Bavaria or Saxony, one of those regions. And this woman told this Serbian guy, she said, when I was a nurse in Germany, there was a doctor who hated refugees. He hated immigrants. And he hated foreigners. And there was a Turkish family that was in the hospital. And the doctor liked to psychologically torture people. He liked to psychologically torture refugees. And this doctor walks up to this family and says, your father has a fatal disease and he will be dead in 6 months. And the whole family starts weeping. Like everyone starts crying and wailing. And the doctor smiled as he walked away. And the nurse, the Serbian nurse, picked up the file from the doctor and looked at it and found out that it wasn't even a fatal disease, nothing. The doctor was full of shit. It was an illness that could be cured. And she walked back to the German family, to the Turkish family, and she said, the doctor is wrong. Your father doesn't have a fatal illness. He has an illness that is curable. And she was a Serbian woman, and she hated this doctor for this reason, for that very reason, because he would do stuff like that. So it's stuff like that is just, it's just very weird. It's just very bizarre and weird behavior, and so I remember staying in Italy, mainly in northern Italy, for 3 weeks, and honest to God, I couldn't wait to get the fuck out of there. I'll be honest with you guys. I didn't like Italy. I loved Spain. Loved Spain. I was in southern Spain, but I was very disappointed with Italy. Very disappointed with Italy. Just the snobbiness and the coldness, and I just didn't like it. I didn't like it. And the Dutch are a very efficient people. I've never seen a people who are as punctual as them. I remember when I was in the Amsterdam airport, that airport was, dude, the Rome airport, right? The big airport in Rome is bullshit. The airport in Rome is so, It's just so inefficient. The planes ride, thank God. They fly, thank God, right? But I mean, it takes forever for them to process your ticket. It takes forever for them to process anything. And it takes forever for them to do anything. And I remember going to the Roman airport, and I remember standing in line waiting for them to get my ticket and get my luggage. And I remember sitting there for like 2-3 fucking hours as these Italian employees sat there joking amongst themselves, laughing at Italian, and there was no one coming out saying, hey guys, we'll be ready in a minute. Okay, just keep tight, hold tight, we'll be ready. Don't worry. We're going to start processing everything in a moment here. None of that. They act like you don't exist. They're laughing, they're smiling, they're cracking jokes. I kid you not, as we were all waiting for them to start processing everything, the line was huge. Huge line, crowd of people waiting to get their stuff processed. And this Italian guy walks up to the crowd with a little pot, a glass pot with flowers, and he's putting the pot, he puts the pot on the desk, he puts the flowers gently in the pot, waters the flowers, as if none of us exist. I said, my God, these people are inefficient. They're truly, and I remember telling my dad, I said, there's no way the Roman Empire is ever going to come back. There's just no freaking way. You have these these Italian nationalism. Oh, we're going to bring back the glory of Rome. You ain't going to bring back a damn thing, let alone a meatball. You ain't going to bring back a damn thing. You guys are way too inefficient, way too lazy to do anything. You guys can't even run an airport efficiently. How the hell are you guys going to run an empire? And then you would see the Italian police. I mean, what a joke, right? You see the Italian cops. American cops, big guys with guns, bulletproof vests. You look at the Italian cops, they're like thin little guys. Thin, they're so thin, those guys. And they just look like soap opera actors with guns. Maybe they're really efficient, I don't know. But they didn't look very efficient, in my opinion. But I could be wrong. I probably am wrong about that one. But it's just... And then I went to the Netherlands. Man, oh man, what a different people. What a different culture. What a different people. What a different atmosphere. Everything about the Dutch is so different from the Italians. They're different peoples. They're, oh, we're all Europeans here. Sure. I went to the Netherlands, and I remember we had... Our plane was going to come very quickly. And they said, you got to get to this area or else you're going to miss your flight. So I remember we went to the line, the security checkpoint, and the line for the security checkpoint was very long. And I said, man, we're never going to get the fuck out of here. There were these 2 tall Dutchmen next to us. And I remember telling these Dutch guys, I said, listen, our flight's going to come pretty soon. And we got to get to this part of the airport because if not, we could miss the flight. And I'll never forget it. This Dutch guy, tall, super tall Dutch dude, he looked at his watch, and the way he looked at his watch was unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. He didn't go like an American, like, oh, okay. He goes like this. He goes like this. He goes like this. He goes. I mean, super, I've never seen anything like it in my life. Super, super proper. Just... I mean, it was like a robot. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Just the mannerisms of those people is so different. I remember when I was in Italy and you would see the Italians laid back, whatever, and, you know, just incompetent, inefficient. They don't give a shit. Trash on the floor. They throw their trash on the floor in Italy. Everything's... Listen, Rome, I kid you not when I say this, Rome has a smell. And Rome smells like garbage and tomato sauce. You know the smell of garbage? There's a smell of garbage, right? I'm sure we're all familiar with the smell of garbage bags. You leave a bunch of garbage bags out for too long, it starts to develop a stench. There's a garbage bag stench. The streets of Rome smell like garbage and tomato sauce put together. That's how Rome smells like. I'm not joking when I say that. I mean it 100%. I'm not even exaggerating. That's how Rome smells like. Rome is an incompetent, filthy, corrupt place full of thieves, corrupt politicians, embezzlers. Everyone's fucking corrupt. Everyone's trying to steal your money because you don't speak Italian. Everyone's trying to embezzle you. It's just a shitty place. And then I went to the Netherlands, and I saw, man, there's a difference. I said, holy shit, there's a difference. I said, if these people ever got back to the war front and started making militaries again, they'd be unstoppable. The Italians would get their asses whooped. There's no doubt. I mean, you see these Dutch guys, they're just tall like that, big frame, big wide shoulders like that, like big like that, very imposing, and they're very straightforward. They're like, what you needs? Yes, yeah. What you needs? Yeah, yeah. You was your schedule? Yeah. Okay, let me see. The Italians are just like, oh, what? They don't even talk to you. And I remember going to Rome, and I remember seeing the German tourists, and you could, I'm not joking, dude. You look at the Italians, incompetent, laid back, always smiling, always laughing, or they look depressed and miserable. There's no in between with them. And then you look at the Germans. Man, I saw the German tourists. You see the Germans? Tall, back straight, the way they walk, the stature, everything. It's almost like they kept the mannerisms of the Wehrmacht. They never let that shit go. They don't give a fuck, those Germans. I'm telling you, they're still the same way. Like efficient, everything, the way they walk, everything about them. You could look at an Italian, you know that's an Italian. You could look at a German or a Dutch, and you know that's a Dutch or a German. And this is going to sound funny because it is, but I could see a Russian, and I know it's a Russian before they even open their mouths. I know that's a Russian. There's a certain look to every European, and people wonder, why was it that for the longest time, the Europeans were killing each other, and Englishmen hated Frenchmen, and Dutchmen hated Spaniard, and this group of European hated this other group of European. Vikings hated Irish people, vice versa. Irish hated English, English hated Irish, right? Scotsmen hated Englishmen. How are we Americans look at that history and we say, well, they're all white people, right? Because in the American ethos, there's white. That's a white man. We look at an Italian American, Irish American, English American, Scottish American. We say that's a white man, right? If it's a Chinese American, Japanese American, we say that's an Asian American. If a black guy, African American, that's a black guy, right? We say white. In Europe, they know how to distinguish between each other. And the longer you stay in Europe, the longer you begin to see that there are differences between Europeans. Massive differences, massive cultural differences, temperament differences, mannerism differences, all sorts of differences. So you can easily see and you can easily recognize how the Europeans of old were able to distinguish between each other so easily. Like a Frenchman, like you read about the 100 Years' War and you read about how English hated French people and vice versa. French people hated English people. How were they able to even distinguish between each other? They were. I can guarantee you, they were 100% able to distinguish between each other. A French guy could see an English guy, and before that guy even opened his mouth, he could say, that's an Englishman. Because I began to see the differences. I could go to Rome, I could see Russian tourists, that's a Russian, or a Ukrainian. Now, granted, I cannot distinguish between a Russian or a Ukrainian. I can't. I could look at someone who's a Balkaner, and I could say, that's a Balkaner. I could look at someone who's a German, or an Austrian, or a Dutchman, I could say, that's a Germanian. You could see just the differences between the peoples, man. The big differences. And I remember going to this Dutch airport and talking to these Dutch employees saying, hey, my plane's going to come at any moment. We got to get to this certain location. This line's going to take way too long. And this Dutch guy, he goes, and then he puts his arm down like that, like a robot. And he says, yeah, come here. And he takes me down this other path and he says, go down here. You get there faster. And I'm like, thanks. And he just let me cut the whole damn line. Why? Efficiency. That's why. Efficiency. But there's a coldness to them. You see, you get the efficiency, but it comes with a price. There's a coldness to them. There's a coldness to them, you see. I also, when I was in Italy, I could spot white Americans a million miles away. I could look at someone who's white, and I could say, that's an American. As soon as I saw someone who was overweight and walking around with tacky shorts and a backpack, I knew that was an American. And I was right 100% of the time, because Americans do that kind of stuff. Like tacky shorts, high socks, with a backpack. That's an American. And Americans have a certain walk, by the way. Americans have a walk that only Americans do. No one does the walk. No one. does the gait of the American. No one. You could look at someone walking in a foreign country where no one speaks English, and you could say, that's an American, just by the way they walk. I remember being in this small hick-ass town in Italy, in the middle of nowhere. Small-ass town, population maybe 1,000 or 2 people. And I remember walking down this road, and this town was so scenic. It was something like out of a magazine. You walk around the street is completely clean. There's one little road that takes you through the entire town. You just walk the entire town. You don't have to drive. And then you're walking, and then you look at this on the side of the road. There's some old Italian guy selling sausages, and the sausages are hanging from a string. And you see this big wheel of Parmesan cheese hanging from a string. He's telling you I bought some sausage, of course. I wanted to try it. Really good stuff. Some little restaurant on the side, little pasta, little pizzeria, and the street is clean, and everything is clean. And you see the mountains and this old Italian architecture and this old church that's hundreds of years old. I mean, it's just so surreal. It's not unlike anything you see. You can't see anything like this in the US. And even in that town, from a distance, I could see people walking. And I said, those are Americans. And they got close enough, and I heard them open their mouths, pure American English. I said, I'm that good. How was I able to figure this out? There is a walk that Americans have. I can't explain it. I cannot. You have to see it for yourself. But there is a walk that Americans have that only they have. It is distinct. It is distinct to Americans and Americans only. Mexicans don't have it. Canadians probably don't have it. Freaking Irish people, Scottish people, none of them have it. Only Americans have this walk. Well, what's the walk? I don't know. I can't describe it. It's just the American gait. Walk in front of a mirror, and then you'll see. Oh yeah, that's how it looks. Only Americans have this walk. I can't explain it, but when you see a guy from a distance who has the weird, tacky looking shorts and a backpack, you know it's an American. And if you see bald-headed dudes wearing tank tops, and the tank tops have blue and white stripes, it's a Russian. 6 million%. It is a Russian. Every single time. I'm telling you, Russian tourists, man, they always love to walk around with these blue and white striped tank tops, and they're big people, the Russians. Oh my God, they're big people. They're way bigger than Americans, and they're definitely bigger than Italians. I saw Russians, man, in Italy. I said, man, they're big people, big, and they're like, Russians are bulky. Russians are bulky people. They're bulky, big arms like that, big fucking little bellies like that. You know, they're a little bit overweight, and they're big arms. They all have that Fedor Emelianenko look. They have that Fedor Emelianenko look, and you just from a mile away, I'm like, that's a Russian. English people, oh my God, English people. I can guess English people so well. It is so freaking easy to guess. English people, it's like I can't really explain what it is, but I can look at an Englishman and I just know that guy's from England. I remember being in Texas in a cafe in Texas, and I was waiting in line for my coffee. Speaking of coffee, maybe I should get some more. I was waiting in line for my coffee, and there was a guy in front of me. And he had a kid with him, a little toddler with him. And he was taller than me, this guy. Taller than me. He had square glasses. And there was just something about his mannerisms and the way he looked and his countenance that just screamed Englishman. And I remember telling myself in my mind, I said, this guy's from England. There's no way this guy's from America. This guy's from England. And he was a thin guy, looked like a nerd, tall, lanky arms, glasses like that. He looked like something that you would see out of the BBC, like one of those BBC series actors, you know, like, oh, the sheriff's in town, and he's the sheriff. Sheriff Malcolm Middleton is here. He's here to investigate and inquire into a local crime that happened here. Oh, really? We'll bring the local constable and have a word with them. Damn it! I mean, like he was in one of those BBC soap operas. Yeah, and I looked at him and I said, that guy's English. There's no way he's American. There's just no way. I know an American when I see one. I know an American when I see one. That's an Englishman. And I remember his little toddler started running, and he said, Joseph, come here now. I said, how am I this good? I am so damn good. I am so good at this. I could guess people where they're from. Damn, I'm so good. Do you know who's difficult for me is Baltic people. I've never met anyone from the Baltics, so I don't have a template by which to identify them. And I remember I went to this burger joint here in Texas, and there was this family that was eating right next to me, like smack right behind me. I was in a booth, they were right next to me. This was years ago. And they were speaking this, they were white, but they were speaking this language that I had never heard before. They were like, I'm like, is that Scandinavian? No, it's not Scandinavian. Is that Hungarian? Possibly, but Hungarian sounds very much like Persian, like Farsi. Hungarian is a very Persian language. If you ever listen to Hungarian, it sounds so much like Farsi. It's hilarious. It's fascinating. It makes you wonder where Hungarian comes from. Definitely a Persian language. It wasn't Hungarian. I'm like, is that Scandinavian? No. And I'm thinking maybe it sounded so weird and so unusual that I had to come to the conclusion that it was either Finnish or it was Baltic. And it could have been a Baltic language. It wasn't Romanian, no. Those people didn't have that look. Romanians have a look. They have that kind of Slav look. These people looked like they were from Northern Europe, tall, white. They looked very well dressed, definitely European. But that language, man, it didn't sound like, I know Scandinavian when I hear it. It wasn't Scandinavian. I'm thinking, it sounds so bizarre. It's unlike anything I've ever heard. I said it's unlike anything I am used to hearing when it comes to European languages. It had to have been Baltic. And guessing, yeah, Estonian, Lithuanian, or Latvian, one of those languages. Or Finnish. It could have been Finnish. It was one of those northern languages. But it was just so bizarre. I'm trying to think of other examples of me guessing people's races very accurately. I could guess Middle Eastern people really well. I could look at a black guy and I know if he's African American or African. I know if he's a black, like an American black and an African. I just know. As soon as I see a black guy and he's dressed up like he's about to go into a university, that dude's from Nigeria. 100%. The dude is from Nigeria. Like that dude's Nigerian, 100%. And I'm right every single time. I could just look at a guy and go, that guy ain't from here. Nah, he's from Nigeria. And then you talk to him and goes, I am a Nigerian student. I am here to study and do an inquiry into my studies. And I am mainly fixated upon the epistemological elucidations of certain philosophical matters and theological matter. There was a joke that I heard about Nigerians that was so funny and it was so true. When the British left Nigeria, they left only two things behind: Bibles and dictionaries, because their vocabulary is way better than the average American's vocabulary. But nonetheless, I can identify a black dude from Africa, and I can distinguish between a black dude from Africa and a black guy from the U.S. Was it pretty when girls spoke it, but ugly when a guy spoke it? I don't know. I've never ever meet an Aboriginal? No, I've never met an Aboriginal ever. Are you Aboriginal? What about Jamaicans? Oh, I met a dude from Jamaica when I was in a garden nursery, but this guy, he sounded so much like an African American that I didn't think he was Jamaican, but he very clean guy, very well dressed guy, and he had the African American dialect, and I asked him where he was from, and he said, "Oh, I'm from Jamaica." I never would have guessed. And he got me with that one because he just forsook his Jamaican accent. Mongolian, I've never met a Mongolian. No, never met a Mongolian. I've never met a Baltic person. I've met and I've talked with people from the Balkans a lot. Polish people. They got a certain look. Polish people look as if you took a Russian dude and had them live in England for like 20 years. And then the Russian dude begins to adopt the mannerism of an English guy. That's a Polish dude. Polish people are basically, they're ultra westernized Slavs. And a lot of times Polish people will dress up just like Americans. It's amazing. They'll dress up a lot like Americans, and they're a very interesting people. I remember one time I went to this Chinese restaurant, And the Chinese restaurant was in the middle of absolute nowhere. I mean, just absolute nowhere. And not nowhere, but it was kind of in the hicks. And I saw this white family, and they did not look American. I said, those aren't Americans. Like, it wasn't registering. My brain was saying, not American. There's something off about them. There's something different about them. And they got close enough to me, and once they opened their mouths, I saw the Russian just coming out of them. And I said, what are Russians doing in the middle of this part of Texas? How does that happen? I don't know. I'm not an Aboriginal, but they have very high cheekbones with very short, wide nostrils. Yeah, do not look like any other black people. Well, Aboriginals also have they also have blonde hair, which is very unique. I met a Polish woman once, and she was super nice. When I was in Italy, when you saw a woman who was exceptionally beautiful, you knew damn well that she wasn't from Italy. You knew she was from Poland. I saw this one nun. I know she's a nun. I know, right? Forgive me. But she was so gorgeous. It was ridiculous. I mean, just a gorgeous, gorgeous nun. And I remember talking to her, and I said, where are you from? And she's, I'm from Poland. I said, oh, damn. She was beautiful, though. A beautiful woman, I must say. Beautiful. And then I remember the most beautiful woman I ever laid eyes on when I was in Italy was an Armenian woman. Oh, she was absolutely gorgeous. Armenian women are ridiculously good looking. Armenian women. It's just amazing how they get away with it. I don't know how they get away with it. Let me see here. Was there something? I think there was something that I missed. Yeah. Yeah, the genocide of the Gazans. It's very serious. It's very scary stuff, guys. Very scary. You know what's so amazing about this stream is the fact that I don't know how this happened, and I've never experienced anything like this in all the years that I've been streaming, but for some reason in this stream, this is the first and only time that this has happened. For some reason in this stream, I was reading an article to you guys, and I looked at the watch, and 4 hours had passed. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how. It wasn't 4. It was basically over 3 hours. 3 getting close to 4 hours. Over 3 hours had passed in such a short amount of time. That has never happened in this stream. Usually it takes a while for 3 hours to come. For 3 hours to transpire. For the first time in the history of me streaming, time felt so fast that it's surreal to me how time went by so fast for this stream. I don't know how to explain it, but I was talking to you guys about something, and I looked down, and it said 3 hours. 3 hours and like 30 minutes. I said, how in the hell did that happen? I've never experienced that. How in the hell does time go by that fast? It's so surreal. It's so surreal how relative time feels. You know? I don't know how that happens. They're Balkan? Yeah. They're Balkan, yep. I wear the red and white Telnashka myself. Bulky for the winter. Yeah, definitely bulky for the winter. To distinguish between different breeds of Europeans, you can just master the ethno-guesser game. Oh, really? There's a game? I'll have to play that. There is an experiment that I've been wanting to do on this stream. I've never done it because I'm always kind of worried that something weird's going to happen. But there is this thing online. It's called Ome. I think it's called Ome. And it's a website that you can go to where you can talk to random people from the country of your choice. So you could just go on this website and you can type in, there's a whole list of countries that you can choose from. So you can say, okay, I choose Poland. Then all of a sudden, Ome will randomly open up a video chat so that you can talk to some random Polish dude. And the conversation can go good or bad, and if one person wants to end the conversation or both people want to end the conversation, you just skip the person, and then it'll take you to another random Polish person, or to another random person from whatever country you choose. And so I was thinking maybe I should go. Maybe for the next live stream I should put on Ome and then ask you guys what country you want me to pick to have random conversations with people from, and you guys can give me the countries, Poland, Israel, whatever, and I will go to each one of those countries and then talk to random people from each one of the countries that you guys tell me to go to. I thought that would be an interesting experiment, just a sociological experiment. The only thing that worries me is some guy is doing something weird, like the camera turns on and then boom, you're looking at some guy who's a psychopath and he's doing some crazy shit, like, oh shit, and then I have to immediately turn it off because it'll be breaking terms of service. That's the only thing that worries me. Omelige is a big mess. Yeah, it's a big mess from what I've seen. That's the only thing that keeps me hesitant from doing that experiment. The late Rush Limbaugh's difficulty in telling apart the Chinese and the Japanese. Oh, I can definitely tell them apart. 100%. I can tell a Japanese person apart from a Chinese person. Chinese people are much more laid back when it comes to everything, and they're very relaxed when it comes. They're very casual when it comes to their choice of clothes. That's the app for you, Theo. You definitely should stream it. Be ready to pre-censor the feed. Yeah, definitely. I think what I would do is I would not share the screen until it's 100% confirmed that the person on the screen is following the rules. If anyone is breaking the rules, then you wouldn't see it on the screen. I would just turn it off, and then that would be the end of it. And then no rules would be broken. That would be the best way to do it. So I would just pick the country, make sure that my screen is not, make sure I'm not screen sharing the website. Pick the country and then start the conversation, and then minimize my screen so that you guys could see the person that I would be talking to, and then it would just go on from there. I think that would be the best policy to follow. But I think it would be fun. So I would say, okay, guys, give me your country, and then somebody says Poland, somebody says Israel, somebody says whatever. But then yeah, I don't want to see anything weird. That's the thing. I don't want anything weird to happen, because that would just be nasty and disgusting, and then also it would be breaking TOS. 6 hours, time for drink. Yeah, time for drink. Let me get my glass. Give me 1 second, okay? Hold on. We were spreading rumors about you. Let's see. Let me just see. Hold on a second. How many people are listening to this stream? 46 people. Not bad, guys. Not bad at all. They're all true. Hyphonics does interesting Omega streams. Yeah. There's a guy, a Palestinian dude. He does it with random people in Israel. And some of those conversations from Israel are really decent, and a lot of those conversations are just so weird, and they just go downstream so fast. It just goes from "Hi, how are you?" to "I want to kill you" in a matter of seconds. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. All right, guys, I'm back. I had to feed my cats real quick. Today is the usual. This is catnip beer. Catnip brew is going to be the usual until the burdock brew, or sorry, the dandelion root beer is ready. And the dandelion root beer should be ready to crack open maybe in another month or so, I think. I have to check the calendar schedule. But the brew has to remain in the bottles for at least 3 months before opening. So we're gonna crack open a bottle of a bottle of catnip root beer. I call it pussy wine. And we're gonna play. I was listening to some Irish music earlier, and I found a song from my childhood that I did not expect to find. It's a song that I used to listen to growing up. And it's an Irish song. I used to listen to a lot of Irish music in the 1990s and in the early 2000s because my dad was an avid collector of albums when I was growing up. So we'll listen to some Irish music, and then I'm just going to talk and just speak whatever the hell I want to say. Or maybe this Resident Evil music is good. I don't know. I'm liking the Beethoven stuff from the Resident Evil OST. I'm liking the Beethoven stuff. Yeah. So let's crack this bottle open. You know what? Hold on. I think we're gonna go for the Irish. I think we'll go for the Irish music. What do you guys think? I think Irish will be good. I'm gonna play some Irish music as I crack this open. More on the sweet side, which I don't prefer, but other than that, flavor is good, texture is good, carbonation isn't bad. Schizo back at him again. Oh, I love it. The Irish were crazy. Aren't they still kind of crazy? To play an Irish song from my childhood. This is an Irish song that I used to listen to all the time growing up. It's called Cowboy by a Irish musical group called Fern Hill. But this is an absolutely amazing piece of music, guys, and it's really good music to drink to. Let's give this a listen. It's called Cowboy by Fern Hill, an amazing masterpiece of 1990s Irish music. And by the way, when it comes to Irish music, I think that the 1990s was the golden age of Irish music. There was something about 1990s Irish music that was so magical, and it had just this, it was this perfect blend between pub vibe music, traditional folk music and modern 90s style sound. And it's just, I can't fully explain it, but when you listen to it, you know what I'm talking about. It's just so perfect. But this is a song called Cowboy, which I used to listen to all the time growing up. Let's give it a listen.
Tan tan dari tan 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 dari tan 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 dari tan 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 dari tan 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 dari tan tan Genni vil when Lloyd he avith when Lloyd Genni vil when Lloyd he I feel Lloyd I ddwy Ariar fach glafar lo he avith glafar lo Ariar fach glafar lo did I fung ho he lani Tan 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 dari tan 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 dari tan 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 dari tan tan
Just that flute in the back is so perfect.
Tan 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 dari tan 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 dari tan dari tan dari tan tan Saito adar manato ia adar manato Saito adar manato yn ffrio'r David eisiau Ar galliau neu ffigam ia galliau neu ffigam Ar galliau neu ffigam yn chwerthin am ei penna Tan 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 dari tan 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 dari tan 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 dari tan 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 dari tan 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 dari tan dari tan dari tan tan Genni sgwarnog tago, ie sgwarnog tago Genni sgwarnog tago, a dwy gloch wrth yn canu Dau fai melyn yw ai ffwn, dau fai melyn yw ai ffwn Dau fai melyn yw ai ffwn, yn meiddi Melbourne, Cymru Tan tan tan, dari tan tan tan, dari tan tan tan, dari tan 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 tan, dari tan tan tan, dari tan dari tan dari tan 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 tan, dari tan tan tan, dari tan tan tan, dari tan 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 tan, dari tan tan tan, dari tan dari tan dari tan tan
I mean, that's a great piece of music. And by the way, this song, just to be clear, it came out in 2000. So I did not remember correctly. I thought 1990s, but I do remember listening to this song growing up nonetheless. It is a beautiful, beautiful piece of music. Beautiful piece of music. Real masterpiece of Irish music. See, this almost sounds like pirate music. I guess you could say that, yeah. Memphis May. I don't know if I want to listen to that, be honest with you. I'm just kind of, I'm in the mood just to talk with you guys and drink and listen to music. Head bobbing, foot tapping music. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is good stuff. Who's Irish jig step dancing right now? Yeah. Really good stuff. Now, this one sounds very familiar to Levon Polka, really. Please leave her, Johnny. It's the Chieftain Gin. This sounds like it might be, this sounds like it would be great for Bannerlord, for Britannia. Do you share your brews with your family? What's your favorite? My favorite is the Burdock brew. My second favorite is the Dandelion root beer, and then my third favorite is the catnip, which I'm drinking right now, and then my fourth favorite one, my least favorite one, is the Whorehound. Whorehound is good, but it doesn't have very much alcohol for some reason. This one is really good. My only issue with this one is that it's a little bit too sweet, but the flavor is decent, and it would be much better if it was more bitter and less sweet. But the alcohol, the great thing about this brew is that it has an amazing alcohol content. The quantity of alcohol in this brew is so much that it's like drinking vodka. Like the amount of alcohol in this stuff. These little fruits that you see here, these are little cranberries and I put cranberries and I put tansy flowers in the bottle. And what the cranberries and tansy flowers do is, for one thing, they help to feed the yeast as it's in the bottle. So that aids in carbonation. That's what I was hoping for. The carbonation in this bottle wasn't too bad. The cranberries help in feeding the yeast. And the tansy flowers give it sort of a spice. And tansy flowers was used to aid in the consumption of alcohol. So it does definitely add flavor. And but the star of this brew is its alcohol content. The alcohol content is unreal in this drink. I found this hold on a second. I found this I forgot what I was going to say. I guess I was going to say I found this alcohol, and it's amazing. But the alcohol in this bottle is amazing. The alcohol is just so strong, and I love it. As soon as you drink it, you feel it within. Oh yeah. Now I remember what I was going to say. I found this documentary that was published by TRT World, which is a Turkish television network, Turkish broadcasting network, and they did a documentary as to why the Irish people are so pro-Palestine. The Irish people are the most pro-Palestine people in all of Europe. And definitely they are the most pro-Palestine people in all of the Western world. And people wonder, why are the Irish so pro-Palestine? The reason why the Irish are so pro-Palestine is deeply psychological. There is a deeply psychological reason as to why the Irish are pro-Palestine. Here is the reason why the Irish are pro-Palestine. Because the Irish suffered a genocide. They say it's the Irish potato famine, the potato famine, but it wasn't a famine, it was a genocide. The English stole the food from Ireland, they stole the cows, they stole the grain, and they stole the last thing that the Irish had left, which was the potato, all right, the potatoes. They stole the potatoes, and the Irish had nothing left. And there was such severe starvation that Ireland became a giant horror show. People were stuck in Ireland with nothing to eat. Mothers had nothing to feed their children but whatever wild plants they were able to forage. And that is why so many Irish people fled to the United States. This is the reason why so many Americans are ethnic Irish people. It's because of the massive Irish migration that took place as a result of the Irish potato famine that was facilitated by the English. And the English believed that it didn't really matter if the Irish were starving, because the Irish were an inferior race of people, and they needed to be starved to death in order to fulfill the obligation that Malthus pushed people to fulfill. And Malthusianism was a very dominating philosophy. Again, this was a very evil philosophy that arrived from the Western world. So much for Western civilization. But Malthus taught that certain people needed to be gotten rid of. They needed to be purged out, killed, because there needed to be a certain number of people. There needed to be a certain population size for society. Because if too many people were allowed to be born and to live in the world, there wouldn't be enough food to feed everyone. This is what Malthus taught. So therefore, certain people needed to be killed so that there wouldn't be overpopulation and there would be enough food for everyone. So who do you get rid of? Who do you purge out? Well, according to Thomas Malthus, you purge out the inferiors, the people who are inferior, the people who are lesser than. And Thomas Malthus believed that the population could be reduced through certain methods, one of which was starvation, another one was war, and another one was by deliberately allowing the water supplies in certain areas to become toxic or to become dirty so that disease would spread in certain areas and certain people deemed inferior or deemed lesser than would die. What is so ironic about this whole thing is the fact that Thomas Malthus was a clergyman. He was a clergyman for the Anglican Church, for the Church of England. And so here you have a man claiming to be a follower of Christ, calling for the facilitation of the murder of his fellow man for the cause of population control. And so he said, okay, if you have too many people, this is written by a man of God, by the way, a man who claimed to be a man of God and a man who was of the cloth, so to speak. He was a clergyman for the Church of England. And this man of God taught that if you have too many people, then you're not going to have enough food to feed the influx population, to feed this influx of human beings. And so you needed to keep the population down to a certain level. So that means that you would have to purge out certain people. You would have to kill off certain people. And so what he recommended was that society, or that the government, facilitate the deaths of certain people. So he believed that war was good. He believed that war was beneficial because war leads to massive death. It leads to a lot of people being killed. And so therefore you can bring down the population quite efficiently, quite quickly through war. He also taught that starvation would be a method to get rid of certain people. And he also said that you could just allow certain water supplies in certain areas to just be contaminated. You just neglect the water supplies in certain areas, allow the water supplies in those particular areas to be contaminated, so that those people who live in those areas, who depend on those water supplies, will drink the water, get sick, and die. So this man was a man of the cloth. He taught people the words of Christ, which were things like love your enemies, love your neighbor, have no murderous desires against other people. And here he was literally advocating for mass murder, which really goes to show that you usually don't know who to trust. And just because someone is a man of the cloth doesn't mean they're good. They could be a man of the cloth, and they at the same time can be a son of the devil. And this is what Jesus taught us when he told the priest of the Jewish temple, you are of your father the devil, who was a murderer from the beginning. So this Thomas Malthus guy, he was a murderer. He was a very murderous individual. So the English were great proponents of Malthusian ideology. So they took all the food from the Irish. They took the cows, they took the grain, they took the last thing that the Irish were dependent on, and that was the potatoes. And the Irish were starving to death. And 1 million Irish people starved to death. Imagine that, right? And the English didn't give a damn, because in their minds, they were obligated to fulfill the demands of Thomas Malthus, which was to balance out the population, which was to reduce the population. And they believed that by facilitating the starvation of the Irish, they were lessening the population, and therefore they were doing population control and balancing the population out to a point where they wouldn't have to feed so many people. So they basically said, oh, you're Irish and you're starving to death? Well, that's 1 million less mouths to feed. That's how they saw it. So the Irish are a people who suffered under an occupation. And not only that, but they suffered under a genocidal ideology, a genocidal policy. They were a victim of genocide. And that is something that the Irish have never recovered. You know that Ireland has never recovered from the genocide that was done by the English? The Irish have never been able, they have never increased their birth rate to actually replenish the numbers of lives lost in their population. They were never able to go back to the population that existed in Ireland before the genocide of the Irish. So the Irish people are a victim of genocide. And so when they see what is happening in Gaza and how people are suffering under a genocidal policy, they feel the suffering because of the trauma that their people have gone through. And so they say, okay, our people have gone through this. We suffered under a genocide. These people are suffering under a genocide. We know what that feels like. And so they have this immense empathy for the Palestinian people. And that is the reason why the Irish are so pro-Palestine. It's because they see what's happening in Gaza and they remember what happened to their own people, and they connect the two events together. And they put themselves in the shoes of the Palestinians, and they say, we went through that. We know what that's like. Our ancestors went through that. We know what this is like. We know what genocide is like. Our people have a history of suffering under genocide. And they empathize with the Palestinians. And they familiarize their genocide, the genocide that their ancestors went through, with the genocide that is occurring right now in Gaza. Let me see here. Hold on. The Irish reboot. I deploy my balcony office during the summertime. Currently, it's 18.5 degrees Celsius here, and the temperature is just perfect. Is it really made of catnip? Yep. I make a catnip tea. I add a bunch of sugar, and then I add a brewer's yeast, which converts the sugar into alcohol, and I produce enough alcohol to get me drunk, which is amazing. It's an amazing experience. I have a Bannerlord playlist for every culture. I love... Oh, Britannia is best. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. We are in agreement, my friend. Yes, the Britannian sound score is the best. In fact, I can play some right now. Hold on a second. Let's play some Britannian music. I love the Bannerlord game. It is such a good game, guys. It is one of the greatest games ever made. And... no other game allows you to have a third-person experience, a third-person epic battle where you can lead literally thousands of men into battle, dictate the battle tactics, dictate the strategy of the battle, and use literally real historical tactics that were used in history in a video game. There's no other game that allows that except for Bannerlord. Now, you do have some aerial view RPG games like aerial view strategy games like Medieval 2 Total War allows that. But the difference between Bannerlord and Medieval 2 is that in Bannerlord you can do it's a third person game. It's not aerial shot. It's a beautifully done third person game. And the graphics are really good. And in this game, you can literally lead armies of thousands of people. And you can actually read about real historical military strategies that were used in the medieval period, that were used by people like Robert the Bruce or by Alexander the Great. And you can use those strategies. And these historical military strategies actually work really well. For example, I saw a video on Robert the Bruce's strategy and how he was able to defeat the English. And Robert the Bruce did this strategy where he would do these square formations. So he would take his men and then make them form these square formations. He would make them do these square formations. So you'd have one man form one line, and then you would have three other lines of men to form the rest of the square. And then in the middle of the square of men, you had your archers. And he used this strategy to defeat the English in battle. And I utilized this strategy when fighting against Vlandia. My eternal enemy in the game is Vlandia. That is my eternal enemy. I am an Aserai king who is ruling over Sturgia. And I was able to rule over Sturgia by doing many favors for the king of Sturgia. And after the king died, I was elected to be the king of Sturgia. And the Sturgians gave me a Sturgian woman to be my wife. So far, I have about 7 children or so, and I am raising all of them to be king, or to be a king, or to at least be a ruler with great dignity. And I'm training my sons to be trained in the arts of war. I'm training my sons in battle tactics and also in engineering. And it's a beautiful game. It really is a beautiful video game. It's just one of the greatest games I've ever played. Truly, I haven't had this much fun in a game for a while. So anyway, we can play some Bannerlord music here. Hold up. Why don't Armenians empathize more with Palestinians? Well, I suspect you don't really know this, but the Armenians are very pro-Palestine. And that's something that I should add. The Irish people were people who suffered under English occupation, and they were people who suffered under a genocidal policy that was orchestrated by the English. So in the minds of the Irish, the English are like the Israelis, and they are like the Palestinians. So they familiarize the suffering of their people with the suffering of the Palestinians. The Armenians are very pro-Palestine people. And real-life examples of this would be people like Anna Kasparian. Now, I know I did a video bashing Anna Kasparian. I would say that my criticism of Anna Kasparian has been accurate, but I must give her credit. She has nobly and righteously been battling the Zionists in debates, and she has done a pretty good job in debating the Zionists. And she has been debating this sort of neoconservative agenda that has been pushing for war between the Americans and the Irish. This agenda that has been being being pushed by the Zionists and the pro-Israel people. The pro-Israel people and the Zionists, they want to cause a war for Israel. They want the Americans to go into battle for Israel, and they don't care how many Americans die. They just believe that we should die for Israel against Iran, and that is complete bullshit. Now, I want to give you guys a story. This is a story from my own life. You see, I knew this guy. Let's just call him William. William was a person that I knew, not online, but I knew him in real life. This is someone that I knew in real life. William was an extremely pro-Israel evangelical. Yeah. Extremely pro-Israel evangelical. Guys, I kid you not. This actually happened. You can't make this up. So William was this old boomer guy, and I knew him back in the 90s. We used to go to church and things like that. He was friends with my dad. So one time, there was this Jewish guy who spoke in this event. And my father went to go see this guy speak, and William came along, and William told my father, he said, guys, when I tell you that evangelicals worship Jews, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. William tells my father, I've always wanted to touch the feet of a Jew. I'm not making this up. God is my witness. I'm not making this up. This actually happened. My father told me this story. William tells my dad, William is not, I don't want to give out the guy's name, but William is too noble of a name for this guy because it's William Wallace. I don't want him to have the same name as William Wallace. Let's call him, what's a really dishonorable name? Billy? I would say Billy is dishonorable. What's a name that has no nobleness? Maybe Billy. Let's just say Billy. No, Billy's also honorable. What's a dishonorable name? What's a name that no one likes? Poindexter. Let's call him Poindexter. No, Poindexter might actually have some nobleness to him. What's a really shitty name? Oh, who cares? Let's just call him Christian. Let's just call him Cuck. Let's just call him Evangelicuck. So this Evangelicuck, Judas. Let's call it Bill, as in Bill Clinton. Let's call him Norbert. Let's call him Norbert. We'll go with Norbert. All right, we'll go with that. So he tells my dad, I've always wanted to touch the feet of a Jew. I'm not making this up. When I tell you guys evangelicals worship Jews, I ain't making this up. I've seen it. My family has seen it. My dad has seen it. So he tells my dad, I've always wanted to touch the feet of a Jew. So this Jewish guy did this speaking event, right? He did his thing. He spoke on the podium, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And Norbert, we'll just call him Norbert. Norbert comes along, walks up to the guy. I'm not joking when I say this, because you can't make this shit up. He bends down, gets on his knees and grabs the guy's feet by the heels and bows down. I kid you not, this actually happened. Bows down and says, "Oh, you are the son of Abraham. You have the blood of Abraham in your veins. Let me touch your feet. Let me hold your feet. A son of Abraham." And this Jew is thinking, what the fuck is going on here? You guys worship us? And you see, it's because America has been so filled with these types of Christians that Israelis think that they can get away with anything. They are the Zionist evangelicals are the reason why Israelis believe they can get away with anything. They agree. They think, why is America going to tell us what to do? America's not going to stop us because their people, these American Christians, they worship us. They don't even worship Jesus. They worship us. We're Jesus in their eyes. They worship us. And so the Israelis think we can go out and do genocide, we can kill civilians, because these evangelicals ain't gonna do a damn thing. Who cares? Do you see the insanity? You see what it leads to? That's what the insanity leads to. So the Israelis think we can commit genocide. Christians will never go against us. I'm a Christian. I was pro-Israel. I was raised to be pro-Israel. And here I am, disillusioned with Israel because of the war crimes that Israel has been committing, and I am sick and tired of the worship of Israel, and I am tired of this worship of a race. You know, for our entire lives, we were told the Holocaust happened because the Germans believed that they were a superior race. Okay, fine, that's true. The Holocaust happened because the Germans had a superiority complex. Then why in the hell are we supporting a racialist supremacist ideology that says that the Jewish race is distinct and above everyone else? Why are we embracing such an ideology? The Christian evangelicals embrace this ideology that revolves around race, that obsesses over race. And I got the Bannerlord music, and damn it, I want to go fight Vlandia. Vlandia is NATO. The war, listen, the Vlandians invaded Britannia. All Britannian lands are under the control of Vlandia. Vlandia is NATO. I, Sturgia, come to liberate the lands of Britannia from Vlandian occupation. Britannia will be free. And in my war for justice and liberation for oppressed peoples, I have happily attacked villages under the control of Vlandia, slaughtering their soldiers, purging out the occupation forces, one village at a time. Britannia will be liberated. As long as I am alive, Britannia will be liberated, damn it. Last night we had a war against the Vlandians. It was a major, great war. It was an epic war. 200 Vlandian warriors came to attack us in the night. We had only 105 men. They had over 200. 200 they came, I tell ya. So the 200 Vlandian soldiers, horsemen, archers, crossbowmen, infantrymen with thick shields, they came to us, and we found two pillars, two massive rock pillars, and I positioned my men in between the rock pillars so that the Vlandians could never flank us. Behind us was a mountain, and we were in between two rocks, I tell ya. Vlandia came, and they couldn't flank us. So, it was no longer 200 versus 100 at the same time. It was 5 Vlandian warriors versus 5 at the same time. And we were able to take them out one by one by one. And in 20 minutes, we were able to crush a Vlandian army that was double our size. And we further liberated Britannian land from Vlandian occupation and despotism. And we took 2 Vlandian castles also later on. It was a victory for Britannia and a victory against Vlandian despotism and occupation. Britannia will be free, and Vlandian despotism will eventually be taken down. Vlandia is NATO. Britannia is Palestine, and we are Russia. Sturgia is Russia. Sturgia will have victory for all oppressed peoples, and Sturgia will have victory over all Vlandian despotism, for the glory and victory of all oppressed peoples, for the liberation of all oppressed peoples. Long live Britannia, long live Sturgia, and free Britannia. When the Vlandians come, they're not sending their best. The Vlandians will be defeated. Free, free! Free Britannia! 1 cup of catnip. Holy shit, this stuff is powerful. Vlandia crossbowmen are deadly. Dude, the Vlandian crossbowmen are no joke. No joke, the Vlandian crossbowmen, I tell you. We were killed. Because, you see, there were 2 giant rock formations. Behind us was basically a mountain. So, the Vlandians, when they came against us, they couldn't flank us. Because there was a rock formation that they couldn't go over. And then on the other side was another rock formation. And then behind us was a mountain. So I actually learned this. I learned this strategy from reading history. There was a battle in the Peloponnesian War. I forget which Greek side did this, but they basically just took 2. They went in between a canyon or 2 giant mountains or rocky hills, and they made it. And they positioned themselves in between the 2 rock formations, and that prevented the other Greek side from flanking. So the Greeks had to go through, or the enemy Greek side had to go through that narrow passageway, making it very easy for a smaller force to defeat a bigger force. Edward III also did this during the 100 Years' War, I believe in the Battle of Orleans, where the English took a hill that was surrounded by extremely thick shrubs, and the only openings were small little gaps in between the very thick shrubs. Even though the French had outnumbered the English, we're talking maybe 10 to 1, maybe 20 to 1. There were literally tens of thousands of French soldiers versus maybe 10 or 15,000 English soldiers. The soldiers encamped themselves in the middle, on top of a very, very high hill, and within a very, very thick circle of shrubs and trees. And so when the French would do battle, they would rely on getting on their horses and charging at their enemies. The problem was that the English were encamped on a very lofty hill, so when the French would ride, they would have to ride up the hill, thus taking away the momentum from their charge, and thus basically disarming and neutralizing the power of the French military. When the French would eventually get on top of the hill, they had to go through shrubs to get to the English. So by the time they got on top of the hill, the English were waiting for them, firing arrows at them. The arrows killed a lot of Frenchmen. If the French managed to get close enough to the shrubs, they would actually have to fight. They would actually have to go through these little gaps in between the shrubs. Because they had to go through these very narrow gaps, it wasn't 60,000 French versus 10 to 15,000 English. It would be, let's say, 2 Englishmen versus 2 Frenchmen. So it would narrow the battle down to 2 versus 2, as opposed to tens of thousands versus 10 to 15,000. So because the English had a superior bow and arrow, and because they also had superior fighters, they were able to outmatch the French, and they were also able to outmatch the just the French soldiers in hand-to-hand combat, and the English were able to defeat a much larger army. So if you are outnumbered in Bannerlord, the way that you win a battle is by simply positioning your soldiers in an area that is extremely narrow, and therefore in an area where your men cannot be flanked. So when you're outnumbered, what you want to focus on more than anything is not being flanked. If they can flank you, they will beat you if they're outnumbering you, especially when you're dealing with Britannia, where you have a lot of horsemen, and the strength of Britannia is really in their horse charge. So you have to neutralize the power of their horse charge, and you have to neutralize the fact that usually Vlandia is going to outnumber you. Vlandia usually outnumbers everyone. They're very, very powerful. So if you can make it so that it's no longer 2 to 1, or it's no longer their army that's double your size versus your smaller army, to 5 versus 5, 3 soldiers versus 3 soldiers at a time, you can easily defeat Vlandia. So you need to find a very, very narrow way. So if you can find, let's say, 2 rock formations, get your army in between there, If you're and then to put your infantry in the front of the canyon, have them do a shield wall so that their horsemen can't fully break through your ranks. And then you want to place your archers behind your shield wall in a position where they can easily fire arrows. So as they're fighting against the shield wall, the arrows are hitting them, killing their men. If you can find a very narrow passageway, what that does is it narrows the battle from their army being double the size of yours, fighting you at the same time, to, like I said, 3 versus 3, 5 versus 5. In my case, it was about 5 to 6 versus 5 to 6 men. And we were able to take them out pretty easily. Because the narrow passageway, like I said, was so narrow, there was no way that they could overwhelm us. So we had, like I said, about 105 men. They had about 200, 210 men. They had double the size of our army. We were able to take them out very easily. So one thing that I've learned about warfare is that if you are outnumbered, you can still win a battle. The English definitely proved this during the 100 Years' War, especially when they were under the command of Edward III, who was a very, very effective battle tactician, regardless of the fact of his father being an effeminate homosexual. He was extremely influenced by his grandfather, Edward the Longshanks, who had a lot of experience fighting the Scottish, and the English in general had a lot of experience in warfare from their battle with the Scottish. And if you can defeat the Scottish in warfare, you can defeat anyone, especially in medieval warfare. So one thing I've learned from history is that even if your enemy has an army that's double the size of your army, you can still easily win just by searching the terrain, looking for a narrow passageway that prevents them from flanking you, and then placing your men in that narrow passageway, forcing the enemy to go through that narrow passageway, and reducing the momentum of the combat from an army double the size of yours fighting you overwhelmingly and overwhelming you and outnumbering you to, like I said, 3 to 5 or 5 to 6 men versus 5 to 6 men or 3 to 5 men. So that is the way you beat an army that's bigger than yours. And what you want to make sure more than anything is that all of your infantry have shields. If all of your infantry have shields, then you can make a very effective and efficient shield wall. Without the shield wall, you will lose. Even if you are in a narrow passageway, you will lose because you will be utterly open to attacks, sword attacks, spear attacks, horse attacks, and you will not win. So as long as your men have shields and they can make a shield wall, they can get in between narrow passageways and force the enemy into a trap. And that's the bottom line. You can see this in the Battle of Thermopylae, when the Spartans fought the infamous 300 Spartans fought the Persians. So yeah. Inshallah. Wallahi, you're finished. Absolutely. Now we want to live stream with drinks at the beginning. We don't want to begin with drinks in the beginning because it's going to begin very chaotically. Then the live streams would last for like 3 hours. No, the live streams would last for a while. The English were no joke in the middle. Oh, they were amazing warriors, especially in the 100 Years' War. Anyone see the old Romanian movie about Vlad Tepes? No, I have not. I'm not interested in seeing a film about a guy who sodomized other men with sticks. Tactical Enlightenment channel shows you how to pull the historical tactics in Bannerlord. Yeah, I think I've seen his videos. I've done the Robert the Bruce tactic. One time we did a battle. It was 60 of our guys versus 130 Vlandians. And I kid you not, I got all my infantry to form a square, just like Robert the Bruce would do. Put my archers in the middle of the square. All my infantry in the square position formed a shield wall. And we were able to slaughter an army that had 130 men. 60 versus 130. We were way outnumbered, and we were still able to defeat them, because when the Vlandians would come, they would come with the horse charges. They would hit the square formation, and usually they wouldn't penetrate the shield wall. If sometimes you would have 1 or 2 guys that would penetrate the shield wall. If they did, I was there with my giant sword that had 155 swing damage, and so I was able to kill both. I would be able to swiftly dispatch both of them quite quickly. And so we would do this for about 20 minutes or so. They would charge. Usually they wouldn't. Usually most of them would not. Actually, there was never a time when most of them would break through the shield wall. If they did break through the shield wall, it was always 1 to 2 men who would break through the shield wall. I would dispatch them. And then because there was the square shield wall, you couldn't flank anyone. So on the front, you had men looking at the enemy while holding the shields. And then on both sides, you had men looking outward, doing the shield wall. And then behind us, I put my cavalry unit. So it was a square formation, cavalry in the back, shield wall on the front, and on both of the shield wall on the front, and then a shield wall on the left and right flanks, and then archers in the middle of the square. In the back was the cavalry. So if any of their cavalry broke through the front of the square position, I was there with my 155 swing damage sword to dispatch them very swiftly. Vlad made human kebabs. That's correct. Yes, he was a very sick man. I saw the old Tempest movie. It was an amazing piece of art. I've never seen it, actually. 1979 movie. I've never seen it. Pallister, do you think Vlad was just a victim of bad Ottoman propaganda, or was he actually crazy? Okay, does the game move fast, or do the battles drama build up slowly? That's actually a really good question. It depends on different factors. So it depends on the size of the militaries or the size of the armies in the battle. So let's say you have 800 men, or let's say 845 men, and the other side has 600 men. Now you think, okay, I outnumber them, therefore I'm going to win. That's not necessarily that is not necessarily the case. Keep in mind that you have to factor in the quality of the soldiers that you have. So if you have 845 men, but the majority of them are newly recruited infantrymen with no shields, expect to have a very high casualty count in your ranks. Because if you have, let's say, 700 something infantry, and almost none of them have shields, they are going to be open for horse charges, spear attacks, sword attacks, arrow attacks very easily, and a lot of them are going to die. And so you're going to have a lot of casualties on your side. Now, if you have 845 men and all of your infantry have shields, you are going to have a very successful battle, more than likely, because most of the time you're not going to be fighting an army that has 845 men or over that number. You're usually going to be fighting someone that has less men than you. So if your enemy has 600 men or 700 men, and you have 845 men, and all of your infantry has shields, you're going to do a shield wall. You're going to protect your men from arrows and sword and spear attacks and horse charges, and your military is going to have a very efficient and very easy time defeating the enemy. Now, if you have 845 men, but your infantry doesn't have a lot of shields, and you're facing an army of, let's say, 600 or 700 men, and your enemy's army has an infantry that is armed completely with shield men, the chances of you losing is very high. Even though you have more soldiers, the fact is that your enemy, while having a smaller army, has an infantry that is completely armed with shield men, completely armed with shield carriers. And so when you go into battle, expect to lose, because yes, you have more men, but your enemy has shields, and they're going to create a shield wall. They're going to have spears, and they're going to mow down your men. They're just going to walk through your infantry. There's nothing that can prevent your infantry from blocking a spear attacks behind a shield wall. You're going to lose. So just because you have a larger army does not mean you're going to win. Again, just because you have a smaller army does not mean you're going to lose. You could have, let's say, 600 men, and your enemy could have, let's say, 1,000 men. If your enemy army has a bunch of infantry guys that are new recruits and have no shields, you can expect to win, because yes, they're going to have more men, but your, let's say, 500 or so infantry are all going to be armed with shields, and you're just going to make shield walls, and you're going to stab, thrust, stab, and move, and mow the enemy down, and you're going to win. If you're facing an army that is double the size of your army, they have shield men, and they have horsemen, they have very effective cav units, and they have archers and or crossbowmen, you're going to be in for a very difficult time. But even though their army is double the size of yours, if your army, notwithstanding its size, has an infantry that is all shield men, you can create a shield wall, and there is a good chance that you can still win. How do you do that? Well, like I said earlier, you need to find a narrow passageway. You need to be in a position where your men cannot be flanked. If your men cannot be flanked, you have a chance of winning, even if the enemy's army is double the size of yours, because they cannot flank you. So if you're facing an enemy army, if you're facing an enemy army that is double or 3 times the size of your army, the only way they can beat you is if they overwhelm you with their numbers. They cannot overwhelm you if they can only send 6-7 men at a time. It's impossible. So at that point, it's just a matter of your shield wall enduring through fighting these 6 versus 6 fights one time after another until all the enemy is dead. If your men can manage to do that, then you can win. In fact, if you are stationed in a narrow passageway where it's a 5-5 or 6-5 or 3-3 or 3-4 man situation, if you have really good soldiers all armed with spears and or swords or axes and they all have shields, there is actually a very good chance of you winning simply for the fact that you are in a narrow passageway that forces your enemy to basically reduce the size of its number when it's in a man versus man situation or a close quarter combat situation. So you can actually put yourself at the advantage, even if you have less soldiers. You can actually put yourself at the advantage simply by putting yourself in an area that cannot be flanked. The most important thing is to have an infantry that has shields, and also to have archers. If you do not have archers, and you're facing an enemy that does have archers, they are going to have a definitive advantage over you. Now, if you have archers and infantry and shield men, if you have archers and shield men, but you have no cavalry, meaning no horsemen, and you are facing an army that has shield men, archers, and a cav, they're going to have a significant advantage over you, because when your army is facing their army, and your infantry is facing their infantry, and they can flank you, they can use the horses to flank you. Now, if you are in a position where they cannot flank you, then horses are not going to be as significant as they usually would be on an open field. So these are all factors that you have to keep in mind when you're playing this game. Just because you have more men than the other side doesn't mean you're going to win, because at the end of the day, not at the end of the day, but for much of the time, it really is quality over quantity. If they have high quality soldiers, and you have a bunch of low-level soldiers, it doesn't matter if you have more men, you're going to lose. Another thing to keep in mind is archery units. So if you have a shield wall and they have a shield wall, and your shield wall is colliding with theirs, and you guys are trying to penetrate each other's shield walls, remember the archery units. The enemy archery is going to be firing at your infantry from different angles, and they're going to be hitting your guys. If you don't have another force to neutralize their archers, they're going to have an advantage over you. So what I like to do sometimes is, when my shield wall is grinding up against the enemy's shield wall, and they're trying to dominate each other, the enemy's archers are usually going to be at an angle somewhere, in a position behind the shield walls, and they're going to be firing at our infantry. They're going to be firing at our infantry to weaken our infantry and to thus weaken our shield wall. What I like to do in that type of situation is to get my cavalry unit, or to get one cavalry unit to then do a charge on their archers to neutralize their archers. Archers usually suck in close quarter combat. Usually that's the case, unless you're dealing with like Battanian, Fian champions. But usually when you're fighting against, let's say, a Vlandian force, the Vlandian archers, the crossbowmen are really good from a distance, but they're not. I don't think they're exactly the best fighters in close quarter combat. So what I like to do is, when my infantry is occupied with their infantry, I will use one unit of cavalry to move to the side and to just flank their archers and to overrun their archers. Even if we don't kill off all their archers, we're still going to be occupying them and distracting them so that their arrows are not being fired. So while the enemy archers are being neutralized and or distracted, my archers are still busy. My archers are hitting their horsemen. My archers are hitting their infantry. Now, you could say, well, why aren't their horsemen attacking my archers? That's true. Their horsemen can still hit my archers. That's why it's important to find a position where you cannot be flanked. If you are in a position where you cannot be flanked, and by flanked I mean the enemy cannot go around your ranks to attack you from behind or to attack your archers, then your archers are going to be really, really safe. So one time I was in a battle, and there was a giant castle on one side, and then there was a giant rock formation on the left side, and then behind us was basically just a mountain that couldn't be gotten around. And so my archers were in an angle where they were able to fire on the enemy archers, and they were able to fire on the enemy infantry from an angle. Because my shield men or my shield wall were blocking the only access through the entryway, through this very narrow entryway, there was no way that their archers, or there was no way that their cav was able to neutralize my archers, because they had to go through. The only way to get to my archers was to go through my shield wall, and my shield wall was fucking incredible. And also, at this battle, I had an incredible sword that has 166 swing damage, guys. 166 swing damage. Now, I'm not sure if you can buy a sword like this in one of the shops, but I actually made this sword. I know, I'm so proud of myself. I spent a lot of time finding all the materials. I got the right metals. I smelted a whole bunch of stuff, got all the metals, everything like that, and I actually have a smith on my. I have a smith in my companions list. His name is Otto the Smith, and he is really good. He has got all sorts of smithing perps, and he does a really good job. And I got him to help me out, and together we smelt all the materials, and then I put the right metals together, and I made a giant sword. I got all the right parts together, the right handle, the right blade, everything like that. And I made myself a sword that has 166 swing damage. Imagine that, 166 swing damage. So nothing survives this swing. I hit you and you're dead. So I took the right side of my shield wall. I didn't hold the shield because I didn't have to, because my sword will kill anyone or anything in one swing. And anytime a Vlandian soldier got close enough to me, I would just swing and he would die. So, and then I had my archers behind my shield wall, but they weren't directly behind my shield wall. They were behind my shield wall, but at an angle where they were able to fire arrows directly at their infantry. So as their infantry would collide with mine, the arrows would come this direction and hit their infantry. And it didn't matter if they had shields or not, because the archers were at an angle where they would hit directly at these infantrymen. The Vlandians also had their crossbowmen and archers behind their infantry, and our archers would swiftly fire at them, thus distracting them. We didn't actually even have to use our cav during the battle, because the cav was right behind our shield wall. There was no way that we could be flanked, and so there was really no need to use the cav. It was just archers and shield wall versus their horses, their infantry, their archers. And it was really one of the most epic battles I ever fought. Now, as far as the build-up of the battles go, if you outnumber your enemy, or if you outclass your enemy, in other words, if you have soldiers that are clearly superior to the soldiers in your enemy's army, they usually are not going to attack you unless you're dealing with looters. If you're fighting looters for some reason are reckless enough to want to attack you. I don't know why. But when you're going against an enemy army and your soldiers are just better than theirs, they have, let's say they have some garbage ass fresh recruits who don't have a lot of shields, they're not going to come and attack you. They're going to take and hold the position, and they're going to wait for you to come to them. They are not going to come to you. And that's actually a good sign, because what that means is that you are at the advantage. When they have a better army than yours, so let's say they have more men and or they have just better quality soldiers, there is a very high chance that they're going to come and attack you. Because they're so confident that they're going to win, they don't give a shit what position you take. So that actually kind of gives you the advantage if you think about it. Like, okay, you could say, okay, they're attacking me because they know they have better soldiers. They know they have more men. They know that they have better quality soldiers than I do. That is true, but you can look at it a little bit differently. You can actually look at it as an advantage. In other words, your enemy army is going to come after you even when you are in a position that cannot be flanked. So it's up to you at this point just to find a position on the battlefield that cannot be flanked. Your enemy is going to come to you because they think they're going to win. That kind of gives you a psychological advantage. Position yourself in a place that cannot be flanked, they're going to come, And instead of being a battle where you have a army that's double your size overwhelming your soldiers, it's going to be a 5 versus 5. It's going to be a small group of soldiers versus a small group of soldiers at the same time. Now, if they are... now, sometimes you are in a situation where you are dealing with an army that is better than yours, and they're not coming to you. If they are not coming to you, you're fucked. Because that means that you cannot station yourself in a position that is advantageous for you. You're going to have to go to them. And I've been in these situations before where I'll be fighting a Vlandian army. It's bigger than mine. It's better than mine. And these fuckers don't come. So what are you going to do? So you kind of have to like move close to them. But at the same time, you have to find a position that's going to give you an advantage. But you got to get close enough to them to sort of aggro the enemy to get them to attack you. And those are the most difficult battles to do. But to me, the best battles, the most epic battles, is when you're facing an army that's double your size. And you put yourself, you just nestle yourself in a nice little advantageous tight spot that forces them to go through a narrow passageway. And those are the best, most epic battles. Those battles happen. They begin really quickly. But they take a long time, not a long time, but they take a relatively long time to finish because of the fact that you're facing an army that's bigger than yours, and it's a situation where it's just a few guys versus a few guys at a time. So it's going to take longer. Now, the battles that I really, really love is when I'm going against an army that's double my size and I win. Those are the best battles. Those are the battles where you're going to get a huge amount of loot, huge amount of reputation, a huge amount of influence. You're going to get huge morale. These are huge morale boosters. Now, there is a perk that you can get when you're upgrading your character, and I recently got it, and it basically gives you 8+ morale to your soldiers when you are defending. Now, there is another option that you can get that gives you, I want to say 4+ morale when you are on the offensive, meaning when you are the aggressor. But I prefer to get that 8+ morale booster because most of the time I'm the one being attacked. And that 8+ morale is a huge help. It gives your men super enthusiasm, super morale, super energy, gives you that psychological advantage over the enemy, which is what you want. So let your enemy come to you. Once you get that 8+ boost morale for your army, I mean, seriously, once you have that, don't attack. You want that 8+ morale. It's super helpful. If it's like, listen, if you have 100 people versus 40, the battle's going to be over in a couple of minutes. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000, you're talking about a good, decent 15, 20 minute long battle. If it's like 1,000 versus 1,000 or several hundred versus several hundred, and both armies are equal in skill, both armies are equal in the quality of soldiers, you're talking about a long ass battle because shield wall versus shield wall, it's just insane. This game sounds like one of Neo's training downloads. Yeah, it's an amazing game. Josh, I think a bit of both. Cool Ottomans were. Rose, okay, we're talking about the Ottomans. I want to watch a similar one about Khan, Ashpura, blah, blah, blah. I've been here for 7 hours, and it doesn't even feel like 7 hours. I don't know why this stream did not feel long. It didn't feel long. It went by so fast. 3 hours. It is so surreal how this happened. I can't even explain it. It's truly, it's hard for me to even describe it because it's surreal. It's that surreal. I did this stream. I talked a little bit about Gaza. I look at the clock. It said 3 hours have passed. It's almost a supernatural experience. I don't know how that happens. Tactical Enlightenment channel. Okay, I already read that. Does the game move fast? Okay, I already answered that. Do you think Vlad was just okay? I already read that. Yeah. The Turks were no better. Sure. Yeah, but that, I mean, yeah, but you know what I'm gonna say. Thanks for describing it with examples. It's fun to picture. It's a great game. You can get it on Xbox, Xbox One, PC. I think you can get it on PlayStation. I'm not entirely sure. This game is cheap and on console and PC. Yeah, it's cheap and it's fucking amazing. It's just a great game. I can imagine getting totally engaged in this game. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Man, you're really selling me on this game. Ever thought about streaming it? I thought about it, but I got it on Xbox. I don't know how to stream from Xbox. Which game is the most refined one? And is this similar to the Civilization? It's not. It's not. It's similar to Civilization, but it's different in the sense that it's a third-person video game. So it's like playing a third-person shooter, but with swords. So it's kind of like playing Resident Evil, right, with a third-person perspective. That's one of the big differences in this game. Everything is third-person perspective. It doesn't have that typical aerial view that you get with strategy games like Total War or Civilization or like Rome, Total War Rome or whatever. Pakistan said that they want to give some nuclear warheads to Iran. Well, I mean, it's going to happen, right? Josh, bro, I would play Civ so long at times. Dude, I would play Total War so long. I would play Total War. I look at the clock, and it's like 5 hours have passed. It was insane. Pakistan, sir, Pakistan. What happened with Pakistan? Pakistan is helping Iran, which means we help Israel, sir. Yes, sir, yes. Yes, the Indians will bow down to the Israeli gods. The lessons sound based on Sun Tzu. I mean, it's a great game. You know, there's different things. The computer can really mess with you. Makes me wonder sometimes if time is going faster. It is, dude. Watching this for almost the length of a school day or work shift, it's insane. It really is. Yeah, see here. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I knew exactly what it is now. It's Battlefield Command as opposed to micromanaging an Empire. Yeah, there's less micromanaging in this game. There's more focus on making money and doing battle tactics, which is amazing. Nice background music. I appreciate that. It's some good 1990s Irish music. Why doesn't the church preach about usury anymore? I think you know. I don't have to tell you. I think you know. We can't say it, but I think you know. I think we all know. Let's see here. Yes, I agree. Dude, I've never felt this in my life, ever. I was doing the stream where I'm talking. I'm like, yeah, guys, blah, blah, blah. 3.5 hours! What the hell? When does that ever happen? And look at that. It's been 7 hours and 14 minutes. Insane stream, guys. Absolutely insane stream. I had a bunch of articles lined up for this stream. Germany, Iran, this. Dude, we ended up talking for the whole stream about the massacre of Gazans looking for food, which is totally understandable because it's so damn horrifying. I couldn't stop reading about it, and I couldn't stop talking about it because this is real. This ain't no movie. People being shot because they're looking for food. You believe that? And then we're supposed to worship Israel. You believe that bullshit? People looking for food. People looking for food, starving. They're looking for food, right? And the Israelis shoot these people, blame Hamas, and then tell you to worship Israel. And then the Christian evangelicals tell us to worship Israel. They tell us to worship murderers. You guys believe that bullshit? Does that sound like bullshit? Does that sound like something that is convincing? Is anyone here convinced of this nonsense? Of the worship of Israel? Really? They tell us to worship Israel. And then they say we have to support Israel. I can't, oh my God. I was talking about Israeli war crimes. Some Zionist comes on my channel and he says, I would be very careful, Theodore. Really, what should I be careful about? Well, criticizing Israel. I mean, they are God's people. You shouldn't be criticizing them this much. Oh, so there's a limit? So there's a limit here? Is there a limit for how much? Oh, there's a limit. I see. For no other country, there's a limit. But for Israel, there's a limit. And we can't criticize Israel even when they're committing war crimes because the Bible told us so. If the Bible, listen, if your religion tells you that you cannot criticize a country when it's doing war crimes, because God will curse you if you go against that country or if you criticize that country. That is not a religion of God. That you're following the devil. All right, the devil is real. We all know this. Everyone knows Satan is real. Hollywood knows Satan is real. That's why they make all these horror movies. They know the devil is real. All right, you're worshiping the devil. All right, it's bottom line. Stop talking about Israel. Yeah, that's blood moon pie prophecy. Yup. Oh yes, the blood moons of Israel. Everyone. My God, dude. I remember going to Hagee's church years ago, and Hagee would have these giant charts that he would put up, and he would say, all right, on this chart here, it says here that Israel will be, fulfills prophecy, and the prophecy, and it's the prophecy of it, it's Israel, and Israel's like, dude, Israel will freaking kill kids and then tell you that they're fighting terrorism. Oh, the gaslighting and the lying is unbelievable. It's so surreal. It's like fighting. Oh yes, they're killing kids, and they're killing. They're literally, dude. They are the worst criminals. They are waiting for people. Oh my god, dude. They're worse than Isaac. Isaac exploited his brother. Isaac exploited his brother when his brother was starving. His brother was starving. His brother said, "Give me some lentils," and Isaac said, "I'll give you some lentils if you give me the land." So Esau gives him the land. Okay, he exploited his brother's starvation. The Israelis are worse than Isaac. They're worse. I mean, at least Isaac didn't kill Esau, right? These people, they starve these people, and then when they come for food, they shoot them, and then they go out and tell Pierce. They got the balls. They have the balls to tell Pierce Morgan, to tell the whole world, we're helping people. We don't want to starve anyone. We're feeding them. Hamas is the one doing it. And then the reality is that they're killing people as those people are looking for food. How evil, how sick, satanic. Far Cry 5, yes, the religious cult. It's a great game, by the way. One of the greatest games ever made. Far Cry 5 was a masterpiece of a game. I also enjoyed Far Cry New Dawn. That was also an amazing video game, but I think Far Cry 5 it was a masterpiece. But Far Cry 5 is a game where you're fighting a cult. And the cult is very much like an evangelical cult. And that's what these people remind me of. You have the evangelicals who are saying, oh no, no war crimes happening. Israel could do no wrong. And then you have Israel doing the war crimes, and they're using the evangelical Christians to cover up for them. Oh, and this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation that's being used, right, that's running all the food distribution centers where these massacres are happening, or where the massacres are happening outside of these distribution centers. Nonetheless, the massacres are happening right next to the distribution centers. The distribution centers are being ran by an evangelical pastor. Why isn't the evangelical pastor coming out and saying that murder is happening? Why not? Oh, I thought he was a man of God. Why isn't he exposing the evil? He's not. Either he doesn't know, either he's truly naive and we can give him the benefit of the doubt, or he's covering up for it. Father James Maudsley has interesting things to say about this. I can't believe they haven't taken his collar. That's shocking. That truly is shocking. Maybe he's SSPX. I don't know. Is he SSPX? It's disgusting, guys. The whole Israeli policy is evil, demonic, and it's disgusting. I hate it. No, this guy is not SSPX. I'm surprised. I'm actually shocked. This dude is he? Hold on. Is he SSPX? He's a Holocaust denier. Oh, damn. That's not good. How come when you find a priest that says good things, he's always a Holocaust? Every time I see a priest who says a bunch of things that's really good and that no other priest says, he's always a Holocaust denier. I don't know why that is. It drives me crazy. But Israel's evil. Israel is evil, and it's a demonic government, and the society is inundated with satanic influence, and it's a sinister country, and the CIA-backed evangelical churches want us to worship Israel. Thankfully, people aren't falling for this bullshit anymore. They're not falling for this demonic cult as much as they used to. Hopefully, people don't follow Hitler because they hate Israel so much. But my fear, and actually, I'm just going to say it, a lot of people are going to follow the next Hitler because they hate Israel so much. That's the problem, by the way, right? Again, it's the extremism. So if they love Israel, they're extremists for Israel. If they hate Israel, they're so extremist, they'll go for Hitler. That's the problem. That's why we got to stay away from extremes, guys. We have to stay away from extremism. The reason why we are critical of Israel is because we are avoiding extremism. That is the reason why. If we fall into the trap of extremism, we're only going to go down the extreme on the opposite side of the coin, and it's not going to be good. He encourages Catholics to pray for the conversion of the... But the guy's a Holocaust denier. I mean, that's a red flag. I go to an Antiochian Orthodox church and things get heated. Things get heated over what? Over Israel? Are they pro-Israel people at the Orthodox church? If that's the case, your church has been infiltrated, by the way. You have a deep infiltration by Zionists. And Zionists will do stuff like that. They will infiltrate anything, actually. They'll infiltrate Christian churches. They'll infiltrate everything. And they'll make everything about Israel. Be very careful. He cites historical sources. I'm sure he does, but the guy is a Holocaust denier, and that is I'm sorry to tell you, that's a red flag. I do not believe in Holocaust denialism. I reject Holocaust denialism. I grew up in a Hindu nationalist family, and I converted to Christianity. Wow, that's quite amazing. And now my entire family treats me like an untouchable. Wow, that is amazing. Do you live in India currently, or did you move out of India? That is really amazing, and I'm not exaggerating. That is truly, I mean that with sincerity. There are Palestinians. Oh, I see. Okay, okay, I got you. So there are Palestinians, and why are things getting heated? Are the Palestinians getting angry at other people, or what exactly is going on here? That's an interesting situation to be in. That's an interesting situation to be in. Well, I'm looking at his Wikipedia page, and they're saying that he's a Holocaust denier. So maybe the Wikipedia page is not accurate. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I got a scholarship to study in Boston. Oh, awesome. And now I work as an AI solutions architect. Oh, wow. In Singapore. You were raised in Singapore, I see. Okay, that's really cool. Well, I'm really happy for you. I'm really happy that you got away from that that cult. Recently, a lot of Jews with Polish citizenship have been returning to Poland, of course, despite the reluctance of the Polish Jews. Why are they leaving God's land? That's God's land. Why are they leaving it? I don't know. That's sad. That's sad. That is sad that they are leaving God's land. We have a new wave of migration after the Ukrainian one. That's insane. A Holocaust denialism, Christ mythicism, both fringe. What is Christ mythicism? What is that? Pope Francis censored him? Oh, damn. Well, Pope is no longer Pope Francis. There's a new Pope in town, so maybe things will be different for him. I don't know. It's been 7 hours and 24 minutes, everyone. It's completely insane what drugs do to the mind. I mean alcohol. I don't do drugs unless it's alcohol. Alcohol is technically a drug, so technically I'm taking drugs. But it's alcohol, which is good stuff, in moderation. They are tired of the conflict, quite frankly. I can't blame them. It's very depressing what's happening. It truly is depressing. Absolutely depressing, guys. I think I'm going to get going. It's been a very good stream, guys. I'm going to turn off this stream, and I'll probably feel a little bit bittersweet at the end of this, because I always feel bittersweet after every stream. I don't know why, but there is a nice psychological connection that I have with the stream, and then when I turn off the stream, it's just, I don't know. It feels weird. Anyway, I'll say goodbye to everyone here. Hello. Thank you, Killer Bob, Short Pharaoh, Alexis Corral, Vagina Dentata, Goose Hunter, Optimus Princeps, Uktarsh. Let's see here. Who else do we have here? Anastia, Josh, Jacob Glowsticks, Pal Sear. Let's see. Alexis Corral. American Django. Short Feral. Master Driver. Helgi, and everyone else who I missed. Catherine Galpo, thanks again. Thank you, Gypsy Bird. Have a great weekend, Mr. Nastia. Privet. Scoob1337. Cheers to you, sir. You've been great. This has been a great stream. Amazing. 7 hours and 25 minutes. Almost 7 hours and a half, actually. Quite amazing. I'm really happy for this stream, and I'll see you guys soon. Have a great sleep this evening. We have light rain tonight. Awesome. Rain is great. Thank you, Grant. Have a great weekend too, sir. Also, Sweet Body Fit as well. We just heard some Theology. That's correct. God bless you, Theo. God bless you, Goose Hunter. Good night, Alexis Corral. God bless you guys. You guys just heard some Theology. Have a good weekend. God bless you guys.